Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you as always with love and honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, good Monday evening to you all. Hey, Travis, how are you? About time. Yeah, I'm late. Had to let the dog out and had to finish my supper. Hey, Maverick. It's about time. Yeah, I'm a couple minutes late. But I wasn't going to do one after I got done with, hey, Teresa. I wasn't going to do one after just getting off with Milky Way. And my spirit guides, my angels were kind of kicking me a little bit, going, nah, yeah, you need to kind of, since you're kind of already geared into this subject, let's continue it, not to take away from Robert or the Soul Tribe or anything, but it was like, okay, so let's have the discussion. So Teresa, Travis, Maverick, hi, Witch Moon, how are you? And so much love back to you. Thank you for all your comments and everything. It is a blessing, y'all. And to tell y'all, Teresa, here's the funny part about that story. The package actually came in on Saturday, and we've had rain Saturday and Sunday, right? And Saturday I was just kind of a little off, just not quite here, right? And so, I had some visitors, a couple of phone calls. And so I did my best to go, I thought I'd gotten the mail that day. So the package sat there all weekend long. And my buddy was coming by and he goes, Dave, I don't normally, check your mail, but something said check your mail today as he was coming down to visit me. And there was a package that'd been in there over the weekend. So I was like, and I was headed up there because I knew it was about time for mail to run. So since you'd warned me about the package, and I would have swore I went to the mailbox on Saturday, but so I've had it. It was here over the weekend, but I didn't get it till today. So, but that's sort of the rest of the story from what I emailed you. But anyway, it was just interesting that I was headed up the driveway to get the mail, and he was coming down the mail with the box. So, but anyway, so in this continuing discussion, sort of from with Robert and Milky Way, the thing about angels and spirit guides and stuff, I've noticed that a lot of people are getting caught up in the naming of things. And it's like somebody says, well, what's the name of your spirit guide? And I go, I don't know. I told him I didn't matter because it's the feeling I get. It's not his name or her name or their name. And here's the thing. My name here this time around is David Null. My adopted name is Hawkeye Two Feathers. But when I pass on, who am I then? I become an angel spirit. I become a spirit, right? So, but does this name fit? So what's my true name? What is your true name? You know what I mean? So, but anyway, with that said, so what's in a name? It's only for our 3D reality to kind of understand. Well, his name is Bob, and Bob, by the way, we say we love you, Bob, and thank you. But I mean, in the naming of things, so Teresa, you went through some of this too, but we went through the grind. We had to, we're going to have a test on the names of angels. We're going to have a test on the names of saints. We're going to have but it was all Catholic crap. Okay. Sorry, but it was. So, but the hierarchy and everything. So is there a hierarchy? Okay. Are there names of different angels and so forth? Probably. But what does it matter to you and me? Here's my point. There are so many people that I've listened to that talk to Metatron or talk to Michael or I'm not saying that you don't, okay? But I'm just saying, think about the president of a country, the United States, okay. but you know, the president or corporate or the president of a corporation. Okay, so there's somebody way down the line that who's cleaning up the floor. Okay, he's not necessarily the janitor, but he's the floor sweeper. He keeps the debris and stuff and you know an area clean so nobody gets hurt. An important job. So, but he's got a gripe about the people in the different areas taking advantage of him and throwing shit on the floor and making him have to mop. And I mean, you know, so he's got a legitimate gripe, right? But he ain't talking to the president of the corporation. He probably ain't even going to talk to the president of that spot, you know, the manager, the general manager, whatever, because they're too busy. So my thing about this that there are billions of people who are saying the rosary, all claiming to have conversations with a Mother Mary. Now I've talked about mine and they've been very short, very sweet, but there are Mother Mary messages that I get as she isn't appearing to me because she has lots of stuff to do. And it was told to me years ago, she goes, Dave, you know, do you believe in me? Yes or no? Well, yes. Okay. Well, then I'm always there. Okay. So I don't have to come and show myself every time because I'm always present. So you don't have, if you want to talk to me, you know, I'll send messages down the line, but quite frankly, Dave, I've got a lot of stuff to do. Now, you know, do you believe me? Yes or no? And my answer was yes. Well, then have faith and we'll get along, you know? And so, but am I getting direct contact messages from Mary once in a while? But no, because she quite frankly said, look, I'm busy along with all these other folks up here, you know, and years ago, I realized that all these people who are trying to contact a particular spirit or angel or whatever, picture this now. Hello, this is St. Peter's office. Yes, well, I'm sorry. Let me put you on hold. Well, it might take about an eon to get to you, but you're first in line. How many before you? Well, let me see. Oh, 1,200,000. Oh, we just went up a couple of grand. Oh, so anyway, but I'll put your name down, okay? As soon as now, would you like to talk to one of his St. Peter's representatives? Okay, we've got them on. I'll put you on hold, and they'll get to you as soon as possible. So here's my thing. Are we really talking to the corporate guy? Or are we talking to an angel who's a secretary or a line clerk or somebody, you know, I'm thinking of them sitting at the old telephone thingy where they're plugging in the phones and, you know. So I want people to just stop and just think about that. Because wait a minute, now you may be in touch with this guy, the main dude. I ain't saying that you ain't, but there are so many people. It's like they're ignoring their own spirit guide. They're ignoring their own angel, who's got a lot of info, and you ain't got to stay on hold to see if the main dude will get you. And they may say, yeah, this is St. Peter, and it's one of his cohorts because he is so flipping busy. Okay. Now we don't consider that. Why? Because they're spirits and and they can always talk to us and they're always available and all this other. Yeah. All others are energies and I don't care if they have. Yeah. Maverick, me too, for the most part. Good way to describe that. But to the point about this, but let's get down to what's really important. Regardless of the religion, I mean, even demon devil worshippers believe in winged creatures, dark angels. So, so in every religion, there is some kind of spiritual guide, angel, or something that helps mankind, to further themselves or stay on the right path, spirit path. Now, you've heard me talk about the natives in North and South America, okay, indigenous folks. They didn't know any other God. The only God that they knew was the creator, was the great spirit of all things, you know? And it wasn't until the white man came and all that it interrupted that. And I've said many times before at the powwows I've gone to, they always say a Christian prayer, and they mean it at the powwows, but then they also say a prayer to the Great Spirit. And they go, well, but Great Spirit made God. What? Yeah, well, the Great Spirit created all, including the God who made this planet and over us and all that kind of stuff. Now, holy shit, now that's one to swallow, right? So, but here's the thing about the angels. So, well, I'm talking to Angel Michael. Okie dokie. His name might really be Michael, but it might not be the Michael you think. Oh, but it is. Okay, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm just saying that these entities have so many folks tearing at them for contact that why not just take a lesser angel, if you will, like take your own, whether he or she or they have a name or not, and just, you know, say, because they get emails all the time from the top and they go, hey, we got an email in from St. Peter and you know, here we go. So like for the many times that there's something going on that I need to know about, is it from Mary? Is it from here? No, but it's an email from the, you know, from the staff, the top staff, right? So it's like, so does it matter who we're talking to? Now, I have visioned this many times, and even earlier before I started this. You know, we love you, Bob. It's jumping around tonight. I've been doing these tapping all black, met the org. So this idea, though, that it seems like there's an angel, he's got wings, and there's a spirit guide who don't. Now, they might be able to fly without wings or whatever, but that I've never asked that. But I see them at a small table and they're like playing cards or gin rummy or something, you know, maybe cribbage a time or two. And one's got one way of putting stuff, and the other guy's got their way of putting whatever the question or whatever it is they want to, you know, convey to me. But so here's the thing: there are people arguing, and literally arguing about, well, no, these are the angels. Hey, Johan, how are you doing? Have I missed anybody? Greetings, everybody. So they're getting caught up in the names. They're getting caught up in the hierarchy. They're arguing with themselves and other people. And it's like, is this not stupid or what? And the reason I mean that is, why are you arguing about something like that? Well, but it's St. Peter. It's going to meet us at the gate. Well, what if St. Peter's busy? Well, St. Peter can't be busy. He's going to be at the pearly gates, and he's going to calm down. I mean, seriously, calm down. So, you know, it's got to be this because the Bible, for the Bible told me so, you know. Okay, so the Bible was written by people that want you to believe a particular thing. And so, okay, can we just accept that there is a higher spirit of ourselves, that we have guides out in that's around us, you know, that if we ask them, they will help us, you know, and it might not, you know, oh, creator, get this car off of me. I was in a bad accident and I'm trapped under the, you know, but it might send somebody to save you. Like that, you know, I've talked about that person that we, you know, had that bad accident several years ago, and his leg was cut off and his truck was burning, and we were the only, you know, people on the highway for, you know, a half an hour. And that man would have perished. It's still sitting in that truck. So sometimes angels are sent to rescue people, and sometimes we end up being the angels here on earth for whatever the reason might be. So angels, spirit guides. Okay. Could we just agree that maybe they're like the same guys or folks? They're the same ones. They're the folks that are looking after our well-being. So why argue about, well, it's an angel, it's a cherubim, it's a seraphim, would you shut up, and why? Why does it matter what kind of an angel it is? Can you just accept that there are these higher entities and beings that are here to try to help us. That's what matters. Do we need to know their names? Do we need to know their backgrounds? Do we need to know their history? Well, you know, are you an archangel or are you? If they're trying to, if these entities or spirits or whatever, angels, are trying to guide us in a healthy, spiritually, mentally, whatever, and they're trying to guide us in the right direction, then should it really matter? Yes, we just ask to help, and whoever shows up will work with us. Names don't matter. That's so very true. But here's the thing. Since I've committed myself and have been committed, as I've talked about that, to the state, you know, loony bin, the idea, though, that my angel or spirit guide, and like I said, it feels like one's got wings and the other one don't. They're playing cards of cribbage or whatever. They're always looking out for me, even in my sleep. So if they're both not there having a cigarette break or whatever, one of them is. So when you believe it and can hear it and feel it and understand it, that they're always there, then you don't have to pray that somebody else will show up for you, because you already know that you're being covered, you see. So several years ago, I realized that, oh, holy crap, it doesn't matter who I'm asking, that there's always someone up there that's either my guide or my angel or whatever you want to call it, that they're always there. And they might ask help from a passing angel or another spirit guide and go, hey, Bill, come over here. Let's have a chat. So, but it doesn't matter. But if you have faith that you are covered, if you have faith that you do have a spirit guide or an angel, if you have the faith that you are always connected, and if you have that faith, then names are really, you go, it doesn't matter. Hi, you know, you're the tall angel back in the back with the, you know, with the green hair. How you doing? You know, do I know his name? No, but he's a really nice guy or person or angel or angelette. I don't know. You know what I mean? But to the point, I listen to some of these folks and they're arguing over the names. I mean, with fervor, and you are wrong, and you know, you don't know what you're talking about. You ain't a good Christian. You ain't a, and I'm thinking, you people are nuts. The frivolity of their argument ought to just make them want to go outside and throw up, you know. But anyway, so and to the point of angels, so one of the things is that we need to do is for ourselves. If you don't already, I've talked about this before. You know, there are folks out there that are like, hey, I need an angel to talk to. Come down here and chat with me. And they're picking up all these different energies and stuff. And folks are like, oh, I'm good with this. Okay. I'm not going to say that it ain't working for you. And maybe, and I mean this with respect, I was a special case many years ago. And so I actually have wondered if I didn't have a walk-in to help me through a particular nasty time in my life. Because after that entity left, I was like, well, what the hell was that all about? You know, I mean, I really felt a difference in a good way. And some would say, well, that entity had tried to, no, if I hadn't had that help, I would be dead. I mean, I seriously believe that because of my conditions and things. So, do I believe we can literally have an entity come in and put their finger in us kind of thing? Ooh, watch where you put that thing. And that they can actually help you through a hard time? I believe it. Now, could another entity have entered me at that time? Yes. And I will say that fervently and out loud, yes. But I was praying so hard to God that I needed help and that I was so lost because of my conditions and medicines and accidents, you know, that I really needed intervention. And I really wanted the intervention because I wanted to get better, you know. So was this entity or whatever different for me? Yeah. And there were conflicts I could feel going on, but when the entity left during that really bad, nasty, stressful time, I realized that, oh my God, had they not been here, I'd be dead by now, because there was a strength and there was a something. They were like, we ain't giving up here, you stupid shit. Now you listen to me. And I'd be like, oh, okay, hanging out, And so there are folks who are, well, a walk-in, they're always bad and they're entities and nasty entities. I would, personal experience, I would say that's not necessarily true. Do I believe that there are evil entities that, can take over another person? Absolutely. But can it also happen if you are in desperate need of angelic help or spiritual help? I didn't ask them to literally step into me, but it kind of seemed they didn't take over, but they was a hell of an influence. Okay. So I still felt like me, but there was something else that was guiding me and keeping me from going too crazy. I mean, it was just, there was something else there that kept me from going to the evil side. Okay. Going to the bad side and giving up. So, but if you will spend the time, instead of searching the universe for these willy-nilly angels that are out there, that, I would say, I've been talking about this and preaching for years. Work on your own. Believe in your own. Believe in spirit guide. And I got to say, it feels like there's two of them. Now, does everybody have two? But I would bet you that your angel spirit guide there's a backup. I mean, if they got to go to the John or want to smoke a cigarette, they got a stand-in angel spirit guide that's going to, they talk, they're it's like, 10 lawyers in a building, and so many of them will know about a particular case. So they can jump in and they know what's going on. They're not going to lead you astray. So with all this believing and all this other stuff, if you see or hear of folks who are arguing about the names and ranks of angels, just ask them politely, why does it matter? Not what is your opinion, but why does it matter? Why does it matter that your angel is an archangel, or that your angel is Metatron, or that your angel is special? I'm just saying. Now, for me, for years I tried to not listen to Mother Mary, and not listen to my spirit guides, because I had this other thing I was supposed to do. So argue as you will, and I don't have to do this. I mean, I don't have to turn on the computer. I don't have to have conversations. And I love you all for being here and listening, and, but, I sometimes think that when I was younger, there were probably quite a few spirit guides and angels around, and I didn't listen to none of them. And maybe it's because I'm older and more sure of myself and sure of my faith. And, I'm not quite as active as I used to be out in public and so forth. So it maybe my spirit guides and I got an angel and a spirit guide. Maybe I only got two now, because I've learned enough to where I go, oh, I really don't need that much of a support group. You guys are just fine, So in listening to Milky Way and to Robert earlier, is this seeing these angels with this light and this, they always say power. And people in the spirit realm are always looking for power. The people who want to take a shortcut with sigils and spells and magic this and magic that. You're trying to take a shortcut to what? What power on this earth do you flipping need that you literally have to do some kind of magic spell or something, that you have to have that power now? Well, I want to be able to control this. I want to be able to do that. I want to be okay. But if you just learn how to work with people, and if you learn about human behavior, and if you learn about power words and positive things and stuff, that there is a power that's already there that is just unseen. Now, you've heard me talk about it. I ain't going into it, but it does exist. I've I have worked with it. I've worked with people. It's there. You can do it. And it is it a special gift? No, but it takes some practice, you know. But is it a special power? Not really. It's human nature. We all got it. We all have the potential. Do I have to have magical or any kind of sigils or supernaturals insight or anything? No, just awareness, of stuff and people, and the awareness that I want to be a better person. You want to be better inside, and you want to convey that to other people that you're around. But there's power in that. Is it magical? To some people, it is. But do we have to have magic to get it? Do we have to have spells and, to do it? The answer is no. And I know so because I didn't use any magic spells or whatever when I did it before. And in a way, I'm still doing it. But to the point, though, burn a little sage, have a little ceremony, and honor the elders who have come before us. Honor the mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers that have been here before us and have in so many ways taught us and have shown us which way to go. And so why is this important? It's important because what do we want to be when we get to the other side? When we leave this body and make the transition, we're going to be with our ancestors. I mean, we already are, but we're really going to be with them then. We're going to be with our friends who've passed, Brian, my friend Marcia, my friend Serge, my Pops, whose birthday was on the 19th. We still love you, Pops, out there, Mr. Arnie. And for all the good things you did for us kids and folks. But anyway, but with that said, though, do I have to have am I praying to a particular angel? Am I praying to a particular entity? Am I praying, wait a minute, why don't I put these prayers into the universe instead of trying to find one angel whose email box is full? They can't accept anything more. And people say, well, that's just silly, David. We don't want to talk about it like that because, that God, he's aware of all these things. Well, there are trillions of, but so you think you're talking to the God, or could it be that one of his right-hand men will do, Well, I work in the upper office, so, my office is just down the hall from God, and we get all the, the straight poop from him, Hey, I have a lot of toilet paper up here because there's a lot of shit that goes on. You know what I'm saying? So heaven's like that, But in the long run and understanding of things, people are, I'm going to say this, people are made to understand. Thank you, Witch Moon. Yeah, thank you, Arnie. But in this understanding of the universe, it's like you always hear me say, accept and receive. So, but if you know that the answers are out there and you're going to have an open mind to accept these, because my intent is I want to understand and learn more about positive ways and positive this. And, I don't need to understand the negative because I can kind of sort of see them. But there are times when I need to understand the negative because in my journey, there are things, and they're wicked, mean, bad, nasty, but I don't want to hate. You can't go into the next life hating. That's not a good look for our spirits, So as much as these people and that guy and Biden and him and her and them and all, I just, got to stay out of it. Because the first thing I want to say is I hate these people, what they're doing. Now, I can rephrase that and say, I hate what these people are doing. So am I hating the people? No, but I really dislike what they're doing. So we have to turn it away from the people themselves. Even though some of these folks are, do I hate the devil? I don't like him much, but I respect him for who he is. But you know, I'm not going to hate him, because then that puts my energy into, you know, into the dark side by the hate. So a lot of folks have trouble with that, and I did, you know. So, but in my faith, and years ago when I made my profession in the video, you know, I have become an accepted. I am a warrior for Christ, right? For the Charistus, not for the Bible, and not for all this other stuff, but or for a church, but I am a warrior for Christ, and I will be, right? So somebody, you know, said, well, Dave, you know, if a Nazi come up and said, you know, do you love the Bible kind of thing, or blah, 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 to go, nah, you know, oh, well, then, you know, you're not a Christian. Well, if that's the way you want to look at it. But in my heart, I know the difference, you know. So what I speak out loud, well, is it against Christ? Is it against God? Well, you know, I said, you know, okay, burn the Bible. I don't care. What? Then you must not be a Christian. Well, my idea of Christ is different, but, and I just think the Bible is a bunch of words. Well, but it's the word of God. Is it really? But, you know, that's my, but because I don't believe in the Bible the way, you know, okay, good story. Does that make me lesser of a Christian? To me, I think I'm trying to think beyond the Bible and looking at what Christ did, you know, and being outside with nature and so forth. So it's like, but, you know, would I rather get killed? And somebody say, well, you know, you don't believe in Christ. You don't believe in God. You don't believe in the crucifix. You don't believe in that because you just said, burn the Bible. I don't care. So therefore, I must be a non-Christian then. Therefore, I must have turned my face away from God. And I don't look at it that way. Because in my heart, you can't take away what's in my heart. But a book or a this or a symbol, what do I care? But you can't take away what's in my heart. So if they were to say, well, you have to denounce the Great Spirit, I'd go like, yeah, right, try that, you know, try that on precise. So that it might lop my head off for that. But as far as a Bible or a symbol of a religion, am I going to lose my life for that? Well, you know, you gave it up. You know, you turned against God. Did I really, or did I turn against society that says I have to believe in all this stuff to have faith in God? Anyway, so with the angels, though, and with the spirit guides, do we believe in these core things? And if you do, then lots of other stuff is going to show themselves. It's 12:21. I missed the 20 mark. So for those of you who have got, I've been waiting on smoking this bowl. So, you know, anyway, happy 20, everybody. Fire them up if you got them. I know a lot of Catholics and Christians who do not believe in what I just said, because it is all about the Bible. Now, I'm not going to go into the Bible thing because I did a whole, you know, bunch of hours worth of conversation about that. But what we believe in as far as our spirit, the Holy Spirit, the Great Spirit, our spirit guides, Mother Earth, you know, and all these connections. Do we believe in those things? How much, you know? Because in the end, whether you believe in the Quran or the Torah or the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever, it isn't going to matter when you get to the other side. Because, you know, there are lots of ways that they discuss it, that when you go to the other side, there are some native, you know, traditions that say that there is a grandmother on the other side and she will weigh your soul as opposed to a feather. And and it's like only those who pass the test of the feather of the grandmother elder will you be allowed to like enter, otherwise you got to wait around a while till your soul is more purified, sort of like purgatory. Okay. Now, these are native traditions that were there long before the Catholic Church showed up. Okay. And some of these go back longer than the Catholic Church does. So this premise, this idea of the spirit and of the guides and of the this and of that, it was ingrained into the native peoples in their own way. Okay. They have it. They had it then. But, white folk and the Catholics and the priests and all that did not agree with their point of view. It had to be the Bible or nothing at all. And so it's like, okay, so that's one thing. And why do I say that's one thing? Because in the Bible, it lists all the this and the that's and the that's and the this, and everybody's got an opinion. And you've heard me talk about Sister Helene, the nun from Tampa Catholic. There were so many things we talked about in 1970 after all these years. And I think back and go, there were things about angels and stuff. And she would tell me, she would say, if people knew the information that was buried in the catacombs under the Vatican, and I don't mean necessarily buried, but buried as far as being in the catacombs and in some dark corner somewhere. And oh gee whiz, like I was talking about, and I will mention this again in this video, that the first season of the program called Evil, whichever program it's on, is got a lot of information about the Catholic Church. I talked about it in a video like way late in it, but there's a lot of information about the Catholic Church and about prophecies within the Catholic Church. It's the end of the church, it's this and that. All of that is true. Okay. Now, not necessarily the way they presented it, but it is true that the Catholic Church is really worried about the church crumbling, and it don't look good from a Catholic Church point of view. So all of these things exist. So the thing about what name of the angel is it? All of this might just be fabrication. And you go, well, no, I believe this. Okay, all right. But you may believe in something that somebody wrote down, that if they just wrote it down. Hey, we need another name for an angel over here. What's the group got? Because I go back to what, Jesus was teaching and taught and outside instead of in a church or whatever. And, he was talking about the simple things and in parables and people and stuff. And, he talked about the angels, but, the hierarchy and all this. So what's more important, the name of the angel or the fact that angels exist? Which is more important? That angels exist. Do you know the name? Is it Michael, him, them, whatever? Does it matter? To me, not anymore. Why? Because they spent too much time worrying about that stuff when it kept me from being on the right path. What do you mean? It was a distraction. So all these people who are arguing about spirit guides or angels and names and stuff, they're all being distracted to the real thing. Are there angels? Yes or no? Well, yeah. And some of it, no, I didn't ask that. Do you believe in angels? Yes or no? That nothing else, not hierarchy, not names, not nothing. Angels, yes or no? Yes. Then that's it. We all agree everything else does not matter. Okay. Well, yeah, it does. The archangel might. Stop it. Because we're spending too much time on naming and talking and this one and who's in charge and who's more important and all this other stuff. And that we're missing the point. So for those folks out there, if you are thinking this way, I love you. But if you're arguing about the names and the hierarchy, please stop and reconsider. I mean, I'm just saying, your belief in the angels is more important as to their names and what rank they are. Well, I don't know, Gomer Pyle, he was a private, PSC, Gomer Pyle, and there was a Sarge, and there was a, yeah, okay. But when you got right down to the characters in the show, it was Gomer was funny and the Sarge was this guy. But, anyway, now in my title to this, I said, angels and spirit guides and other entities. Now, I know right away some people are want to throw in their yes to making them more human-like. Yes. And see, to that point, let me speak to that a minute. Well, and they look like, really? What if seriously they're a hologram? What if whatever Daniel saw, I mean, Moses went up on the mountain, there was a burning bush and all this stuff. So in my opinion, they were being visited by spaceships, but but there are those people who want to like make it more. Okay, so what if this manifestation of God was through some of these natural powers, okay? But that was it actually God? Was God like, did he come down or did he send a projection of himself? I mean, I have talked about the time that we did these tests as far as my friend and I who tested out the theory of astral projection and that kind of thing. And we were very successful. She was very good at but anyway, but to the point, so I realized that I could be somewhere else while still being halfway awake in another location, So I understood that. So could God be like still in heaven or whatever and project himself down? So he's there, but he ain't really there, So what they describe and the things and the bright lights and everything might actually be the projection of him. Okay, just consider. So, but everybody wants to take these things they want to argue these facts. And okay, well, God showed up. Okay, do we believe it? How and the thingy and the bush and the whatever? Does it matter? No. What matters is that he showed up. Well, but there's a burning bush and this guy showed up and he saw this and okay. But what the thing is what's most important is that they showed up. Okay, supposedly. So, but to my point, I just believe that there have been, spaceships around for a long time, and some of these things, were interventions within the religion. So, but for the discussion of angels and beings and spirits, so having been out in the woods and down in the swamps and stuff, and I won't retell the story, but the story that I've talked about so many times, and when I was down on the Georgia-Florida line in the middle of the night in the fog and I couldn't get back, and there were these little happy dancing, wispy things in front of me in the fog, and they sang and I sang with them, and they brought me, mile and a half back up the river without running into anything. So here's the thing. Are there other spirits? Yes. Are they etherical beings, meaning, are they like spirit types? Or here's the thing, with so many people taking pictures of orbs these days, we don't see them with their naked eye, but they're still there. I mean, I did a video a year or so ago, and there was an orb that passed between me and the camera right here, it live and in color kind of thing. So it's like, can we see them? No, but the camera does, because it looks in a different frequency, okay? So if we could see, as the camera does, this different frequency, we'd be seeing bubbles and everything around us that freak us out. We wouldn't know how to work, there would be too much information for us to just get by on a regular basis. So, but do we need to understand what their names are and who they are and where they came from and all that? Not really. Are they good entities? Yes or no? That's what really matters. Are you good guys or bad guys? Well, we're kind of a little bit of both. We robbed a train one time, but we didn't kill anybody. Well, okay, that's not necessarily good, but we changed our ways. We got a job, and all right, we took the money and invested it. Okay. So, in the grand scheme of things, does it matter what the hierarchy is? Does it matter what their names are? Does it matter? Do they exist? Well, yeah, too many people have seen orbs. Okay, so we got that one down. So if we believe in orbs in there, you ought to be able to believe that there are other spirit entities and not necessarily bad. So, but do they look like us? Is where I was headed with that. Do they look like us? And so in the Bible, it says that we are made in the image and likeness of God. Well, if God's true form is a spirit, then this ain't it. This ain't what God looks like. He's a spirit. So when I leave this world and, transition, then I will look like God then, because I will be the pure energy thing. I will be in that spirit body, right? So it's like, but what is my name in the spirit realm? Is it Egad Yoplop or something like that? Because my reincarnation is thousands of years old, and I actually come from some other planet. And, I'm a bebop Salebop, that's my name, right? So I go by David right now, or Hawkeye. So, but are either one of them names, they're only for this life. That's only for this life to be able to describe or whatever. So is this name going to carry on into the next world? Only in that, I was Hawkeye in the last time around, and before that I was Guinevere, who had golden hair like yours, my lady. Anyway, but does that make me special in any way? No, I've made the transition with a lot of other folks. But what have I learned in this life? What have I shared? What other things? Was I a better person instead of a worser person? Did I wish bad upon people? Did I, point my finger and say, y'all a bunch of assholes and you're going to hell? And, there's a lot of folks that point their finger at me and say, you're going to hell, Dave, because you don't believe in the Bible. But I believe in Christ, but hey, that ain't enough, Okay. Judge ye lest ye not be judged kind of thing. So where I used to condemn those people who condemned me, in my transition of spirit, I don't hate them anymore. I feel sad. It's like, y'all believe what you do and it's okay, but you're cursing me. I mean, really, you're saying you're going to hell, but I don't say that to them. I say, well, I hope you make it, versus you're going to hell. I'm just saying, you're not taking the words yourself. You're not listening to the angels. What did the angels say about this? Don't judge people. You don't have the right, what about this? And what about that? Well, but the Daniel said, and Matt, okay. All right. Okay. So they quote the Bible to defend their feelings or what they think is supposed to be right. So, doesn't matter what they're called if you believe there is something higher that's attached and that there are buddies somehow. Well, I get this feeling if I'm going, and my intuition. Okay. Your intuition is part of that spirit guide angel person, right? Yeah. And I'm not going to be on here long. I'm going to keep this under an hour. We name them to describe them in human terms. Absolutely. And it's only for that, because they might be called something else. And you know what I'm saying? So this idea of what's your name only applies to this 3D. Okay. It doesn't apply anywhere else, because in another part of this galaxy, those angels might be called something else. And so just saying, well, I don't believe all that UFO, okie dokie. Then you folks are so narrow-minded with some of this stuff. And it's like, for those of us who've watched Dante's channel, Night, Teresa, thank you, love you. The idea, though, that, why can't God be in a spaceship? Why not? And because it's what we think of as a God. But if they're just other folks in spaceships that came here to help us, and they're more intelligent and they have love and empathy and all this kind of stuff, but does it necessarily make them gods? No, but it makes them closer to the God maybe than we are, in that they understand something about the whole galaxy. It ain't just about the Earth. when folks get off of this, that only the earth is here. Hey, Michelle, that, you know, the earth is the center of the universe kind of thing, and everything's got to go what says on earth is just, we just have to stop that. There's more to this universe than just the earth. And the Great Spirit knows that, you know, the cosmos knows that. A lot of these other entities know that. Even the little wispy water wisps and that kind of thing, they all know better, you know. But as human beings and as society, we have to learn religion. So we see God through the eyes of religion. But when you take religion out of the equation and you see God through nature, in the sky, I mean, if you've ever really looked through telescopes or binoculars at the night sky, what so much is up there, and there's so much that just religions don't incorporate, but native peoples do, because they look up at the stars and they say, "Thank you, Great Spirit, for the stars shining. Thank you, Great Spirit, for the full moon. Thank you, Great Spirit, for this." And, you know, then white people say, all them Indians, you know, they worship the sun and the moon. That ain't what it's about, right? So there is this discrepancy. I mean, a lot of people still think Native Americans are savages. Okay, I would say, you know, the Catholics have been a whole lot more savage than, you know, Native American or the Native folks. But just saying. So we have to, if we truly want to understand the spiritualness of the universe, then we've got to see religion for what it is, but then take that next step in belief and faith and go, you know what? There is more out there in the universe, whether it's your Guinevere. Hey, Barry and Michelle, how y'all up? Yeah, it's very much honor. I know this, I've said this before, but there was a Mayan shaman, I think maybe it was Aztec, but anyway, it was from South America, Colombia, somewhere in there, and Brazil. But and he was a very nice guy, but boy, did he look it, I'm telling you. So in asking him, you know, he was like, well, you know, why do you worship because I was there with him to do this sunrise ceremony. And everybody was like, you know, that we're doing that. What are you worshiping? And he turned to this white lady, a little dumpy kind of thing, and he goes, "Madam, we don't worship the sun, we honor it. We give thanks every day that it shines. We say thank you to the morning. We say thank you for a new day that has all these possibilities." And she was like, "But so you're not worshiping it?" And he goes, "No, well, I'm honoring the sun. Can you look at the sun and say, thank you, that's a beautiful sunrise?" And she went, "Yeah." And he goes, "That's what I'm doing." And she was quite amazed. And I was sitting there kind of giggling to myself when had a little conversation with him. And I said, so, I said, "I'm so glad you pointed it out, that you don't worship the sun and the moon, that you give honor and thanks that it shows up every day. You know, just thank you, beautiful sunrise." Or when the sun's going down, you go, "My, what a beautiful sunset. Thank you." Is that worship? No. Is that thanking the universe for a beautiful sunrise or set or whatever, or a beautiful, you know, full moon? Are we worshiping the moon? No. We're giving honor and thanks to the universe that it's there and shining down bright. So, but anyway, hey, David Castle, how are you? So, and one of these days, there's going to be some information, and all all the Catholics and all the Christians are just going to freak right out when they find out, you know, that some of the, you know, apostles, the original apostles, were heretics in their own right, and that they sold out their brothers, you know, and they actually were traitors. That's going to be an interesting story. And how many people are actually going to believe that one? Dante put it in the video recently for those of you who watch Dante, but I was not surprised when I saw it, because I was like, yeah, I'd heard some things through the Catholic Church about about Peter, and upon this I'm going to build my church and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, he turned out to be an oligarch, and started these religious communes, and everybody had to work, and if you didn't work hard enough, then you were kicked out, and this tithing thing, and you have to give 10% to the church no matter what, and all this kind of stuff started with Peter. Had nothing to do with Jesus, right? And he blamed it all on Jesus. So it's like, but he was a traitor. So, but how many people, if they really, if they got that information, would just go, no, that's not what the Bible says. Yeah, but see, Bible was written by some guys that wanted us to form an opinion. So, but anyway, again, I believe in angels. I believe in the spirit guides. I believe in Christ. I believe in God. Great spirit, right? So, and in a way, I believe in God, in that it was an entity that might have been, put over us folks to, but here's the thing, as I talked about before about this and angels and stuff. So, about the Bible, and that, the land of the Bible. So, all these native folks, North and South America, didn't have the Bible, didn't grow up with, the story of Moses and all this. And so, did any of that happen to the Americas? And my answer would probably no. Oh, yeah, but it happened. It was a world event. It was a world event to the people who knew what the world was at the time, the Mediterranean, blah, blah, blah. So, but people, oh, that's the whole world. No, it wasn't. 2,000 years ago, they had no idea. So you have to take these things into account. Well, but that's not what the Bible, look, the Bible does not include Florida. I'm just saying, it does not include the Bahamas. It just doesn't. Okay. So it doesn't include, Alaska or California or, Peru. So that means there were native peoples who understand who the Great Spirit was and still is, that all of our connections, our connection with Mother Earth, our connection with each other, and that we're all connected in these ways. And to me, that was a much better place to be. So, yeah, a lot of folks went out hunting this weekend. That's true. But anyway, so I am here to kind of shake a few things up, but at the same time to try to narrow down where your belief should be. So believe in angels. Don't worry about what their names are. Believe in spirit guides that will help you. And if your intent is pure, then and here's the thing about intuition. If you hear a voice in your head that says do this, and your intuition is going, oh no, oh no, I can't do this. Now, there were times when I had my little visions early on. I was like, no, I really don't want to do this. And sometimes you have to have the faith, and sometimes you need a little kick in. For me, I needed a little kick in the pants. And and it took me a while to have faith to do this, right? So, but each of us have got our own breaking point. We've got our own history, our own path, our own stuff. But regardless of whether or not you do a YouTube video, or you go out preaching in the street or whatever, for yourself, understand that all these other things are distractions. Do you believe in the main things? Yes. Is your intent good? Yes. Do you live by the law of one, where you don't want to do any harm? Yes. Then, okay, what you worried about? But they say I need to belong to the church. Catholics say if I'm not, okay. But do you believe in your heart that you're still close to the source? You still believe? Do you still feel love in your heart? Then the angels are with you. The spirit guides are with you. Well, if you've lost love in your heart, then somebody else is hanging around with you. You know what I'm saying? So if you know that something doesn't feel right to your heart, that's the angels having a conversation with your intuition. That's your higher self in the universe going, maybe not. You shouldn't do that. Don't drink that last beer. Don't try to drive home. You know, I mean, just that. So who's looking out for us? Somebody is, you know. Drunks and babies, you know, the angels are look out for for drunks and babies. There's some expression back in the day. Yes, Maverick, we are the church. Didn't Jesus say he was coming for his people outside of the church first? I can't remember that one, Barry. But here's the thing. What they wrote down that Jesus said may not be what Jesus said. Just saying. So there's some of these quotes that I look at them and I go, but, and I can't tell you where, but in reading the Bible over the years and stuff, it seemed like Jesus was contradicting himself. I don't know, Barry. Honestly, I can't remember. But to those folks, you know, he was preaching, do you need to go, do you need to go to the temple? Which was, that's how all them folks made their money, right? Tips and this and that. And that was one of the things that Jesus, he gave to the poor and he fed people. He didn't ask people to feed him. But what Peter did after he was dead was he started taking 10% from everybody to, quote, keep the church alive. And Jesus where was Jesus that said, hey, we all got to chip in 10% because I need traveling money. So that right there was taken out of context from Jesus. They invented it, but because they said that, upon him build the church, then so whatever Peter said, they assumed was what Christ meant. And not the same, just saying. And there is some evidence and stuff that's out there, and when people start seeing it, they're going to have to make the decision. I checked the passage where he went into the temple and flipped the merchant tables. Yeah, and people think that he was pissed off about, he was pissed off that they were selling animals to be sacrificed to God. And he was like, nah, that was his biggest thing. And they were making money off of the peasants, you must sacrifice a dove if you've committed this sin, or you got to sacrifice a goat. So people, that walked 50 miles couldn't bring a goat. So they bought a goat in Jerusalem or whatever. So this was a big money deal back then to them. And it wasn't just the temple. It was the whole premise of buying to sacrifice to God. And he's like, no, no. So people say, well, Jesus was pissed off at the Pharisees in the temple. Yeah. But do you know why? Well, because they were, because. Okay. But if you stop and think about what he was trying to change, was the sacrifice of the animals were supposed to be a person's blood. I'm sacrificing this animal in place of a human being, okay, like Abraham and his sons, right? Oh, come on, son, we're going up on the mountain. And while he's sharpening his knife, hey, Pops, what you going to do with that knife? Oh, nothing, son, going to show you a trick or two, and it's like, so this idea that, quote, sacrifices, especially bloody sacrifices, had to be made in order to appease God. And Jesus was like, but it ain't like that, So how many people today, we have everything within the Catholic Church is a sacrifice. Well, you have to make this sacrifice for Jesus. Really? Does Jesus really want us all on our hands and knees in sackcloth and whipping ourselves and go, oh, I am a sinner, or I'm a, you know, really? No, the church invented that. See, not Jesus. Okay, the church did. And so we have to give penance. Well, if you do something bad, you ought to do some penance. But going into church and saying a Hail Mary ain't necessarily the right penance. You should go to the person and make amends. You know what I mean? I mean, make penance. If you harm someone or whatever, you go apologize to them or take them out to dinner or something. I mean, do something, you know, positive. Well, no, go to church. Just go sit in a pew and say, you know, 2 glory bees and Our Father and, you know, 6 Hail Marys. Where they came up with these numbers for prayers, I didn't know if they got a little book and go, well, you know, this is a Hail Mary thing. Okay, all right. So the angels and demons and entities and stuff, and it's in the dark and we can't see it, so it must be evil. Well, can good spirits like be invisible to our eyes as well? Well, yeah, but you know, them evil spirits and all. But okay, but can the angels? Now, I talked about the 3 days I spent on the river. When I was, you know, it was the end of the first day, second day, where I could not move. It's hot, and I'm literally laying in this ditch, like up on the bank between some palmetto bushes. It was the coolest place I could find. Right, it was so hot. And I saw myself lift up, and there was an entity on either side of me walking me through the woods. And I went, oh, holy crap, there I go. Is this it? You know? And one of the spirits turned around and said, you're okay. You know, we got you. And then I don't remember anything for a while. I mean, like a while. So, but in my realm, yes, these spirits do exist. Can we see them? We can see them with our spirit self. Can we see them with our own eyes? Some people can. My friend Marcia could see ghosts. You know, she could see other entities in the other realms. And, you know, she's one of the ones that help, you know, like, you know, there's some, you know, there's a bunch of folks like right over there. See if you can take a picture of them kind of thing. And not so light beings talk too, Barry, but to the point though, there are so many things in the universe. It's only this 3D reality. It's our reality that has to have a name for everything. We have to be able to classify it. It has to have a hierarchy. We can't just accept that, wow, there are good spirits in the world. And wow, we can just, you know, I could just look up and imagine there are billions and billions just in this area of beings. And a lot of them are really good, you know. And if I just ask, they don't have to enter me, but they can kind of come next to, hey, Dave, you know, be careful, don't step on that snake, you know, or hey, Dave, you know, put on your safety helmet. Or Dave, you know, check your tires before you go on a long trip. Or Dave, there all these little things that will come into you and you go, you know, I forgot about that. Oh, thanks for reminding me, whoever that was, you know. So is it our intuition? Is it spirit guides that are hanging around? Is it an orb in the house that's been listening to you and they go, your keys are on the table, you know, and you go, where did I put my freaking, and you go, oh, the keys are on the table, because you stop and listen instead of frantically look everywhere and say, wait a minute, where are my keys? Okay, let me put a locator on it. And it pops in your head, they're on the table. So was that you remembering, or was it a local entity that said, psst, Hawkeye, your keys are on the table? Was that your guardian angel? It could have been somebody just in the neighborhood going, keys are on the table, you know. So, but for those of us who follow our instincts and who have learned to follow our instincts more, we know if something's going wrong. We just know intuitively this ain't the right way. So do I need a Bible to tell me it's right or wrong? Do I need something else? No, the feeling says this ain't right. Whatever this is in my head, it's whoops. need to slow down and don't let, well, I hate these people. I just want to blow up their bus, or no, stop it. Well, I hate them because, stop it. You know, take a deep breath, and, you know, I'm really pissed off right now. I need some help from the universe. Anybody nearby that can help calm me down? I mean, seriously. Well, my spirit guide's busy, and the angel, he's on duty somewhere. So anybody local that'll just help me calm down, because I'm really pissed off about this thing right now. So that's asking the universe kind of thing, right? But do you have faith in it? Do you think it's there? Do you see its potential? Do you say, well, I don't know. Well, but for me and for others, and, for some folks, I mean, it does take years to really grasp what's going on. And don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Believe, 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 believe. And it may not come today or tomorrow, but if you have faith in it, it will come to you. So other entities in the universe, there's all kinds that we can't see. Some of them look the weird and gooey and like, ew, what's that? And they're really quite loving and so forth. But our 3D reality has taught us that, pretty things are pretty and ugly things are ugly, right? When sometimes that buxom blonde is a real fucking bitch. Just saying, and some little old homely person over here is loving and beautiful and all that kind of thing. Beauty's only skin deep kind of thing. So you say, well, here is this beautiful person, and they're actually really nasty inside. So what's that outside? Judge a book by its cover. Oh, she's beautiful, skin deep, and the rest of her is a piece of shit. Now, I'm not picking on anybody, but you know what I mean. So, but this idea that, if you look pretty, that you are, or great, or that you're better, or no. But see, society puts that in our heads, and it's like, for some dumb reason, I watched Shrek 2 about a week or so ago. I was just bored and I turned it on. It was raining outside, like, let me see. And it was interesting in that his wish was, and as Rumpelstiltskin did it, is that he never existed. So she was never saved from the tower, and then she grew up differently, and so wow, things turned out differently. But when it came right back down to it, regardless of the story, what it came back down to was love. It was listening and believing in your heart. And Shrek was like, we're meant for each other. And she was like, no, I'm going to kick your ass across the room again. But the idea of it, that at the end of it, I was watching and I was like, this is really moving, in that he's like, listen, I've loved you before, and just give it a chance. And, I know down deep inside that you love me. And she was like, no, but at the same time, she was having this conflicted feeling. The conflicted feeling was her intuition. Her intuition said, there's something about this guy, even though I've never met him or whatever, there's something about this other ogre thingy. And, but she would listen to it. And, he was trying to get Donkey to help, the drill. But to the point, though, he was like, he believed enough. From my point of view, his belief was so strong that she had to believe him. He was like, Fiona, but we're meant for each other. Fiona, and I love you. And I'm there. And she goes, I don't know who you are. And where were you when I was trapped in the tower? And where was this and this and that? But, I love you. Feel it in your heart. And so it's like, yeah, it's a cartoon, but at the same time, we have to feel what's in our heart. And sometimes what we feel in our heart is not what we think the other person's feeling. The other party can lie a lot. And for me, I tried my best with my last marriage. I was not going to get divorced. I had made a promise. And this woman was just so weird and out there and doing stuff behind my back. I was like, can't deal with this no more. She was telling lies about me. She told lies about people. I mean, about me to other people. And it was just like, I never did her any harm. So all the love that I had for her did not counteract whatever it was that was going in her head, that she didn't love me the same way. So, until I found, until I was getting sick all the time and found out she was trying to poison me, I was like, I just really didn't think any of this kind of thing could exist. But everybody, oh, Cheryl this, and oh, she's so beautiful, and yeah, she was a real nasty piece of work on the inside. And just what a shame, right? Because she put forth this, to everyone else. But anyway, cooler than Prince Charming, yeah. But that little bit of speech at towards the end, where he finally convinces her to, like, just believe for a minute, just let your heart believe for a minute, and then when she did, everything changed. So in life, though, sometimes, now it's not a Shrek movie, but in life sometimes, and it may not necessarily be our mate, but there are people in the world that deserve our love. And I have met so many of you, like Michelle sends me a picture of her smiling or something like that, and I can, in my head, I see her smiling, but to get a picture, it's like, that's a cool, and not that I'm having a bad day, but it lifts my day. When somebody sends you a cool message or a thing or something, it lifts your spirits, right? So there are people in the world that you've never met that love you, especially if you allow them. So in this, and me, myself, and I, and my birthday coming up, I'm sitting here with a box that y'all got together, however it was, and sent me a birthday gift or gifts, and it's sitting in this box, like right here by my feet. And I'm gonna do my best to not open it until Friday, which is my birthday. So, but I have looked at it and, like, I really want to open it, see what's in it, but I kind of sort of made a promise. But anyway. So for me, this is my point about this. I never expected a gift from any of you all, because you all give me a gift every day, in that you have subscribed to the channel. You seem to be my friends. We share things, we talk, you hang out with me, we laugh, we giggle, and that is like the coolest thing in the flipping world, to me. And then when um, Teresa, kind of sort of warned me. She goes, "There's a package coming for you." And I was like, "Really?" "Yeah, it's birthday. We want to see if you get." And I was like, "Oh." So for the last few days, I'm like, these people have never met me except for being online. And for whatever reason, I love you all. I really do. Got together and I have this box here of gifts for my birthday. Never expected it. Never. I say I never wanted it. I mean, I don't want to put that on somebody, like, look, if my birthday's coming up, what you going to get me? I don't want to be that, And so, like I told my, we weren't officially married, but my daughter's mother, she called me up yesterday and we had a chat. And she goes, I'm pretty sick. She'll be 65, I think, this year, which is in October, right after my birthday. We're both Libras. But in that, she was like, I got a heart condition and this and that and breathing, I'm on oxygen. And she goes, there are people that are dropping, that are younger than me. And I'm like, yeah. So as we were having the chat, she goes, well, what do you want for your birthday? I said, I pretty much already got it. She goes, what's that? And I said, the fact that I'm still alive. But we, knew each other back when I was not quite a teen, but barely out of being a teen. I think I was 20. And, so here we are all these years later, and we're still friends, and can still have conversations. Our beliefs are similar, but, we can still chat on the phone. And after all these years, with other wives and husbands and whatever, after all these years, we can see through all that. And by the way, her name is Teresa too, but anyway, not related, but she was like, here I am, I say, well, how you doing? She goes, well, I'm getting by. But she goes, these other people have died and they're younger than me. And this person and that person. And she goes, I just wonder why I'm kind of still here. And I go, look, don't complain. Well, I hurt my this and I can't do yeah, but you're still here, right? Yeah. Well, then be happy because I am. I really want to get on the river, but it really is too flooded. But as soon as the water comes down, I'm going kayaking. Is it on my birthday or the day? No, but it's going to be soon. I hope the water goes down. But anyway, but to the point though, I'm just so happy I'm here. So as far as a present, um, my neighbor calls up this evening. Hey, Dave, what you doing Saturday? I said, right now, nothing. She goes, well, we want to invite you over to our house. We're going to have a cookout for your birthday. And I just wanted to let you know before I planned anything. I did not ask them to have a party for me. I haven't asked anybody to do anything for me on my birthday. I have put it out there that some of you chicken shits need to go kayaking with me. I want to go share the river and the outdoors, but as far as me really, accepting a gift from someone, I there was the farthest thing from my mind that anybody's going to send me a goodie box for my birthday, or that my neighbor friends are going to have a party for me because I live by myself and no family. I know she feels sorry for me, so they want to have a party for me for my birthday. But should I say, well, no, I'm okay, or should I say, okay? Part of me wanted to say, nah, that's all right. But they want to do the party for me. So do I tell them no? Do I say, no, it's not even bad? Do I do this? Or, do I offend them and say, nah, I just want to stay home? Because in my heart, I was like, well, I don't want anybody to go into any trouble on my behalf, you know? So I just, well, we're going to do some stuff, but and I'm thinking in my head, they're going to go to me extra whatever because they know it's my birthday and they want to do something special for me for my birthday. And it's like, but I didn't ask for it. You know what I'm saying? But there it is. Some of my friends up in Tifton, up there, they're like, I talked to them on the phone before I did this show. And they're like, well, your birthday's Friday, right? Well, we want to come and take you to dinner or something. We're going to come down and pick you up. We're going to drive you to Moultrie and we're going to go out and do and whatever. And if you need to pick up anything in town, we're going to come get you in for the day and whatever. And we're going to, take you out to eat somewhere. I'm like, should I say, no, that's all right. I don't really want to. Or do I go, or do you accept it? So this year I'm like, that this is interesting. I've had offers and things from, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm very humbled and very surprised in that it's not what I expect. I never expected anything. So to the universe, in my world, I just do what I do. And then when folks send me presents or want me to do something on my behalf, I go, wow, that's my universe paying me back, right? Because some of this stuff has just happened within just a couple of hours, okay, today. So in that, it's been kind of busy where I'm like, I didn't expect this. They're going to make a party and they're going to do this. Or other people they want to take me to town. Oh my God. I just thought me and Duggar was going to be hanging around for the weekend, and we were going to have nice weather. It's going to be cool on Thursday night, Friday morning, and cool this weekend. My prayer was answered from the universe that it was going to cool down some, so I could go outside and build a fire, and and mosquitoes would be too cold to want to fly, and it would So to me, I already got my birthday present. The weather's changing. To me, I'm going to, unless I kick off in the next couple of days, I'm going to still be here. I'm still going to be alive. I'm still going to be able to walk. You know what I'm saying? I feel blessed just that simply. And yet there are all these other wonderful things coming that are already here. There's a box sitting here, that I promised I would open online and do just a separate video about the box of presents that folks sent me for my birthday. But see, I know I've been talking about it a lot, but when I was talking to my sister and my, Teresa down in Florida. It was all about this year. It's just, it ain't about the birthday. It's about the fact that I'm still alive. And I'm just so proud to be here. And what can I do to make it better so that I'm still here next year? And not to get presents, that my presence is still here next year, you know? So it's like, I can say a couple of years ago, I was really depressed. I'm getting old. I don't have much time left and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, to be able to change this around and look at it, wow, I'm here another year and I'm still walking, I'm still talking. Yeah, not quite as much as I used to, but I'm still here. You know, that's, to me, that's what's important, especially, you know, next year will be number 70. Hey, Paul Joe. Thank you. Thank you. I try to be positive. You know, I talk about some stuff that, you know, kind of leans the negative way, but it's my job, as it were, to try to show that there are two sides to everything, or maybe multiple sides to certain things. But anyway, thank you, Paul Joe. In my meditation, I always ask, you know, make sure that you know, them folks up there ain't lying to me. And as many of you probably already know, some of the message and things I've talked about, they seem to be pretty right on with some of the stuff that they're, you know, downloading and showing me and so forth. And I, you know, if I ever get any bad information, I will let you know and say this was bad. Hey, David, Isby said, thank you, David. Isby on the road. I'm assuming. I talked to him the other night on the phone, and I think he was heading out from Kentucky again. So, but anyway, but so I thank you all in advance for the presents and the well wishes and everything. But my discussion about my birthday was not that people would send me something. It really wasn't. It was more me grappling with, holy crap, this year just seems different in a good way. But, you know, so, but on Friday, I guess I can quit talking about my birthday. It'll be a past tense. I'll be talking about, you know, being 70 next year. So, but anyway. But we got a 20 coming up here in like 5 minutes. So, you know, I'm going to try not to make this a long video. I was on with Robert earlier and Lucky Stone. And there are times when I bring something up and the message in my head will be so strong. And my side of my brain will be going, ain't this going to piss some people off? You know, and it's like, and sometimes you just have to go, hang on a minute. You know, it's this thing about the angels. So some people say, well, I talk to different angels all the time. Okay, I'm not going to say you're not, okay? But there are people who are struggling. And my point is, focus on yours. And if somebody else comes along and you get used to it and you know what it means, okay. But for those people who are struggling to just hear one decent voice that they can rely on, you know, I kind of sort of say, well, this is for you guys, gals, folks, in that, you know, pray about your own versus trying to find out their names or somebody else in the universe. Because most assuredly, each one of us has got some kind of spirit guide or angel or whatever it is. Each one of us has got one. Now, I have speculated to myself, I may have mentioned it to y'all, that I think the angels are actually us. It's our higher self. So my guardian angel is really me. It's my attachment to the other side that I never really left. I entered this body, but there's part of me that's still connected to the universe. And that's the guardian angel part of me, or maybe it's a spirit guide. But to the point though, so the other person sitting at the table playing cards is a true angel spirit guide. But my higher self is the connection that makes it so I'm connected with my higher self angel that's also connected to a spirit guide angel. You know what I'm saying? So I'm getting the information myself, but I'm getting confirmation with a, my partner, in that. But so we love it. You said that a bit ago. Were you talking to me? It doesn't matter. But to the point. Thank you all. But so I'm the older I get, it seems like one of them, spirit guide angel, one of them is my higher self. And the more I understand it and believe it and allow it and trust my higher self, it helps to guide me. So spirit guide, well, then the angel guide, however you do. Thank you, Witch Moon. I went through a period of time where I was watching Dante a lot several years ago, and he did a couple of videos that triggered me. And I swear to God, I was having this dream, and I could feel me flapping my wings. And I woke up the next day going, how the hell did I do that? What muscles are there that you do your wings? Because I mean, you do your back and this kind of thing. And I was like, I really felt at whatever it was that had triggered me, and that I could, there've been many times when I have been flying in my astral body and stuff. When I was a kid growing up, I had a magic pillow. So, but this was absolutely totally different. I could feel the muscles in my back when I woke up, how tired. There were these two spots in my back. I was like, what the hell? And so, but there was some experience where it felt like at some point, somewhere, and I don't necessarily mean like, and maybe a previous life, maybe, I don't know. It's 4:20. Thank you. Time to light up. Yes, it is. It's 1:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So whether or not I am a true angel, but I do know that I have a spirit side. And I do know that I will go into the spirit when I leave this realm. Those are all things that I absolutely firmly believe. But when I get to the other side, I'm going to keep an open mind about what an angel is. If I stay in here, well, angels are this or this or this or this, I might be sadly mistaken when I get to the other side. So, but anyway, smoke up you got them, fire in the hole. And not in my hole, by the way. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got weed in my tummy and I feel like a smoking more. Hey, Fox, how are you? So, but anyway, in all of this, people make the hierarchy and angels and spirit guides and stuff so complicated. And so, well, what about this? What about that? Can you just believe that they're there? Well, but they got to be of this, or they're going to look like that. Yeah, maybe not. And if you want to believe that they look like this, you go for it. But the thing is, though, is that how do you see a ghost? How do you see a spirit? Now, I've seen entities, spirit kind of thing. So, I mean, in my mind, but to the point, though, how do you see them? Well, they don't exist. They don't. Yeah, they do. So, but you can't see them. Just because you don't see them don't mean they're not, that it doesn't exist. Okay. So are there angels flying over me right now? Maybe. I know the guys upstairs or gals or people are, they're I think they're playing gin rummy tonight. But in that though, if I start to get into trouble, whatever, my intuition kicks in and says, hang on, brother, are you sure you're going to be doing that? Going through it, but I'm on a good mindful space, good moonlight. Good. Same to you, Fox. And we want to share that energy and share our energy with you to a positive side, because when you look up at the moon, doesn't it make you feel spiritual in a way, Fox? Just saying. So do we need religion though to make us feel what the moon shine does to us when we're sitting outside and looking up at it? It's spiritual, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the Bible or the Quran or anything. That's my point. The spirit of things are all around us, and looking at the full moon and looking at the this, and man, ain't it great, you know? Ain't it grand for the universe? Ain't it grand that we can all believe? Yes, absolutely. That moon looks gorgeous tonight, unless you can't see it and it's cloudy. But you know, through some of the clouds we got down here, it's a beautiful moon tonight. So we can share it. We can share that joy, but at the same time, we're not worshiping the moon. You know, we're giving thanks that it's there. We're giving thanks that it looks beautiful. And we're giving thanks that, you know, all the people that it's alive and well and, you know, that can take that moon energy, whatever. Oh, God, don't get me started on the moon energy. There are some folks that go into this moon thing and you're going to feel this and the moon's going to make you do that. And the moon's going to this and the moon's affecting you and the moon's going to this. And I used to listen to that stuff now. And I realized that some of these folks are like, uh, uh, it's, are you serious? You know, that the moon, well, this full moon's going to do this, and you're going to feel like that, and the energy, and at the end of it, I look back and I go, I didn't feel any of that. Oh, but that's what they, you know, that's what the moon's going to do for me. Nah, you know, I think that, you know, the moon this month is, you know, the harvest moon or the this moon or whatever, and you know, through history it's like this, and okay, but the whole, but you know, everybody that's a Libra is going to feel like this, and everybody that's going to be a Leo is going to feel like this, and everybody that's a Virgo is going to feel like this, and people look around and go, what? Okay, so but anyway, um, they try to go into too much detail, is my point. And the finer the detail you get, the more mistakes you're going to make. And so if they're trying to talk to me about, you know, the moon signs and this, that, and the other thing, all this extra detail to me, I'm sitting, yeah, I'm a Libra. Yep, I'm 2 days in. The 23rd is, you know, the end of Virgo. 22nd, 23rd, 22nd actually. And so, but then I'm the 24th, so I'm the second day into Libra. I barely made it. I'm on the cusp, you know. And I've had a lot of Virgo tendencies over the years, and Libras and Virgos do not get along. So if you're on the cusp, it's been nothing but a nightmare. And Libras are supposed to be balanced. So, you know, next month on the 6th, be calm. Well, yeah, next month, that's Libra too. That's more in the middle of Libra, but um, Friday will be the first, depending, will be the first full day of Libra. Now I don't know if my friend Dale Betcher is still alive, but he was born literally 2 days earlier than I was. Now I was born in Ohio and he was born in Georgia. But his birthday was on the 22nd, mine's on the 24th. I have another friend that we both knew, Miss Kathy. Um, Her birthday is on the 23rd. So we had a ball for 3 days way back in the day. So I send out birthday wishes to folks around, you know, my pops was on the 19th, the 22nd will be Dale's, the 23rd is several people's birthday, but Miss Kathy, you know, and the 24th will be mine. But, you know, one of the things that I've always thought was interesting in my life about the 24th was that it was the same date that Jim Henson was born. And I did not know this until later. I think after he perished, uh, but and I was already doing puppets, so I did not know that there was any kind of like link, if there is a link. But the fact that, you know, the same date, I was a traveling puppeteer. He did the Muppets and everything, you know. And I didn't try to copy him. I did my own thing. And the last thing I wanted to do was to copy Jim or anybody else for that matter. It was one of the reasons why I did marionette puppets, because wasn't many people doing marionettes, still aren't. So, but this idea, so, everybody else is doing hand puppets, so I'm doing marionette puppets. So, yes, I'm a puppeteer, but I was in a different vein in thinking from hand puppets and that kind of thing. Not that there's anything wrong, don't get me wrong, but the fact that I was into puppetry due to the Howdy Doody show back in the days in the 50s with black and white and all, Clarabelle the clown and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so I got fascinated as a kid about it. So, but the fact that my birthday's on the 24th, yes, I do, Witch Moon, I do. I've got hand puppets, marionette puppets, total right around 150 puppets and other stuff. Oh, good. I might turn into a pumpkin. Okay, I'm going to take another hit and see if that thinking works. Yeah, I swear that one of these nights I'm going to get out one of my cases of puppets and I'm just going to do nothing but, because my dear friend Marcia, who passed away, um, she helped make a bunch of these puppets. She went with me on many of the trips. I mean, to Tennessee and other places. We traveled together. She sat and made puppets. She took pictures. She worked with the kids. I mean, and my partner in crime has passed away this year. And so and I thought about this, but with summer being hot and all this kind of stuff, it has really slowed my nappy ass down, But the weather's turning. I say my attitude's turning. There's just been a lot of other things that have been on my mind other than puppets. But my trip to Ohio and meeting the family, and I feel very settled in everything after all this. So it's kind of sort of like I'm being reborn again, because so many things this year have happened with the death of certain people and sicknesses, but at the same time in meeting family members that I've never met before, in all of my 69 years. Well, but they're younger than me, but you understand what I mean. So, but being the oldest, and for some reason it was very moving and everything, but at the same time, now after it's gone, the little secrets about things that used to me, well, I look at this and I wonder, now I look at things and I go, I know. I know what the story is now. I don't really have any questions. They're all been settled or answered. So all the little questions and things that have bothered me for years about adoptions and parents and this and that and family, it's all out. It's all out of the way. All the questions were answered. So that whether, not that it was on my mind all the time, but in the back of my mind, it was on my mind all the time, because the questions hadn't been answered. But now that they've all been answered, it ain't there. There's nothing there about any. It's all been. I think about my brothers, and I was like, wow, that was really great. We played music, and wow, my sister, she was really great, and wow, my other sister, and now, so I have really fond memories of, because of vacation, versus wondering what these people are like, wondering what their lives were like, and wondering. Now I know. So in a lot of ways, things have been settled that have never been settled in my life, and now, so I'm kind of like. It's just interesting that it's settled. It's just, wow. I hadn't realized that it really was kind of bothering me, even though I wasn't thinking about it. My subconscious was thinking about it. So, wow, my subconscious ain't got to think about it no more. So, So it's taken the last couple of months for me to kind of get used to. It's a good feeling, but it's different. because there isn't this gnawing of what something is missing. You know, Anyway, to my friend that I was talking on the phone today, he has come off of his crazy meds, and Paxil or whatever. I don't know. I don't know, but to the point, as many of us have talked about, I've come off of my crazy meds and this and that, and well, you're bipolar and whatever. I just got away from that. Do I still have my little seizure thingies? Yeah. Do I still? Yes. Do I have? But I'm 69 and I've had like 25 head concussions, and the fact that I can walk and talk, and I am drooling a little bit out the corner of my mouth at older age, but um, and I don't know why. You just kind of extra goo in the corners of your mouth there. But anyway, um, so it's a newness it's a good feeling, but it's different. So I think I'm trying to get over the fact that I don't have something gnawing at me in my subconscious. That's just different, right? So, but at the same time, what I thought was important before I went on vacation, I've gotten home and I've looked around and went, that shit ain't no more important than the man in the moon. So I've reconsidered what I thought was like, well, I gotta have that, or that's really important, or this or that. And now it's just like, So in all of this of having things settled, having my point of view changed, like, wow, why are we keeping all this shit? Why aren't we throwing more of this away? Why aren't, so, my focus hasn't necessarily changed, but it has a different, I don't know. I still haven't figured it out, but it's different. It's good. It's just different. So, and as the brain changes, and of course, different weeds will make you do different things. Uh, some will put you back in your chair, and others will make you want to take a Sunday drive. Hint, hint. So, but anyway, I love you all. I'm not going to keep you all up all night long. But yeah, Witch Moon, I still have the puppets. And it's one of the things that I was wondering, I would really like to be able to donate them to someone. The puppeteers, Smithsonian, somebody, give them to a museum, give them to somebody that would use them, or, whatever, because they're all handmade and made of recycled materials and stuff like that. And, hopefully before I pass, it may be that I gift them to people. If somebody is seriously wants to use them, and, whatever, not just have them as a toy, but use them, then if I'm not going to use them and can't use them, then in my lifetime, I have given these things life. And so I would hate for the puppets to die with me. I would like for them to live on, not necessarily in any kind of remembrance to me, but as the puppet themselves, that somebody else would find, because people have given me puppets and I have brought them to life, and so, but to have just sit on a shelf and not do anything, if someone can use it or tell stories with it, or should use it as some kind of a, because I taught it as science, because marionette puppets require balance, and how you make the controls, and how you lift the puppet to have the puppet do certain things. And for me, I usually had a puppet in each hand, so it was very important for me that I could make some of the, like grandpa's hair would stand up. And so I had to be able to do that with one hand, left hand or right hand, and I had to learn how to do that. But in tightening the strings and making the crossbars, there's a science to it. It is the truest example of, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, because when you lift up one end of it, the puppet raises his hand, and the opposite reaction is the other hand goes down, and so you can lift a leg and an arm on the same side, but the other two would go down because of the way the controls are made. So it's not just about a puppet or about the, quote, the theater part of it. there is the mechanics of the puppet. A hand puppet, you just stick it on your hand and there you go. So there is no mechanics about it. But a string puppet, a marionette puppet, and the more complicated you get, the more strings and they get tangled. There's a lot that goes into this. And so it's not just about a puppet. So I created a Tin Man out of some cardboard and some plastic, and and we did the Wizard of Oz. I mean, officially, it was paid for at a school. We did a complete puppet show of the Wizard of Oz, and it was a flipping blast. It was really fun, and because the Wizard of Oz is always, I was in it twice way back as a young kid and young adult. And then to be able to do it, with puppets, with music and the whole 9 yards, it was great. Never was coordinated enough, but listen, there are a lot of people who say they weren't very, coordinated until I handed them a puppet and showed them the basic mechanics, and they allowed themselves to work it. Well, and all of a sudden your hand starts working and the puppet comes alive. There are so many people that said they couldn't do it that afterwards. My dear friend that started out with me years ago, he passed away years ago, but one of the things he said, "Damn it, David," he said, "I will always hate you for this." And I was like, "Hoyt, why?" He goes, "Because I never thought I'd love puppets until I went and did them with you." And we did theater together. I really miss his soul, but in a way, because he started out doing the puppets with me, that there's a part of Sandy, his nickname was Sandy, but Hoyt, there's a part of Hoyt that's in these puppets, and I can still hear his voice in a couple of the characters because we did the shows live. And, so there were times when we came up with stuff and this, that, and the other thing, but I have a very human-like doggy. Oh, I'm sorry. Rufus is speaking, doggy and kitty. Yeah, I bet you he is talented, David. But anyway, so one of these days soon, as the weather cools off, honest, though, a lot of my stuff is up there in a trailer, and it's so hot. There's no electricity up there, and I just can't be up there. But now that the weather's cooling down, I got to get up there because we've had so much rain, and I don't want the puppets to mold and whatever. And so I got to get them out, or they'll be lost. And this winter with the heater down here and everything, and all the sunlight, and having more of a clear floor than I've had previously, being able to set up the camera. I might not be able to do it live, but live and record it, and then upload the video. Same to you, SB. Hey, that way. How you doing? You had a cowboy? I was in a play that was written by a local writer, and I used to work for him and his wife at their radio station. And I've been in several plays that he's directed and written. Was it Della's Diner? I think it was Della's Diner that we did. And in that, little Joey was the little kid from, this, and I just happened to be the Reverend, right? And so little Joey, and they wanted a little boy to do this, but, it was very difficult and had to be young and all that. So I made this puppet using like a 4-year-old's pair of pants, and he's life size to that, right? And his face is made out of cloth. I tried different things, but his eyes had to light up or something, right? So I had some Christmas tree lights that run off of batteries, and I put one was a red light and one was a green light, and for his eyes, and put him in and everything, and he had hair in his arms, so I could stand him up when we were talking about him and move his arms enough and articulate him just enough, just by holding on to his back, that it gave him life. And so people were like, well, we know it's a puppet, but he's kind of like lifelike. Well, Joey was possessed. Okay. So that just gave more credence to the puppet looking a little weird. But when it came time for Joey to be weird, all you had to do was in the back of his back was flip this little switch, which turned the lights on in his eyes. So they would flash the lights in the theater, so they drop all the lights on stage, and all you could see were these two eyes coming out of Joey, and it was really creepy. So I had, I was, Satan, get behind me. The devil be gone from this, from Joey. And I went into this big hallelujah speech. It was fun. And Joey was cured, and the lights went out in his eyes. And that was all part of the play. And we did it there on the table in the diner because Joey was being mean and had done all these things. And, it was his mama was the waitress, and so it was part of the thing. But anyway, I got to every night we did the performance, I got to make Joey get the demon out of Joey. Well, Joey's up in the trailer, and it's like there's not too many places I have in the house to be able to put some of these puppets, so I really need another place to put them. And if things work out right, within the next 6 months or so, I might actually have a place to work with them, but we'll see. But anyway, so Harvest Moon, absolutely. He sounds really groovy. I have a skeleton named Joey. He's from Queens. Really? Yeah, I made a skeleton puppet. But see, some of the puppets that I have made are made from cow bones, noses and jaws and things and stuff. And one of my really evil puppets, Mordak, which after I named him all these years ago, there's like a Mordak kind of thing that's a Marvel comic or more. I was like, wait a minute, that's the name of and I was like, well, hang on, I've been using this character and doing this Halloween thing where Mordak takes it's one day a year on Halloween, when all the spirits are roaming, that Mordak can do this spell. And he's tried it for 99 years in a row. And this year he thinks he's going to get it right, which you don't. But that's the premise of this story, right? So I'd written this story, it's been like 25 years ago. I've written this story, maybe closer to 30, as if I sit down. 20, it is closer to 30 years. But to the point, though, I've had this character all since the 80s, right? Mordak. So then I see on TV, there's a cartoon of Mordak, and I'm like, hang on, spelled differently, but really close. He wants to take over the world. Doesn't look the same, but I was like, now I knew about Stan Lee and Marvel Comics, but I didn't know about the character. I developed this character on my own. Then how come they're both evil? How their both names are Mordak? But the reason I used it was a play on the words of more of that. He always wanted more of that, more Dak, and it got bastardized. But this other thing where there's this, and I'm like, wait a minute, people are going to swear that I copied the name and the character in some ways. And I did all this on my own. This was my invention, my puppet, my story. And there are people who are still around that would say, yeah, he's been, it's been named Mordak since forever. So, but if other people say, oh, Dave, you're trying to make off with the Marvel thing, 25, 30 years ago, sorry, dudes, but I created this character on my own without any kind of outside help, being stoned and maybe tripping on mushrooms, but I didn't steal this from anybody. I got it from the universe, but through my own, whatever. But anyway, but yeah, I've got all kinds of different characters, there's Cool Dude, he talked about don't do drugs and don't do this, and hey man, be cool and don't get mad, and then there's the little baby that's got like a a fooler, and but he talks like this all the time, it's like, hey, I'm grown up, I'm stunted, I've been smoking cigars since I was 2. This is what it'll do to you, so everybody had their own voice. But there was a big deal in Albany for many years, and I was hired by the Dougherty County Public Library system and used to make a good killing every summer going around to the different libraries. And Christmas times, I used to go to the Marine base there and do puppet shows for they'd have a Santa Claus would come in for the kids on the base, and they'd have this thing. And every year I would go and do puppet shows there at the Marine base. I mean, for 15 years in a row, I did some of this stuff. People got used to me being there but anyway, but to the point though, I loved doing it. Whether you believed in Christmas or not, they showed up and there were things and you brought joy, you brought laughter somehow into their lives, and I brought puppets that, everybody could see cartoons and 3D stuff, but to actually reach out and touch a puppet or reach out and grab a hold of the controls and work it slightly and be able to make it walk a little bit. And you go, oh, holy crap. So there's a whole different association with working with a puppet, especially a string puppet, eye-hand coordination, different things. There's a whole process that goes on that doesn't happen with digital or whatever. There's not the connection. It's not the same connection as a hand puppet, but it's close. But you have to articulate it. Your mouth has to move with your mouth kind of thing. And, you got to be able to do this. And this guy's got to keep up with you when you talk and react when it's supposed to. So I did, I showed people how to make sock puppets and how to make a mouth in a sock puppet that stays there when you take your hand out of the puppet. So it's not this thing and it just looks like a sock when you're done. No. So I've done, taught folks how to use recycled things to build the puppets with, kids in poor neighborhoods. And for example, let me tell you this little quick story. There's so many stories that I have about children that have, like my good friend up in Tullahoma that used to come and help me every year in November. And then he didn't show up that year and come to find out that he'd been, that he had had an accident and died by himself laying on the side of the road in the woods. And the effect that I had on his mother, his sisters, and I had no idea that I had this effect. But that, it's like, but anyway, so I'm doing this week's worth of shows at it's actually, they got a grant for an artist in residence is what it was. And so I was the artist in residence for a week at an elementary school up in Sylvester. Anyway, yeah, Sylvester. So half and half, black and white, So very nice people there. And the principal was a black lady, wonderful lady, And so the idea was at the beginning, they had they brought in some of the classes in the cafeteria, and I had a little chat, and I said, okay. And the principal was there, and hi, this is Mr. David Null, and he's going to be doing this. And the goal for the week is everyone will make a puppet. And here in the room is where we're going to display them and all this, right? So, okay. So during the week, I'm giving individual classes. They had it all scheduled as to how much time I would spend with the class, and we do teach them how. And there was a group of folks that I was going to meet with every day. And at the end of the week, we were going to present a show for other groups and classes, right? Which it all worked out. But so anyway, so here are these folks that are making puppets, whatever kind of puppet. They didn't have to be a string puppet. They had to make some kind of puppet. And I showed them all different kinds. And that's one reason why I have 150 different kinds of stuff, is because I wanted to be able to show people that you can make it out of anything, So, okay, long story short, it was about Wednesday, maybe, or the Thursday, because I was there for the Friday and they were going to vote, right? And I think it was Wednesday afternoon. And I'm walking through there looking at the puppets that have been, put on display. And I was like, mama help, mama help. This kid made this one by themselves. There's this one here it's just too fancy, looked nice and everything, but it was like, nah, too fancy. Mama helped with this one. Ain't no little kid, did that. So I come across this one, and somebody found out it was a young boy. There was more to the story, but so it was somebody went home and found a broomstick, and cut it up, cut it in half, and then cut it in half again to make controls. And we drilled a hole and put a screw in it, right? Very, very, used some fishing twine, right? Made this puppet. It was wonderful. Made it out of like a stiff paper, but around the knees they had folded the say they made the legs this wide, right, and this long. Well, so they folded the paper like an accordion, so it would kind of acted like a spring as it went up and down. So rather than make a joint that flexed, like I would do, this was an accordion style. And I was like, well, that's amazing. They did the elbows the same way. They did the head, right? But the trick that really kicked it was they took the tape out of a cassette tape and curled it up and gave this puppet dreadlocks. And I looked at the principal and I said, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they do. I don't know what their background is. And she looked at the name. She goes, I know exactly who this is. And I said, but this person gets an award. I don't care if it's first, second, or third, or whatever, or a special award. This person right here, whoever made this, is showing, of all these other puppets, true ingenuity, true, artistic, go in the backyard and find something and make a puppet. And this person did it. She goes, well, he's been thrown out of school several times. He has never, ever participated in anything school related. And as she's telling me this, I'm going, my mouth is dropping more and more. She goes, he has brought parts and pieces of a gun to school, not a full gun, didn't have any bullets, but it was like a half of a gun with the cylinder. She goes, he's been in trouble, he's been suspended. And she goes, and here he is, the first time ever participating in a school event in any way. Pumpkins, Halloween, he never participated. She goes, he's getting an award, you can bet. And so, but anyway, I didn't get a chance to meet the boy, right? But I kept up. I knew one of the teachers there, and I used to do other shows up around Sylvester, not necessarily at that school, but so I know some folks. And I found out later on, I said, you remember that kid, that one that she goes, the one that went home and cut his mama's broom's handle up. And I went, yeah. She goes, that boy straightened out. He started taking art. He quit being on the street. She goes, he went from a non-grade student, meaning zero, to C's and B's and a few A's. She goes, he turned his life around. She goes, whatever you did, it changed him. And I said, we gave him an award for using his creativity, which for whatever reason nobody's ever done for him. So people say, well, do puppets have any effect on people? In my lifetime, the stories and the people who have come to me and participated and given them credit for what they've done. I went home and Mama helped me put this together. Yeah, that's great. This kid went home and used what he found in the backyard. He was from a poor family, an old nigger shack on the edge of town kind of thing. And I mean that with the truth. There are sections in these small towns down here. They're just one row house after another. And there's, he's literally in the backyard picking through things and looking for something. And he comes up with this puppet with the ingenuity of his mind. And I was like, yeah, he gets an award. And so, but from that, having talked with the teachers afterwards, she was like, we changed that boy's life that day. And I said, he changed his own life because of his own creativity and the fact that he participated. Had he not participated, he wouldn't have got the award, and God knows. But to the point there, you say, well, that's just a bunch of bullshit. Because the reason I say this is that they don't allow these kinds of things in the schools anymore. There were several schools that once a year I would go and do a thing, and whole kids, 900 kids. I would perform 8 shows. I'd squeeze a couple in with demonstrations in between, you know, and I'd do 15-minute shows, and they'd bring in another group, and do another little 15-minute show, and they'd bring in another group, and sometimes a 30-minute show to a larger group. And I've got speakers and microphones and props and things and stuff. I mean, I've been doing this on big stages and little stages. So, but this idea that, at some point, somebody's life, for me, for example, seeing Howdy Doody and seeing, back in the day, my first puppet was made out of toilet paper rolls, you know, uh, as a little kid who didn't know how to put anything together. I figured out how to use toilet paper rolls, and later on in life, guess what? I used toilet paper rolls in an oatmeal box, brown thingy, to build my Tin Man when we did the Wizard of Oz. And so I used what I learned as a kid and made it better, and made the Tin Man. So people were like, well, with a little hot melt glue and a little bit of this and that, and you can make a Tin Man too. Save up some paper towels, or the or toilet paper roll or paper towel rolls, and cut them up. And this is what you do. And oh my God, you can make a Tin Man too. It's not made out of tin. It's sturdy, and people just are amazed. So it's like, but these are simple things. And for me, so I've had some of these puppets for 25 going on 30 years, and I still got them. Now I have to get them together and paint them and brush them and stuff like that. But as far as being durable, they're not going to dissolve or something like that. But anyway, but I've used a lot of hot melt glue and different stuff. But hang on a second, I got one over here on the shelf. Speaking of puppets, and I had my mom's Danny O'Day. He ran away. This particular puppet here, I'm trying to get him in. One of the things that I found about puppets is lighting is very difficult. But so this is a carved face out of one piece of wood, okay? And it's attached to this piece of flat wood as the body is right here. Let me see if I can turn him. See, his mouth is painted on, and it's just a flat spot there. His nose is carved out. Now, this came from Tennessee and was made in the Appalachians way back when. And can you think? You say, well, what's his clothes made out of? And the and old pillows back in those days had pillowcases, and that were stuffed with a lot of times with feathers. This was a pillow, the pillow around a thing. But anyway, the hands are carved out of little pieces of wood. And this thing was an antique when it was given to me, and it's given to me damn near 20 years ago. But so jailbird, yeah. But the red shirt says otherwise, but I can't be certain of that. But it's little feet, big ol' ass feet, pieces of wood, up here to the knee. So the string is attached at the knee so that you can. I got to get a little bit better situation here, but too many shadows. Let me back up some. So you pull this leg up. So the action reaction to the puppet is if you pull this string, his leg comes up, right? And so that's the motion, that's the action reaction. Lift the string, lift the leg, drop the string, so there's science in this. So a lot of people say, well, it's just a puppet, but it ain't. There's more to it. But this one is an antique and was made back in the 20s or 30s in Appalachia. And some folks said, this was my grandpa's and it sat on a shelf and, and I never had the opportunity because I got sick and went off the road. But this was one of the last gifts I got from one of my trips to Tennessee, and I haven't been on a trip since. But anyway, so it's just sat on a shelf here with me. But I ain't dead yet. But anyway, so this is simple, carved out of wood, painted up, and some cloth that somebody sewed together and made this puppet. So it can be so complicated, but it's a flat piece of board for his body. There's nothing in his arms except for his hands, his neck and his body. I'm not quite sure. It almost feels like it's one piece of wood carved out, but I know better. I don't want to take off the cloth because, I don't want to mess it up. But then these were, you can see where they used tacks and tacked it on the bottom of these legs that are just rudely carved. But, but this was a family thing. Somebody told stories within when they didn't have radio. And well, they did have radio back then, but, they didn't have TV and stuff, so these are things they made at home and entertained each other with, right? Telling stories. This one now is from Mexico, and these are molded faces that are made out of a composite. It's a composite, okay? These hands are, made out of plastic, but this puppet, I can tell by the age of, and I can't remember the name of what this is made out of. It's sort of like paper mache, but it's not quite. So, but this puppet here, it dates back at least 40 years. So you say, what? Yeah, man, I'm 40 years old. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, how, wow, and oh, style. Yep, that's me. But he has a painted face. And so there are molds that they make, and they put these, we got 50. Oh, we do. Thank you, Barry. I guess I'm going to have to load up one more. So now, but its basic construction is the same. The legs are just, there's nothing in the legs. The down here at the bottom, there's, that hold the feet on. So the strings are put right here. So when you drop the leg, it'll drop right. And the lighting sucks how I'm doing this. But anyway, so it gives definition to the leg, but you don't have to have, there's not anything in here at the body. So it's not really difficult, but there is a solid piece of wood here. And then this is attached at the neck here with a piece of wire and whatever. But, I've got some of these puppets up in a box that are at least 40 years old, and they are in mint condition, and they are of Cantinflas, who was sort of like the Jerry Lewis in Mexico. But now this one here, and I'm kind of ashamed to show him. He's gotten so dusty sitting back there. Shame on me. A lot of stuff I need to get more up on. But I was making a dragon, and so I've picked up cow bones and stuff over the years because I could see faces and parts and stuff just by looking at the bones laying on the ground. I'd be going through the fields looking for mushrooms and stuff and come across bones, not just cow bones, but So this here is, I wanted to make a dragon. Maybe it's better I turn the camera. So can you see a dragon in this? Bad lighting. Okay, and so his mouth worked like this. Now the strap broke, and so I have to fix this, but when I got sick, all the puppets and things that I was working on they're basically collecting dust. And shame on me, but I haven't had any place to bring them out. It takes room to set up. For many of you, I had went and helped somebody out, and they lived here for a year, and things got really cramped, and I didn't work on it then, and so I'm still trying to get back out from under some of that. I'm not. This isn't a complaint. It's just an observation. But to the point, though, um, so what I did, this top piece here is actually like the tailbone of a cow. And this goes into, where the pelvis thing is. This was part of some cow bones. And I don't know, around the knee or the hip or something like that. And that's what it looked like. But what I did was I paper mache'd over the bone and then let it dry and then peeled it off of the bone so that it's hollow on the inside. So I always told the kids, I say, you can stick your finger up there because it's hollow inside. It's made out of paper mache. But then to make it more sturdy and to give it a more rugged shape, then I've covered it with hot melt glue. So I just took a hot melt glue gun and just went all over it and covered it here and there and everything. And the same thing with this bottom piece. But they were molded from pieces of cow bone. So the name of my puppets are the boneheads because they're made from cow bones, okay, pieces of cow bone. And there were many people who came to my puppet shows because they were made out of bones, and I made no bones about it, tee-hee. They thought that I was a Satanist because I had bones on strings, and they would not attend and used to demonstrate outside the puppet, and there's 200 people and kids upstairs, and this one or two families. Oh, Mr. Null, he's got bones on strings, and he's, a demon worshiper. And anybody that's ever met me knows damn well and good that is not the case. So, but she tried to get me banned from going to the library, and other people said, we want Mr. Dave. No, you and this other lady, they're only two people, because all you can see is the bones. You don't understand that I'm teaching that I found these bones and they represented these characters. And Ima and Ur are two bonehead brothers, and there's nothing evil about them. And they're painted up with blue and yellow faces and orange and stuff, and there ain't nothing demonic about them. But because they're bones on strings, these people would go crazy. Not everybody, but people would go crazy. So you can't please everybody, even no matter how simple something is. But anyway, so in not putting the bones on strings, which are very heavy, I might add, this is heavy enough in the way it is, and it's hollow. But I have tossed this around the room. I've let kids work it and everything, and then finally one of my one of the hinges for the jaw broke, and I should have thought of that, but it worked for a long time. So, but as far as being able to make it, I use cow bone as my molding because I saw the face in the bones. Pelvic area, this is the spine right here going up, and I had to do I added a little bit of clay along here to make the ears, but then I peeled it off, like I said, glued it back together again, and then paper mache, and then put hot melt glue over the whole thing. So, yep. So lots of things you see in nature that will stimulate you to go, I see a dragon in these two pieces of bone. And somewhere I still have the pieces of bone to show the difference. But in that I use the bone as a mold to make a dragon's head, So it's like, and anybody can do this. You like it? Well, thank you. Adios, amigos. Whoever that was. Good morning. Okay, Katniss. So, but, in having this discussion, about the puppets, and I'm sorry about the poor lighting, but, I was thinking about, man, I got a couple of these like right over there, right? So, but anyway, so this is kind of sort of one of my more complicated ones as far as the technique that I used, and using the thing. But for me, it was a learning process. But also, I have shared this face and passed it around to the audience and said, look up inside it, thump it, feel what it is, see the hot melt glue. And people was like, well, didn't you want to make it smooth and all that? And I said, would it would a dragon scales and everything, would it be smooth? So in trying to give the head texture by moving the glue gun up and down and using the side of it and smearing it out, and and a little technique here and there. But here's the thing: if you look at it really up close, but that's one thing. But when you're on stage and you're doing the puppet for somebody else, then let me do so. What it looks like from here versus what it looks like from here. So the texture, you say, well, it looks crummy when you get really up close, but the texture, when it comes out, plays with the light. And you can say, wow, it looks more like a dragon. Where if you bring it up here and you go, wow, that's a bunch of hot melt glue, stringy, and it looks, there's no, yeah. But then when you take this same thing and pull it back, all those little strings and everything, it gives it definition, and it gives it, for me, it's not about the up close, which I had to break my own habit. Man, I wish this was a little bit more. But then the other side of me would kick in and says, yeah, but you have to look at it from at least 2 feet away. And what do you mean? Well, because nobody's going to be sitting right up close watching this. The closest some of the audience will be is about 2 feet. So I have to look at the character that I make, not up close, but at arm's length, and say, well, how do you look from over here? So I can, bring this puppet over here. Let's see if I can do a little bit more. So I bring the puppet, away, and versus bringing it up close. So the further away you get, and the way the different light plays on it, give us a texture. It's like it looks more. If I was trying to put scales on it, and it wasn't working for me. But doing this texturing, it was like, as I looked at it and worked it, I was like, wow, I don't need to worry about putting scales on it, because at a distance, at that 2 foot distance, there is this kind of sort of automatic, we're almost there, ain't we? 5 more minutes? Oh, I need to reload. But anyway, so when I say I've been working with puppets and stuff, I mean, I know y'all know that I just don't mean I've had 1 or 2 things. No, I've developed techniques that I've not seen anybody else use. Now, there are a lot of, I say techniques, the mold techniques and stuff like that. I could have used some, it cost more money. So I wanted to be able to do this with stuff at home. Oh, T minus. I thought it said 1 minute to 5. And I was like, what? Oh, I got it. But so the long and the short of this, though, and the more we get into the next century, the more I think that, because I've thought this for a long time, I think the hands-on tactile, meaning you can touch it, put your fingers on it, and work with it, is those folks who work with things with their hands. It's all computer. And you want to make something, you don't get out a piece of wood and carve it. No, you get something and you you do a wire mold thing with it, right? And or you do this, or you take it that, or whatever. And it's like, why not get a piece of wood or figure out another way? I mean, back in the day, we used to make molds, the sand molds, or we still use sand molds in all kinds of castings. And so Try some sand casting. I did sand casting for some of my puppets that are put up right now. I did sand castings using my thumb and fingers in the sand, wet sand, and then poured a bunch of hot melt glue in it, you know. And for many years, people would say, why didn't you do this or that? And Larry the Leprechaun is the one, and his face has got like little pock marks in it, kind of thing, from the sand. And everybody's like, well, why isn't his face smooth? And I said, well, I tried that, but the sand was an issue, and I remolded it and did it again. And I said, but when you move the puppet at arm's length, all these little blotches and stuff on his face that are the hot melt glue and how they dried in different ways, right, in the mold, it gives his face texture. It gives it character versus, well, why isn't his face smooth? There's no texture in that. So there are a lot of stuff that I'm like, in trying to make perfect, I realize perfect ain't the way. It's sometimes those defects that weren't on purpose, mind you, but when doing a sand mold and hot melt glue, you're probably going to get a kind of sort of a rough, textured outside finish kind of thing. So, but anyway, in learning about it though, and other people, there were some snobby folks from Atlanta, from the Atlanta Center for Puppetry Arts. I would never send my stuff there. I went to a thing one time and they looked at my puppets and turned their nose up and were snooty. And I was like, what's all this about? And it was like, well, your puppets aren't finished correctly. And your puppets aren't this and that. Well, their puppets were all store-bought and made with plastic machines and stuff. I molded mine in sand the old way they still cast metal that way. And to this day, and it's like, because it's the easiest thing to do, to do some of these things, and ancient and proven and all this. So I'm using old casting techniques. And these folks are buying stuff at the store and bitching about my handmade stuff because it doesn't look perfect. Anyway, so they would not have accepted this handmade, Appalachian puppet, right? Fire in a hole, everybody. So I have been a renegade in the puppetry industry as well because my stuff is a little rough around the edges. And yeah, okay, but I'm showing kids and people how they can make it at home. If you make it so perfect, then they don't see how they can make it. They'll go, I'll never be able to make that. I can't sew like that. But, some of the sewing I do ain't real good, but it has worked for 20 years on this puppet, and it gives it character. Is it spiffy and cleany and all this? No, it's handmade by some folks at home. But these puppets have character, and they have, and have been, have given literally thousands of people over the years entertainment. So you say, well, but it's not perfect and shiny. Oh, shut up. Red alert, red alert. Yeah, I'm here. 2:21 in the morning time. Here, I guess it's Tuesday morning, 9/21, 2021. This was an early birthday present, by the way. Oh, yum, yum. Oh, my goodness gracious me. But yeah, no, I know we got off track on the second half of this and talking about puppets and showing them to you and all. But I would, for a long time, I've wanted to do videos and instructions. And the last 5 years, I've gotten waylaid after all those accidents and stuff. But like I said, I'm still alive. I'm still here. I still want to do it. And, so with a little bit of luck and God's grace and me not giving up, of course, I've got so god dog many projects I got to do, and my reason for not doing the puppets is very simple. I have cluttered up what space I have, and there's no place to get them out, and they require space. And so, because they have to be able to hang so the strings don't get, I wanted to talk to you about your puppets and never asked. So thank you. Look, Witch Moon, for whatever, I'm available for chats and stuff. And uh, back in the day, I could explain to certain people, they were like, wanted to be able to teach us something. And, and this is a true story. I laughed my ass off. I did. They hired me up in Americus, Georgia, where um, Jimmy Carter lives up in there. And I'd been up to America several times. I'd given classes and done some things for the city and the library. And been up to Americas many times. A lovely place. Back then it was some very lovely people. So I got to know some people who were in charge of downtown events and things like that. So they had a thing that was called the first night, and it was the last day of the year. It was a New Year's kind of sort of celebration, and so I would be there, and for later on they would have fireworks and stuff at 12 o'clock. But before that, there were events, downtown and on the street, and there were people with candles and stuff, calling it the first night. Actually, it was the last night. But in somewhere downtown or whatever, they had a place where we were set up to do puppet shows. And so on one end of the building was me and my stuff, and at the other end was some of these other people from over around Athens or whatever. They were lovely people, but their stories absolutely sucked. So halfway through their show, all the people, because I'm waiting on the other end of the building, so all the kids had to do was just turn around. I was on this end, turn around, they were on that end. So I was very quiet and everything, and but all the kids were turned around halfway through their show waiting on me to do mine. So somebody come up and they said, you can't be distracting those folks over there. And I was literally just sitting in a chair beside the puppets. And I looked at him and I whispered and I said, they're doing it to themselves. I ain't doing a thing. I did the first puppet show. The kids were all hyper and yay and everything. And you turn it over to these folks and their puppet show is like for little kids. And they're real slow in their delivery and everything's like, as well. And the kids were like, ah, ha, ha. And they would, now you kids need to be quiet out there. They spent more time telling the kids to be quiet so they could talk than if they would have just kept on going with the show. Where unless something gets really rowdy, I just keep going, right? The kids will tell the other kids to shut up, they can't hear, right? Or a parent or something, So, but the puppeteers got involved with the audience, telling them to be quiet, to sit out, and the kids just got turned off and literally turned around and looked at me and like, come on, Mr. Dave, do us a show, please. These folks back here. I mean, they were literally telling me these folks sucked. And I was like, oh my God. But anyway, so for this event, I had went up to Americas like a month early and did this. They had me bring a bunch of stuff and whatever, and to teach how to make puppets, right? So they wanted a Chinese style of windy big mouth puppet and the Boy Scouts and the Cub Scouts or whatever were going to get inside it, and it was going to be part of the parade, right? They wanted to know how to make a simple frame that the boys could make and all this. And I said, look, so I tested several things, and I took some grapevines with me, and I twisted them in a hoop and made this head. And I said, you see this? Feel how light it is? It's very strong, and I'm tossing it around there and everything. And there's some Boy Scouts there, and they're going like, wow, Mr. Dave, this is really cool. And I said, yeah, and you can, it's if the Boy Scouts are involved, then have them go out and collect some vines and try different methods. And it's not tying. I used to be Boy Scout, right? So okay, well, I don't know. We don't really think this is. And I said, okay, so I had taken several ideas. So I took some cardboard and this, that, and the other thing. And I said, now the simplest thing to do, and I said, is light, it's sturdy, and you can make the side of the dragon whatever you want it to be. If you use uh, the grapevines, you may have a little trouble with getting the shape you want. But I thought they were just going to do one of those dragon heads that was just kind of rounded, and the body and the mouth just flopped down like this, just a big flat piece that flopped up and down, right? And whether or not the eyes worked or not, but so I said the other thing, I said the simplest maybe would just be to get some cardboard. And I was like, yeah. I said, you've seen my puppets. I said, that one's made out of cardboard. The peanut guy's made out of cardboard. I've got a crocagator. He's made out of cardboard and hot melt glue. And I said, you want something that the boys can make. It's easy. It's found materials and durable and strong and all that. I said, but you could do a lot of things with cardboard and paper mache to where, use cardboard as the frame and you make the dragon's head, whatever you want it to look like, right? Oh, well, I just think that's the dumbest idea. And I can't believe we hired you to come up here and tell us about and cardboard and this and that. And I was like, okay. So a month later, I'm up there doing the puppet shows for a different organization, but for the same night. And I'm walking the streets, after the time it was, the puppet shows were over and there was something else I was supposed to do. But anyway, so I'm walking with my son downtown just before and they're having the parade and everything. And I look outside on the street, there, and I see this big cardboard head and material and the Boy Scouts with the dragon. And out in the parking lot where we were parked, they were coming out of the parade and taking to this. And I knew one of the Boy Scouts. And I'm standing there and I go, so, hey, how did it work out? And he goes, hey, Mr. Dave. Now, the lady who was in charge of this thing was there as well, right? Now, she wouldn't look at me in the eye, but the Boy Scout tells me, he goes, that idea of cardboard really worked. And what'd you think? And we was out there because a couple of the boys had attended my training session beforehand. That was part of the deal, right? So I just snickered. I said, that lady told me how stupid I was and how dumb cardboard was and how paying me didn't do them any good and all this. And guess what? It looked like one of the designs that I did a little profile one that was about yay long, about a foot long or so, just to give them an idea of you could glue it together and you could put, you can put masking tape on it and then spray over it. You can do all kinds of stuff. Wad some toilet paper up with some glue and just stick it in, it's really easy, and then just paint it, right? And it's going to be at nighttime. This is the other thing. No, that's such a dumb idea, Mr. Dave, and blah, blah, blah. But the kids, the Boy Scouts, the three boys I remember, they were standing there going, how'd it look? And I was like, y'all did a good job. And I said, but next time you see right along this seam, I see now I wasn't putting them down, but I said, you could put some paper mache over that and gave it more character. And they were like, yeah. So I wasn't putting them down for their design, it was very rudimentary, but to the point though, while they were there, and since we had talked, I was like, but you see, if you had just taken a little bit of paper mache and did this, just saying, y'all did a good job and it worked well on the street and the parade. But yeah, Mr. Dave was a dumbass, So nobody got to know about anything. Me and them three Boy Scouts, Cub Scout, Boy Scouts. I think one was a wee below, but anyway, they knew. And the lady, she kept looking over at me and putting her head down and wouldn't talk. And I waved to her like, hi, how you doing? I'm no hard feelings, but that sumbitch was exactly what I showed him how to do. Well, see, for me, I was hired to show them, not that I was right. But in the end, you see, maybe I was right because it was the simplest way to do it, And I gave them all the instructions. But anyway, not to make my head big. As a teacher, somebody wants to hire you for your expertise, your artistic talents kind of thing. And then you give it to them and they tell you to go to hell because they think it's stupid. Because they didn't, but anyway. It's not revenge, but it's just like them for them three Cub Scout Boy Scouts. I was like, that, yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. That was my. If there's, it wasn't revenge, but you know. And the thing was, as you probably already know by now, I gave him the basics for the construction with a basic using. I where is he? Using this as a basic kind of premise as far as you know, what do you want the dragon to look like? Do you want it to look like this? There's a lot of kind of dragons. What kind of dragon do you want it to look like? So if you want it to have a long snout or, you know, like this dragon, basically, as far as the head is concerned, it's a little, the nose is a little short. It should probably, dragon-wise, be a little narrower and a little longer. But, you know, but they're different kinds of dragons. So my point to them was, here's the basics, and then you finish off what the dragon looks like. So wide face, then you cut the base underneath the head and the jaw a little wider, and it's, or you make it more triangular, you know, to make the snout more narrower. And, you know, so I gave him the basic premise of how to use the cardboard to get it to these basic, you know, basic shapes. And the rest was up to them. So, you know, but I gave him several options. But anyway, in my own playing with things and doing puppets and so forth, I've had to learn to be, you know, where in on paper and in my head, it's going to work this way. And then when I go to stringing it up and then go to using it, hanging it, I mean, there's all these other things that go on. It's like, oh, holy crap. For example, I've got a puppet and it's my Cupid puppet, right? And so I made it. I did one of the things at the library that I could get in with. Good night, guys. Was that I wanted Cupid, but I didn't want him in a pair of diapers and with a bow and arrow, right? So Cupid is in a hover car, and that's got love rockets on it, right? That are heat-seeking love rockets, you know. So I point one of these babies at you, boy, and that one of my love rockets, you know. So I had a rocket made out of an old Roman candle fireworks thing, put fins on it, and I had one there's a rocket on either side of this little buggy that I made out of cardboard. And then this rocket that's on wire, because string would tangle, so it's on wire. So I could twist it and the rocket would turn sideways like this, and I could go up and down and it wouldn't tangle up, right? It wouldn't twist around. And so I could move it around and everything and run it across and chase people and hit them in the butt with this rocket that Cupid shot from off stage, right? And so, but I had to make Cupid in such a way so Cupid is separate from the car. So the car hangs in such a way that I can move Cupid all around up here, but the car stays still. Because of the other way I was trying to do, if I move the puppet, his little cart underneath wanted to move. So I had to design it in such a way and hang it in such a way that the cart, his little buggy, sits by itself, and Cupid I can actually put the cart down and Cupid can get out. So he can get back in. I hook it. It's all nothing but a hook underneath where I've got the controls for the puppet itself. But when I move the puppet, though, his little cart doesn't. It moves slightly, but not like it would have. So a lot of engineering and patience and hanging and trying different things, you know, to get that son bitch to do what I wanted it to do. So how it looked on paper looks great, you know, strings coming down to the corners. But then when you go to hang it and to get them strings just right, I mean, you know, then you go, It wasn't as easy as I thought. I'll just do it like that. Basically, that's true. But in practicality, man, putting that thing to making it was a whole different story. So puppetry for me has been, doing these things like making a cart and a rocket arrow thingy. That was it's a rocket arrow thingy. It's a love arrow. It's a love rocket. And it would chase people around. And if Cupid shot it at you, uh, you know, then especially depending on who the grumpy one was that was getting picked on, they would run from the rocket, and the rocket would come out and turn around, and then the puppet would come out and see the rocket, and then I mean, just like in the cartoons, right? So I was able to duplicate a lot of that by some of the actions, because in doing the puppets, it's sort of like doing vaudeville from the old days, right? And lighting and so forth, and the characters and the small stage and everything. But at the same time, um, well, vaudeville, yeah. So I tried to use some of the old techniques versus some new super duper, like use a piece of wire, or my design um, for this uh, for this dragon, was the pelvis bone thingy of a cow, and the other part was from a kneecap kind of thing, or the joint that I mean, you know what? So yeah, where'd you get these ideas from? Nature, cow bones. So I showed kids how to take two sticks, how to take a pine cone, how to take something as simple. And I did this before. I'm out of practice, but I mean, how many of you remember, um, what was it, Mister Fuentes or something, and he put lips on his hand, and he worked his hand just right. This is the wrong hand, but anyway, but so he did the mouth, and the whole nine yards, and si senor and all that kind of thing, right? See, so I'm sitting there in front of the kids to show them all you have to do is really, to make a puppet, is to learn how to take your hand and do it sideways, put a little red here and a couple of eyes, and maybe you get, I've always had little pieces of I'd put yarn together and tie them together for hair, right? And so I could take a piece and literally, put it between my fingers and do like this, and use my hand as a puppet. And so I've taken my hand and turned it into a puppet right before their eyes. And they go, wow. So it's in the imagination, right? So you say, this now is, my hand is now a puppet. But you work it. And so that, and I never was really good at, being a ventriloquist, but I could turn my head such that I could talk out of the side of my mouth, and they would look at my hand before they'd look at my mouth. So, I could fake them to look over here. So that's the other part of magic is, you don't want them to look at your mouth. You want them to look at your hand. So it's like, look, see what I did over here. So they're not watching my mouth when I'm trying to do the, si, senor, how are you today? So, but all of it, to some kids, it clicks in their head. Oh my God, this is cool. You know, this is cool. So, but at the same time, how many people have, marionettes or string puppets hanging in their house? Because, or, some folks will go, well, that's a souvenir and that's just a toy. Not in the right hands of somebody. In the hands of somebody with some creativity, you turn some, in my case with the Tin Man, you turn some toilet paper rolls and a cardboard roll from, an oatmeal box, and I used part of it was a plastic roll in a milk carton that I used for his head and stuff. And it's like a milk jug. Come on, you throw them away, right? Pair of scissors, cut them up and glue them together, and you do this and that. And now all of a sudden you've got a Tin Man, or, a robot. And and it's heavy enough, made out of cardboard. Let me tell you, is people, well, I'm going to use a tin can. Go ahead if you want to, but it's going to be heavier, and you got to hold it up. So I'm just saying, go ahead, and you might change your mind. So, but you know, coffee can would work, and it's metal and it thumps and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but as far as being able to work it, and I thought that the oatmeal box would be lighter than a coffee can. I don't know whether or not that's true, but it was easier to work uh, the the paper than a coffee can. So, but anyway, um, and I was in a hurry and couldn't find the size I needed. But anyway, but so with being creative in the universe, how much do we want to look at this and whatever? But so there are those people who think everything has to be perfect. The face has to be carved smooth and this and that. And the other side of the coin is that, and there are some artists these days who are lauded for their, you know, creativity in how, you know, there's the roughness or, you know, the stark reality of this thing when there might not be smooth edges, you know what I mean? So to something that like, well, look at this and the flower looks just right and it's, you know, okay. Impressionism versus Renaissance versus Matisse versus Matisse versus my, you know, my uncle's goose. But anyway, um, so for me, every one of these puppets is a work of art because it took time to hang them, pick them, choose them, make the controls for them, and work them into a character and give them a place in the stories. You know, I mean, you could make a puppet, but where's it going to go? Well, I don't know. Well, what is it? Well, it's an alligator. Well, what kind of story are we going to tell about an alligator? Well, you know, so it got to be the story, you know, about his name was Wally Gator, but he was a crocodigator because his mama was from Florida and his daddy was from South America. His daddy was a crocodile and mama was a gator, so he was a crocodigator. And he had two different colored eyes, and I made him out of cardboard and hot melt glue, and I showed the kids how you could make him. His tail wiggled back and forth, and his mouth went up and down, you know. And so he was always one of them, quote, an enemy that's laying in wait kind of thing for some of the stories. But anyway, so but Crocagator got into several stories that I never thought he would have got into, you know. Um, and one of them was that it was about bigotry, and he was like, you know, my mama's family don't like me, and my daddy's don't like me neither, you know, because I'm a half breed, I'm a crocodigator, you know. So they're right there. Here's this gator, right, thing he made out of cardboard that can now talk about racism, you know. So I used the gator as the racism conversation because I had and several black folks that I knew, you know, and good friends over the years. You know, they said, "Why don't you make a black puppet?" And I looked at him and I said, "Hang on there. Do you see these two bonehead puppets? You hear how much argument I get, and they're made out because they're made out of bones, even though they're painted blue and yellows and greens and stuff. Um, do you think a white man is going to get away with a colored puppet, a black puppet? Seriously? You want me to make a black puppet? Now these were black folks and we were having this discussion, and they knew me. So they could see how I would make this black puppet, right? And I would make this character, and you know, and it wouldn't be some jive turkey, you know, basketball playing, you know. No, it'd be a black guy that would, you know, he would try to, you know, be breaking the stereotypes kind of thing, right? So and these folks knew this. When I said, honestly, I'm a white guy gonna make a black puppet, gonna tell a black, you know, that's not gonna fly. I said it will never fly, but I can use this crocagator, who the alligators don't like him and the crocs don't like him, because his mom and daddy are two different kind of, you know, crocagator thingies. So he's the prime example. I can use the alligator, who by the way is brown, to illustrate the story without having a quote black puppet and going in that direction. So I could still talk about the racism, the the interracial and the problems with that, and uh, I can't. It might have been the porcupine, but Porcupine has a talk with the Crocodigator about how Porcupine feels like he's always picked on, but Creator gave him them spikes and stuff, so and quills, so he don't have to fight anybody. And if anybody tries to eat him, he just shows these quills and it's self defense, right? He doesn't have to attack them. And Gator's like, so all I got is my mouth and my tail. I can't claw them. I can't run them down. I could swim, but so I'm limited with what I got. And now that I'm, alligators don't like me and crocodiles don't like me, and so there's the bigotry. You know, there's how come the porcupine don't fight? How come armadillo rolls up in a ball and won't fight? And how, I mean, there are some critters that are try to be docile. Chipmunks don't attack anybody. You know what I mean? Squirrels, on the other hand, but but this idea that these folks had faith that I could do a black puppet, and I knew better. I still know better. But to make another character who is a biracial, whatever, and discuss it through a cardboard character, that's totally different, right? So, and it seemed to work. So, and nobody was offended, and everybody laughed about the crocodigator thing, right? So nobody was offended, but they could understand. They don't want me in South Florida because all them gators there, and they've been having caimans come up from South America, but they're our cousins, and but them crocodiles now, them, and the interesting thing is that down around Lake Okeechobee down there, they got some crocodiles, and they're not alligators, and they're postings. Back when I was a kid, don't go up there because them things jump out at you, where an alligator just an alligator most of the time, depending on how big it is and how hungry, it'll usually turn around and go back in the water. But if it's if it's 10, 12 feet long, it don't much care, unless it feels threatened. But a 12-foot gator ain't threatened by a whole lot, having been around them and stuff. But to the point, though, of all this, though, and the puppets, so I was able to use all different kinds of recycled materials and just bones and things and stuff to create characters, to have stories, to talk about, topics like, what is a big gut or whatever, and one of the boneheads would go, I just don't understand why they don't like you down there in Florida there. How come you just because your mom and daddy was from different kind of, where were your daddy's from Africa? Is that where and have this conversation with the alligator. So, and you're a dumb bonehead was such that he was just open. He didn't understand things and things, where other people was like, well, ain't it obvious? To Ura, he was like, well, I just don't get this. Y'all gonna have to explain this to me. For some reason, I just don't get what y'all talking about. That's where this whole thing about Ween comes in, was because you're a dumb bonehead. That's his name, Ura. Ura heard Halloween coming. All he heard was Holler-ween. So he went around that day hollering ween. So the whole joke, for those of you in the chat, when you see us Holler-ween, that's the joke, even though y'all haven't seen the puppets. But Ura's joke around Halloween was, everybody says I got to go around here and Holler-ween. So, okay, here we go. Ween, there we go. And this is the day everybody gets to Holler-ween. It's a good day, and they give out candy too, So, but that's where that thing where I say Holler-ween, so because Ura misunderstood a conversation that he overheard, and he thought they said not Halloween, but Holler-ween. And so he thought that's what they did on that day. So he got the so the whole story is about how he heard it. No, it's not like that. Halloween, it's hollow, hollow. What do you mean it's hollow? How'd it get holler if there ain't no wings? I ain't never seen a wing that was holler. Have you? But I can holler wing. I mean, I would go off on that. So, but with these two puppets having these conversations, and so the whole skit was how he had to understand that, Halloween was to go around and scaring people. Well, Yuri didn't like that. He thought going around and hollering wing was a whole lot better idea than going around and hollering boo and trying to scare people. So, but anyway, so that's me and my brain and puppets. But I finally found out. Halloween. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. I've told the explanation a while back. But for those of us, I haven't repeated the story. But, it's the puppets, the boneheads, Euro in particular. And so when my brain is in Euro mode, I'm always questioning things. And his brother's name is I'm a dense bonehead. And so I'm as a little bit more squeak. He's like, Europe, all the time you're talking about Halloween, this and that. Come on now. You know it's called Halloween. Come on now. But I just don't get it. It's a whole lot easier for everybody just to go around and holler, wait, wouldn't it be a lot more fun? So me and my puppets and those voices, and the story behind it. And I was always like, the story had to go like this. There was not a lot of pauses. So one of the things I found out in doing puppet shows was keep the tempo up, unless it was a sad, part of the story where it was slow, but you keep the tempo up. And so the two puppets would never talk more than about 3 minutes, maybe four, until there was a scene change. One of them had to go somewhere. This one could stay and talk, and I'd put one of them up and grab another puppet, and they would come out and have conversation, and he would leave, and another would come in. So for every 3 or 4 minutes, the conversation floated between the different characters, but no more than about 3 or 4 minutes with any two characters. Now sometimes it changed, but it was the tempo and the changes and the fact that I did my best to not be boring is the reason I think I was so effective over the years. But so in the storytelling and of the performing and of the acting and of the doing, there's all this other stuff too, plus the puppets, but and my other side of the brain is watching the audience, trying to figure out, are they getting this? Am I too loud? Am I too fast? Should I slow down? Is anybody laughing? And sometimes if they're laughing so hard, you got to slow down. You have to, because they'll miss part of the story, and that's not what you want to do, right? But anyway, being a puppeteer was a lot of fun, and I'm not dead yet. So, and maybe one of these days I can find someone who would, accept these and become a puppeteer and whatever, So, but we'll see. Like I said, I ain't dead yet. Now I've been here for 3 hours and 7 minutes. It's 2:56 in the a.m. time, and I've sat here and I was on with earlier on Milky Way. So I love you all, but I gotta go Halloween. One of the old jokes that it's still so simple. How come wicked witches don't have babies? Because their husbands have a Halloweenies. And it's so stupid. Yeah, Halloween is coming up soon. Yeah, yeah. But that little stupid joke right there. After all these years of jokes, that simple little two-liner, still gets a giggle out of me. Anyway, okay, my dear friends, I love you. So I started out talking about angels and and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a simple, but it's a good one. Yeah, but in this angels and spirit guides, I can absolutely tell you this: when I would do puppets, I had to not be David anymore. I had to become the puppeteer. I could literally, my temperature would go up 10 degrees because I was channeling these characters. Now, I developed these characters, but I'm channeling the energy that's going out my hands and into these puppets to help give them life and articulate them and do the show. And I'm not thinking about it because if I think about it, then it will become look mechanical. If I don't think about it, and I'm doing Ura in this hand and I'm in this hand, I may change out later on, and Ura is in this hand, and I got another puppet in this one. So you have to be able to. If I knew that, okay, I've switched, Ura's over here now, but if I had to stop and think about it, I would mess up. I had to allow it to happen. My brain knows that I've switched. Yours over here now, and now I've got the bear in this hand, or I've got the mountain lion over here, or I've got whatever, cool dudes in this hand. Okay, and then Yura goes off, and then Ima comes on. Okay, so now Yura is now Ima. Same hand, but different character. So, but to stop and think about this is Ima now, and this is how Ima talks, can't do it. You literally have to give it up and have faith in yourself and its craziness, because there are times when I would be in such a little thing back and forth with the two puppets, I'd forget which hand was which was really funny for me and the audience. And so I would work Ima with Yura's voice. And Ima's over here, which is smaller, and his voice is much higher like this and kind of squeaky a little bit like this, where yours is down like this, and, talks like this. And so, obviously, so there'd be Ima's puppet talking like, well, Ima, I just don't know what's wrong. And then Yura would do the turn and look and then back at the audience and go, but Yura, you look like me, and so with the other voice and with the, like they had switched bodies. So it was a lot of fun to do stuff like that. And there were times when me and the audience would be laughing so hard that I had to stop the show. That, they were laughing, I was laughing, everybody was laughing, and it was just a moment to where, it's just like, for me, I'd say that was just fucking funny. I'd go down. I don't care who you are. I mean, it was so funny how it came out just naturally without planning on something, and everybody just hits the floor, And so I've had some moments like that where I would later on go, I can't believe I said that, I can't believe I said that. Like I was at a nursing home one time, and I've got this big puppet I call Grandpa. And he talks like this, and actually he talks more like this, Hey, what's going on there? So there's this old man sitting in the wheelchair, and he's about my age that I am now, right? He was in the late 60s, early 70s. And he was just sitting there with his table on his lap, and he was tapping it the whole time. Tapping it, tapping it, tapping it. So I was taking these puppets out one at a time and going around and introducing them to everybody and each voice. So I would come up with something just, how are you today, Mrs.? Have you had dinner? Was it good? Did you lose your teeth? Did anybody raise your hand if anybody in the room's lost your teeth in the last day or so? Oh, good. Did you drop them in the toilet this time? Or, and so I'm doing these things, trying to do a little bit of, nursing home humor, if you will. So there's this guy, and he just keeps tapping this tray, like a dinner tray on his lap in the wheelchair, right? So I take Grandpa over, and I've been there for 45 minutes or so. I'm supposed to be there an hour before their dinner time, and it's a Sunday entertainment or whatever, and I go and volunteer. So now I should be in the nursing home. I'm that old. But anyway, but the idea though so I kept looking out the corner of my eye. So I did the little grandma puppet, and she's got a big bust, a big bum, and that sticks out. She talks like this, and I do this character. And so I get Grandpa out. Now, tapping man all of a sudden sees Grandpa come out, and it's a big, tall puppet, right? So I'm walking him across the floor, and I stop and talk to one of the old ladies at the thing over there, and how are you today? And she said something about false teeth, and Grandpa don't have any. Well, I ain't got no false teeth. I dropped them in the toilet, and I couldn't get them out. And I think one of the kids must have flushed them. Well, there goes another set of teeth. Better just learn how to gum stuff. And she goes, yeah, I know what you mean. And she goes, ha ha ha. Anyway. So on the other side of the room, this old guy has stopped tapping. I've just noticed he's stopped tapping, and I'm like, well, okay. After being there 45 minutes, something has caught his eye. So I walk Grandpa across the room over there to his wheelchair, and he's like, his head's about knee high, right? So I'm looking up at him. So, how are you today? You look about as old as I feel. How old do you feel? Do I look like I'm as old as you feel? And I was off on this little thing, right? And I could hear him snickering. And I said, out of nowhere to this old man. I've been to this nursing home a couple of times. And so I say, it sure is dull in here. Maybe we ought to get some cards and play some poker. Yeah, if we played strip poker, that'd really liven things up, right? And now this has come out of my mouth, and I'm standing in the nursing home with this puppet, and I think to myself, to the puppet, what the fuck did you just say? No, you can't say that. And so I look over to the guy and I say, so what do you say? Now, this old geezer has done nothing but tap this thing, ain't said a word, ain't muttered nothing. He said, he looked at Grandpa and he pointed at him. He said, you get the cards and I'll get the girls. And I thought I almost shit right there on the spot. And Grandpa was like, what? Well, I don't know where. There's got to be some cards around here somewhere. And the old guy just started laughing. And he quit the tapping and everything. And I thought, all these years, of all the things, like, where in the hell did that come from? Now it's just old people in there, and half of them couldn't hear or understand what was going on. But this old guy, for whatever it was, that 10 or 15 minutes right there with that Grandpa puppet and hanging around with him, he got a smile on his face. He was laughing, and we were talking about strip poker. I was like, have a good day, packed up my stuff. And for all this time, after all these years, I stop and think, where did that come from? How did, because it was, I was in Grandpa puppet mode, and sometimes they say the damnedest things, and it comes out, and my other part of my brain's going, did I really just said that? Because it's all just, ad lib. It's just on the cuff. It's all live and in color, And there are times I've been to places where I have a storyline that I will follow 85 to 90%, and it'll have little variations, but it's basically a story about, Larry the Leprechaun or the Crocagator or the Porcupine. And there are variations in the telling of the story, depending on the audience and stuff. You really want to get them to laugh. You do another little chase scene or something, that you might not really be part of the real story, but everybody's having fun and you are too. So you throw in another chase scene with the Cupid and the rocket arrow, the love rocket. So there are things that, sometimes you ad lib. Is it really another 20? Tell me it ain't. Is it really? Yeah, in a few minutes. Okay. This is going to be the end for me, gang. But I still got a pipe load, so I know this has turned into puppet shows and storytelling and things like that, but I've done this for so many years, and I'm proud and humbled to be able to do it and have been able to come up with all these characters and share them and have the wit and stuff. And there are many times, but my point about the spirit guide and things and being connected and all, as I've learned over the years with the puppets, I knew what the story was about, but then I would just let the characters kind of, I'm is talking about stuff, but he's going to talk about this. And his character is this. But there have been times when I've done a show the same way, for 5 years, that something will peak something, and I will say something just a little different. Yura will say something a little different, and it'll be the same show, but it'll go off on a tangent that I will actually laugh my ass off, and me and the audience will just like crap our pants. It's really that funny, something outrageous that just came out of nowhere from one of these characters, and like the strip poker in the nursing home. Have no idea, but that old man was laughing and having a good time. And I think if I'd have pulled out a deck of cards, he'd have moved that chair. But to the point, the many times you say, well, I've done shows literally in front of hundreds of people with the puppets, and then I've done shows with 5 people in the audience. That's, it was raining and nobody showed up, or, there'd be 3 people, a mother and a couple of kids, but nobody else showed up, and you say, well, I'll do a show anyway and have a ball, So from 2 to 200, it doesn't matter. And when I did the thing on the river down up in Albany for the opening of the kids park there, Turtle Park is what they call it. But I had speakers that when I did it, you could hear it down the hill and all the way down to the Flint River, down to the sidewalk down there. And there were people walking by, waving up at them. Hey, can you hear me down there by the river? And blah, blah, blah. And they'd be waving at me and everything. And there are hundreds of people at the park sitting and watching, for an afternoon of storytelling. So I've had the privilege of being able to do that and entertain for folks like that. And at times I got paid very well for it too. So, but it was more for the fun of it. It was a whole lot of fun. And now at this point in my life, there are really good memories, and really good energies, and people that I met, and through the years, and have doing shows and things and stuff. There were people that if they knew I was going to do a show, they would literally travel 50 miles to come see me. And because they would come and see me and say, hey, we're here again. It's good to see you, So, but anyway. Oops, I'm early. But in talking with y'all about this and the puppets and stuff and kind of reminiscing, I need this chat for myself. And it is all true. And some of it I got pictures to prove it, but most of the folks that helped me are dead now. That's a shame. But the idea that I'm not dead yet, and that I do still have these puppets, and that they are still a part of me, I need to wake that up, and sitting here and doing the different voices. For example, I used to be able to do different voices, in, out, in, out, in, out, and I lost that ability a couple of years ago. And so what I need to do is get back into practice. I need to practice my vocal cords more, instead of, I can't reach that note like I used to. Well, but I haven't really tried, you know. I mean, I used to be able to, do the lion sleeps tonight in falsetto, and people would ask me, clap, do lion sleeps again, lion sleeps tonight, do it again, and there were times I'm out, look, I honestly, because whatever, I couldn't hit those notes. But those nights that my throat was clear and everything, and I'd been, I could hit those notes and sing Lion Sleeps Tonight, and everybody would do the background, the doo-wop thing in the background, and it was a lot of fun. But I've noticed over the years, though, that my voice has dropped. Like a lot of older folks, Helen Reddy and different people, the not Petula Clark, Petula, she The hills are alive with the sound of puking. I mean, music. But you know, so Julie Andrews, thank you very much. But and I didn't mean that, but she had something happen to her voice, and she couldn't hit those high notes again. And she talked about it, you know, and she goes, I just didn't want to sing out in public. I could sing for myself, but because I couldn't sing the songs that I used to sing. So she talked about it years ago, but now that I'm older and have, uh, I've lost my voice and that I quit using it. And, you know, and so you kind of get into a one voice thing. If you're used to doing multiple pitches and highs and lows and things, and you don't do them, you just get your vocal cords get out of practice. So I haven't done, that's why my singing during the show and doing little things is kind of practice and trying to get my vocal cords to working again, having been damaged and all that with, uh, you know, trachea tubes and things and stuff like that. So, and with the drugs and all. But anyway, the good news is I'm still here. And tonight, with getting out the puppets and talking a little bit and voice changes, I still got it. It's rusty, but it's still there. So I just need to practice more, get a couple of puppets out, and try to get back into that. Because channeling the universe with these puppets and having them do this show without me really thinking about it is, you know, I would ad lib some stuff that, you know, there were times that they would, about once or twice a month, there was a couple places in Thomasville that would do karaoke. So every time it was at this one particular place where me and my friend hung out a lot and tended bar at times and helped out. And so I would take my monkey and me and the monkey. Uh, so I had a wireless mic that I could plug into their system. So then I would take a puppet, a hand puppet, usually the monkey that I was just a store bought monkey, but I had put wires on him for his hands and so forth. And I'd pick a song, and the monkey would do it. And people in the bar would just, you know, I would just sit to the side and do the, you know, and the monkey would be sitting. And because I could thump the mic, which was live, and also hit the mic with my tongue for certain things, for certain effects, it was really effective. And so I could bring the house down and not remember a thing that I said after I got done. Sing the song and cut up and do some stuff and do this monkey thing. And people would say, "Man, you remember when you said that?" And I go, "No." And my friend Serge, he'd go, "How much of that do you really remember?" And I said about 4 or 5 words. And I said the rest of the time it was all monkey. My brain, me, I was gone. I During that time I was channeling just that monkey puppet. And I honestly, you'd have to record it and play it back to me because I literally, as soon as I said it, I wouldn't know what I said. It was like that spontaneous, gone forever. But the whole bar was just like, you know, busting out laughing. And so I had some really good times that way too. I was wasting time to get to 320. But in all of these things, there are times when you say, well, is there anything I can do to help the world? And for me, doing spontaneous things with puppets and places and stuff without being rude, but just kind of slip in like a karaoke and just like, who's singing? The monkey? You're not singing. No, the monkey is. Don't look at me. Look at the monkey. Or look at the puppet, whatever the puppet was, right? Look at that one over there. Don't look at me. I'm not singing. He is, right? And everybody, you know, you do the magic thing, and everybody's watching the monkey. So even if you're doing it badly, but you know, I just sort of had an innate whatever my mouth was doing, so was my hand. So you practice this all the time, just sitting in the house, and then this hand starts to act like your mouth does. You know, it's second nature. You don't have to think about it. You know, so now the monkey is reacting to the words that I'm saying in time but they're not looking at my mouth. They're looking at the monkey. But my point is, as far as timing, whatever I'm speaking, my hand is timed. I'm not looking, trying to match it. I just let it happen. But to that point, though, a lot of people have trouble letting it go. So there's a very spiritual, divine thing that I find when I do puppets live like that. In that I'm channeling the character. It's not like some evil being, but I'm literally I'm channeling these folks from somewhere. Some of these lines and conversations, I have stopped and thought in the back of my head, like like the strip poker. Like, is that really what I'm thinking? I was thinking playing poker, and then I was like, hey, man, if we're going to play poker, because I was like, well, we ain't got no money. Or we would just play strip poker. So, but to have said it in a nursing home with a bunch of old people sitting around. But the old guy was the only one that actually heard me. But the fact that that one person at that time broke his, I mean, because living in a nursing home, oh my God, I was there and I was, for an hour or so. And it was monotonous for that time I was there. Holy crap. And to be trapped in that, my greatest fear. Leave me in the woods down here and let me fend for myself no matter how bad it is. But for God's sakes, do not put me in a nursing home unless it's just absolutely freaking necessary. And then take me down in the woods and feed me to the alligators or something. Leave me for, we don't have bears down here much, but, and not really that many alligators, but, to the point, um, to be eaten by a nursing home. Think about that. Having worked in nursing homes and so forth, and watch people die in nursing homes and all that kind. It's just like, okay. My dear friend Marcia died in a nursing home, and then got this and that and blah blah blah. So I don't want to go there till it's time, but if I'm going, I don't want to know I'm going. I better be so stupid and it's so and if I'm not messed up, then you better mess me up, because otherwise I'm going to be a very bad patient. I am not going to want to be there. But anyway, so but for my birthday, I'm walking, talking, and still around. I got a box of presents over here that y'all sent me, members of the members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, you lovely people out there, and Michelle and all of you folks. Um, I don't know if any of y'all are involved in this box of goodie that got sent to me. Thank you, David, and it is a 20. But for whatever's in this box and whoever sent stuff that's in this box for my birthday, I can't thank you enough for just the thought. I mean, honestly, I'm humbled. For me and my birthday, it wasn't so much about my birthday, is that it's the second day of fall. It's after the fall equinox, and what a good reason to party. So if my birthday was on a Wednesday, I still didn't party till the weekend afterwards. So that's just sort of been a normal, but it was more of a reason to have like an equinox party. Use my birthday for the example, but we used to um, have two or three kegs of beer on ice in great big barrels that floated in ice water, um, and two or three different kinds on tap. There was different kinds of liquor and things. There was weed. Sometimes there was mushrooms, but we had big cookers with chicken and steak and when because this is a month of with an R in it. If there were any fresh oysters coming out of Appalach or down there, Carabel or on the coast, we'd get a bushel of oysters, and man, we'd be shucking them puppies and having oysters, around the fire. And because around this time of year, it usually drops temperature a little bit, which I'm going to get, Thursday. I'm so I'm so tickled about this, about the temperature drop. But it's going to be pleasant. It's going to be in the 80s with the lows in the low 60s to upper 50s. I mean, holy crap, that's like perfect weather, and with a lower humidity. So it's like great, great, great. And that was, for me, that was more of the reason, quote, to celebrate my birthday. It was more about fall and the time of the year and the temperature drop, and that kind of thing. And not every year did the temperature drop, but, that was my prayer and that was my hope, and this year for, for me being right and all the critters trying to get in my house, fall has come early because the temperature is going to drop, and it is kind of strange that right away the temperature is going to be like in the upper 50s. That's just cool, literally. But so it may be that fall is here early. Cold front coming in and things like that, and it's like, okay. And this is just the middle of September, by the way. So, but to have a cold front in and temperatures dropping, so yep, it's 222. Well, 323 right now. Well, thank you that way. I'm just kind of, this other half, the last half of this video is, changed directions from the first half. But even talking about the puppets, I know from all the years of working, as I've tried to explain in a way, that the spirituality of me and the connection with being able to do this craft and be able to come up with just some of the most incredibly insane things on the spur of the moment, live and in color in front of an audience, and just have them all just busting out laughing and having a good time. That is spiritual to me. I mean, it always has been, and so the fact that I'm not traveling around and getting that and doing it one on one kind of thing, I really do miss it. And maybe in the back of my head this is an excuse. Well, since you can't travel anymore, what's the use of taking care of the puppets, and why should you do this? Where before I would get out the puppets just to practice and rehearse and things like that, and now it's like, nah, the puppet, nah, why should I, nah. But now, like I said, after my dear friend's gone, and taking a different approach, is that it's not, before I thought it was just selfish. I'm going to do puppets because I want to, you know, and that's just selfish. So, in the spiritualness of things, to say, well, I want to do the puppet shows because it makes you feel good, and that's all one sided, But in reality, if I do the puppet shows like I did now, doing them over the internet's going to be a different medium because I can't hear y'all laughing, stuff like that. But I got to give it a shot, right? Because I don't want to give it up yet. I have given it up the last few years, and I feel lost, and I feel I need that back because that is sort of a part of me. And I did have stories to tell with Native American things, and puppetry is a good way to get it across. And there are a lot of other reasons, but for me, it's more about the brain. It's being able to think about the story, do the different voices, operate the puppets. There are so many levels of, quote, spirituality, in that you have to think on all these different levels at the same time. And so I can be watching the audience, and there's that. The storyline's going along. I got that. My mind's thinking ahead, this is the end of this scene. Which puppets do I get? Who goes off to the right or left? Anybody leaving? What's the scene change? So the story's going. I'm watching the audience. I'm listening to the sound effects. I'm paying attention to and there are 5 things going on at once, and they're all going on their own little level at the same time, and they're all going on in my brain, right? So it's like my temperature people would go, wow, you're sweating. Like, yep. I mean, literally water dripping off my face onto the puppets when I was looking over and I go, yep. And the air conditioner could be on, but my temperature would rise anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees. And by the end of the show, I'm sweating everywhere, and it'd take me 30 minutes to cool down. And they say, well, how do you, and I said, I'm channeling so much energy from the universe that my body temperature literally goes up. And folks have looked at me and go, well, if I hadn't seen it, and I wouldn't have believed it, but I watched you and I witnessed it. And man, you're getting that energy from somewhere. Be able to do 8 or 9 different characters through 1 or 2 shows, skits live, and changing voices and all that by yourself. And it's like, whatever you're doing, man, you're getting that juice from somewhere. But I've always known that I'm channeling whatever creative energy that helps me do what I was doing was special for me, and that I couldn't explain it to anybody else. But people who worked with me would feel it and get it and go, wow, this is why you do this. Yeah. You're channeling the energy from the universe to give out as the story and the puppets and the thing, right? And so what gets back is the laughter and the people and the response. And so you say, well, I wonder and when there's 200 people laughing and giggling and jumping up and down and making so much noise that even though you're on the loudspeakers, you have to be quiet. You have to just stop doing anything. The puppets just have to stop until everybody quiets down. And then you go right back in. As soon as it starts to get that quiet moment, you jump right back into it. It's a timing thing. So, can you tell I love it? Used to love it, still do, but having not traveled around. So, but I'm going to figure out how to do it in a different medium. I have to. I've got things to move around in the house. I've got stuff to move around up in the trailer. The puppets are one of those things that right now I just don't want to give up. So I have to take action on many of these things. I can't drag my feet anymore. But I've got some other people that are a little bit more interested in too. Like one of the neighbors said, well, you do puppets? And like my buddy Rob, he's got 3 kids that are at the right age to do puppet shows too, or 4, you know what I mean? And he's almost like Ken. So it's like I could get out puppets to give them a show, maybe like for Halloween or maybe, if they invite me over for Thanksgiving, I could take a couple of puppets over and entertain the kids and tell some stories or whatever. So it's like, I ain't dead yet, neither are the puppets, and there are still children and adults. Bob, we love you. Man, what a jumpy jump. But, there are still children in the world. There are still stories to be told. There is still laughter to be heard. So I just have to figure out how I can do it, keep doing it, because there's a lot of healing and laughter. And for those of you who hang out with me and know how crazy I am, I try to make things crazy at times because why not? Everybody plays the fool. I think that's how it goes, but um, Michelle will correct me. But anyway, hanging out with y'all and trying to bring laughter and discussion about things. And, I for a lot of people, because of, I've talked about puppetry, but my association with how I did the characters and the energy and how I would, kind of meditate ahead of time. And so that I could start drawing that energy out down to be able to push that energy out to the audience and through the puppets and through the stories, to, there's a lot about voice inflection, which you probably already know about me. And so, if you did a puppet show on your channel, it would be awesome. You think so? I'm, I don't know if I could do it live with my current camera setup kind of thing, because lighting's a bitch. But to set up my puppets and my new camera and be able to videotape some puppet shows and then put them on, the answer would be yes. That's doable. Could I do them live? I don't know. Gonna have to tinker with that one. I might have to look into a different kind of uh, camera to attach to the computer and do it that way. But so, I'm curious. I'll have to look. My camera might actually have a Wi-Fi thing, so I might be able to. I'll have to pay attention to that. But anyway, I can at least bring some of the puppets out with better lighting. During I might do them during the daytime, because here in the house, when I get sunlight during the like this time of year, um, I get natural light, and there's a lot of just natural sunlight that comes in that's diffracted, and it's the best way in all the years that I've worked with the puppets and cameras and stuff, without really getting into some serious filters and stuff, is just sunlight. And so now that we're getting into fall, the sunlight's coming into the house and like directly. So this one window here that is a shower door, right, that you can't see through, but the light comes in. But anyway, so it gives a lot of light to the room without being a direct sunlight, which provides shadows. So it acts sort of like a filter. In theater, you would you don't want just a white light on it. You'll put a clear filter in there to just take the edge off. You'll put a little frost on it. But you always put a clear filter in to filter out just the color of the light bulb, right? But anyway, but the house, because in the wintertime, it I'm getting all the sunlight because of the solar thingy. That's um, the perfect light setup. So I need to get the puppets out. They need to be moved. Things need to change, and now I will have natural light and more of an impetus, like I said, to at least get the puppets out. And if nothing else, say for 30, 45 minutes, I take two puppets, like I'm and Ura, and I discuss how I make them and how they were made, and then I do a little bit of character with the two of the puppets, versus doing a big skit or a big performance. It would be more of a, you know, uh, you know, um, an impromptu, um, just a little skit with the two puppets, like I used to do all the time anyway. So without getting into a big production thing, is my point. I can do little stints with the puppets. So me as the announcer in between person, I would also interact with the two puppets on certain circumstances. So me as the announcer, I'd go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to our program. And with us tonight is You're a Dumb Bonehead, and I'm a Dance Bonehead. Welcome, boys. Yo, yo, glad to be here. Do you talk like that all the time, or is that just when you try to get on the radio? I might know you, Yuri. You got to quit doing that. You can't be interrupting this guy. No, you two guys, now calm down. Now we got this on. I'm your announcer for So you set up this. So instead of having two puppets, you've got the narrator also as a third character. So, but anyway, but I used to know those kind of stints with the kids, because they could see me standing there, but I would just use two puppets, and I would give these little 5-10 minute demonstrations in between shows and stuff, and depending on what I was doing and teaching and so forth. And so, and that would make, the kids would go, well, Mama says we're going to go home. And I go, okay. So you spend 5 minutes with two kids, and Mama comes up and goes, well, when's your next show? In about 10 minutes. And Mama says, okay, kids, we'll wait until he does his next show. Versus they were fixing to go home. And if I'd just said, well, I'm sorry, but no, I get a puppet out or two, and I give them a little show because they have to go home, and they end up staying, and Mama comes and joins. It's been like that. So I miss making people happy like that. Quite honestly, I miss the interaction. I miss the smiles. I miss it. I do. I ain't gonna lie to you. I miss it. But I miss doing the characters. So, but like I said, not traveling around. So I gotta work in the now. Let me say this right here. Y'all are giving me the courage to try this new venue with the puppets. Okay. Because up for a while, I have not had the courage to do this. Okay. So your encouragement, you're talking about it, is going to help me to try this. Okay. I'm just saying. Now, I have wanted for a long time to do little videotapes, and I've tried since I've got video cameras, VHS kind of things, going back to the day, $2,000 cameras that are, old Radio Shack and things and stuff. I mean, but anyway, they were good at the day and at the time. And now we've got all this HD stuff and interesting. And anyway, oh, no exception to the rule. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, I know there's a lag in the chat for me, but I know y'all still singing the song in the background. And that's the other thing. I find this encouraging because I'm also working on this myself, right? So my friend up in Sumter calls me tonight, and he goes, going to come get you, and we're going to take you out for your birthday and that kind of thing. And okay. And so he just bought a bass guitar, and he used to play in a band years ago. And he quit playing. He sold his bass, but now in his retirement, he's got a bass again, and he's got an amp, and he wants to play again. So he tells me on the phone tonight, which I think is a good thing. He goes, in about a month or so, me and you need to get to jam. If I could, you come up here to the house and we plug in, or I bring my stuff down there to your house. He said, we need to jam. And I told him, I said, you're right. And he goes, don't you have microphones and everything? I said, yes, I do. I got big PV things and an amp. And I got the whole 9 yards because I used to go out and do that kind of thing, right? For public, play music, do puppets, and have other people and microphones and wireless mics. Yep. So he's like, well, we just need to get together and jam. And I was like, absolutely. So I know that on Fridays up in Ohio, my brother up there, he gets together with the local folks and some of the relatives that want to come over, and Friday night's jam night up there. And they have, he's got a set of drums in the front room, and a bass guitar and a this guitar and a that thing and microphones and harmonicas. And so anybody that comes over, they can sit in and jam, and it's all just laid back. And some folks get in there and really play some really good music, and sometimes it's just goofing around with the kids. But everybody gets a chance to play music and have a good time on Fridays at my brother's house up there in Russell Point. And so it's like, I don't really know anybody around here. But so my friend says, we got to get together and start jamming. And I'm like, there you go. So in thinking about and hoping it, he's making changes in his retirement years. And why not play music? What else are we doing, right? Sitting around the house, whatever. So why not do something we like? So, not having anybody to play with and, just sitting by, it always felt selfish to me. But if somebody says, come on, Dave, let's get together and play some music, that's different for me because that's not selfish now. It's a group thing, right? So, but to just say, well, I think I'll play my music. I mean, at times it has felt, it's a weird feeling. And I'm working out of it because it's only happened since I had those bad seizures. I never felt this way before the seizures, right? So I'm working through this. But to pick up the guitar now feels selfish. Well, why do you want to play it? Well, to make you feel better. You like to play music. Well, that's selfish. So, to play a song and to make music and to try to be in a good mood and be up. Well, what's wrong with that? But that's just selfish. The other side of my brain talking, right? So I've had some arguments about this, But when somebody says, let's get together and play, that moves it to a whole different level for me. And for him too, it's like, if we got together to play, that'd be better than me just trying to sit here and play off the radio or something. Yes, it would. And it'd be fun too. And it's that old, if you've ever played music with somebody you're sang in a group or with whatever, to be able to share that experience of playing music. And, even if it's bad, it's still fun. So the fact that somebody's volunteering like, yes, let's do this. And because they see the value. Yeah. I'll drive 40 miles to come play, and maybe end up spending the night on your couch or whatever. And me and Duggar will come home the next day or something. I'll come up and play, because, number one, I'd like to play. And, now I've got a reason. Now it's not a selfish reason, now this is a shared experience and other people want to, so, okay, yeah, this sounds like fun. Yes, we do need to do this. And no, we're going to remember the old times because both of us used to play in bands and groups and things and stuff. And all those folks that he knows have died. A lot of the folks that I played with, they've all died. So what's left? We need to get together and play, if for no other reason but for them to, remember the good times when we played with other people, which is the reason my brother in Ohio has his Friday night stints, because the people who used to play music who have died of cancer or whatever, they started out playing on Friday nights as a way to, get up a little money for him and help him and so forth. And it was the only way, as he was getting worse, it was his only thing. Friday nights, they'd go get him and bring him. And he could sit and play some music and be around people until he died. When two or more agree, so shall it be. Yeah. Yeah, see, now I know that sitting down and playing my guitar is not really selfish. It really isn't. And why I developed this since the seizure incidents a few years ago has been one of them things I've been trying to. I don't know why. So I look at my guitar and I go, I need new strings. So I want to go to town in the next couple of days and get some new strings, because I popped a string on my Fender, but at the same time I've got a couple electric guitars upstairs and they need some new strings. And since he's got an electric bass, I've got a little amp and two electric guitars upstairs with new strings. We could play some electric music versus just acoustic and bass. But not that I wouldn't do both, but to the point, it's like, and I haven't done that in a long time. So we could get funky and have a lot of really good, not loud music, but amplified music, and just, versus me just, now sitting with a box guitar and playing music and having a bass, don't get me wrong, that's good too. But have an electric guitar and just kind of, I never was much for a lead guitar kind of thing, but having played some with the electric guitar and the amp with different settings, I find that I can do some lead kind of things that don't sound near as good on an acoustic guitar, but can sound really freaking cool when you do it with an amp and a reverb and a little bit of, a little this and that. So to be able to get out the amp and electrify a little bit and play some funky music. Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Ooh, play that funky music right, boy. Play that funky music. Play that funky music till you die. Yeah, Slide the Family Stone. But anyway, but to the point though, play a little blues. Now, most of what he plays is a lot of old country, but he knows some other stuff, and so, and there are some country-ish. Uh, Mine would be more like a James Taylor or something like that. So it's, in my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Can't you just see the sunshine? Can't you just see the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to meet me from behind? But I'm going to Carolina in my mind. So, you can do that song, and it's not country, but, it's that. Um, Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a car and I got my own fiddle. And steaks on the grill. And life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. John Denver. But anyway, I think that's one of the songs I did with the monkey, and it was a lot of fun. But Almost Heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is lost there, older than the sea. Must have made a moon. Dude, I can't. Country roads. I forgot a few of the words in there, but anyway. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country roads. I hear the voice in the morning hours that calling me. Radio reminds me of my home far away. Yep, John Denver. Yeah. But hey Tracy B, I know my dad would have loved to play music with you. Yeah. There's a lot of people I have played with over the years that, you know, and these last couple of years has kind of become ho hum in that you learn this person died and you learn this person, and this person's no longer with us. And it's like, you know, at 65, folks were like dropping off. And back a few years ago, when I lost some folks that were, 4 or 5 years older than me, who, as I was 62, they were 67 and 8. So I've actually beat them. I lived longer in years than they did, so that's interesting. But these same people were folks who would get together and we'd play music and we'd do things, and but so kind of get, for myself, I know I kind of feel like I kind of in stuck in that all these folks have gone before me, but having a talk with Kenneth today, it was like, and by the way, and this is a plus if he listens to this ever, or this far into it, and that I'm proud because he's gotten off his crazy meds like the rest of us, and he feels better. He wants to play music. He's finding other, that's a good thing. So, as a friend of his, even though it would help me too, and I like playing, of course I want to go and play music with him, and for all the above reasons, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, is it wrong for us to play music for ourselves? I'm reconsidering that because it didn't used to enter my mind before. And now I'm like, well, why don't you go and play a song? I don't know. It feels selfish. And I literally want to slap myself, but it would hurt. And I've had enough head damage. I don't need any more, bangs to the head, boot to the head, boom, boot to the head, How many of you remember that one? Don't just send you that song the other day. Oh, um, we're going to have to get together and play. Absolutely. His album is Hammond and Jammin'. You might have played with him. He did carnivals here and there. I don't think, if you're asking me if I played, the answer is no. Um, I don't believe so. My circuit of playing music was much smaller as local folks, or like you get invited to do one thing and you end up, somebody says, well, hey, you got your guitar with you? Yeah, well, get it out. And the next thing you know, what started out as one thing ended up being, folks playing music, and so I played in Tallahassee and places in Albany. When Coney Grove up around Cordele, they used to have big bluegrass festivals every spring. Oh my God! And underneath this big pecan orchard out there outside of Cordele, Coney Grove, and people camped there. They had the basic facilities, but people, as long as you couldn't start a big fire, but you could have them in little containers, and people had lanterns and stuff. And after they got done playing, which was about 10 or 11 o'clock, because there you had to, because of noise requirements and stuff, you couldn't play past 11. So, but after 11 o'clock, the stage shut down. But then there's all these people who played and all these people who come to listen, all camped out underneath these, in this pecan grove, and they all in these all these different areas played their music. So this group had a fiddle and a big bass drum and a banjo, and they were playing some Foggy Mountain Breakdown. and there was some girl on the side that was bringing in some music, and somebody honest that, had one of them old, a stick and a string on a wash tub kind of thing playing, and old sure enough. And then over here at the next one, two guitars and a banjo, and they're playing this kind of music. And there are people singing in the background, and somebody's got a Jew's harp, and other people are playing the spoons and just tapping on stuff. And then you go to this other campfire. And so after the show goes off, there's all this other music that's until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. All these little camps all over underneath the grove down there. Same thing used to happen in Hayhira, where they had the pick-in down there, and you could camp out over the weekend and stay there, and listen to music and play music and be involved. And oh my God, what fun! We don't have anything like that anymore. But it used to be so common around here. Somebody was always having a bluegrass festival. People were always going to get together and do a jam or something, and it just hasn't happened like that anymore. But it'd be fun to get it back up. So, somewhere, I mean, here in my 18 acres, I told people before, I said, it's a natural down here at the bottom of the hill. The music goes up the hill, and so there's not too many places to park, but we could fix that. But folks would come out here and play, and we could electrify and literally blow the socks off of the neighborhood with some of the speakers and stuff I got, because I got some PV equipment and big speakers that go on, have their own stands. I mean, I paid probably $1,500 for the setup plus my microphone. Some of my microphones are $300 or $400 a piece. So, I've got some really decent equipment. So sound good, microphone stands, the whole 9 yards, and the kind of stands where you can, with a movable neck, so you can play an instrument in front of it. I have vocal mics and instrument mics. So, and wireless mics. So, but anyway, have traveled around and did it. Yes, I really want a dulcimer. I really do. I want a hammer dulcimer so bad. After seeing my brother had one up there in Ohio, and I was quite frankly, a little envious. and the thing is like, but you don't play it? Well, not really. And I was like, dude, you have a hammer dulcimer and you don't play it? I kind of want to get onto him like, dude, you have a hammer dulcimer and you don't play it? Dude, you have a hammer dulcimer and you don't play it? How many times I will use different phraseology, but you got a hammer dulcimer and you don't play it. What's wrong with that statement? So, but to the point, yeah. I would really like to build my own. And my friend Rob, he builds cabinets and stuff, and so he's got some wood that he showed me. They lacquered and shellacked, and he's got a small portable sawmill. We've got some wood around here that I was like, if we could cut this up and plane it down, we could have some really beautiful wood. Where was I going? Oh, I've got some cherry wood. I don't know how good it would be because termites did get into it. But to see about making, a hammer dulcimer out of some cherry wood or some oak or whatever. But, uh, because I've got these big logs of cherry wood, I'd like to cut into them and see what's in there. And if nothing else, maybe cut it into slats and glue them back together. But, make it out of cherry wood. I've carved puppets and things out of cherry wood. I freaking love it for that. Um, People say, "Oh, cherry wood's good for barbecuing." Please don't use cherry wood for barbecuing. It gives it a horrible taste. It does not taste like cherry. There is a tar or something in cherry wood when you burn it, especially when you smoke it. In a fire. Please don't. People, oh, that cherry wood. Ugh, don't do it. Use pecan wood. Use hickory. Use oak. Don't. Cherry wood is not one for barbecuing. It is not a hardwood. Cherry's some beautiful wood. Hold that thought for a second. This is a piece of cherry that I carved. I was trying to make a Joey character, and I started carving on this, and it turned into this, looking like something, that come off of Easter Island kind of thing. It's cherry wood, and kind of sort of looks like an alien a little bit too. But I have tried to figure out when I carve something, when somebody carves something, you look for the face in it, kind of thing. And the fact that this is what came out was like, that's just weird. I mean, big old lips, kind of thing. I do not know where I was headed with that, but I was going to try to make this into a puppet, and it ended up just being, now it's just a carving. But let me tell you, this thing is so freaking hard. It's a weapon. And if I were to, it's got four corners, I cut it down like this, and carved it out as one solid piece. But if I was to hit you with this, with a good swing anywhere, it's going to hurt, break, or if it knocked you in the head, it would probably knock you right out. It's harder than a baseball bat, and it ain't going nowhere. So, and it came out of a big old cherry tree, literally this big around, and it was part of the heartwood. But as part of my thing, see, this is where termites got through it. So there's termites ate up in here, and there's a hole that comes out over here on the side, and there's a hole that came out here in the face where they, ate through the log, right? So you don't know where those things are until you cut into the log, but they're there. And so, but it's like, well, you take your chance, and you can always fill it, But as far as this being a piece of hardwood, it is, but it is not like oak. It's more dense. I don't know how to explain it, but when you go to carve it, this is easier to carve than oak is. You carve it really thin and it won't break. If you get it in the right, with the right grain. I have carved things just almost paper thin and mushed them, moved them and stuff, and still haven't broke. And tried to break them on purpose and still didn't have any luck. Now I didn't put them on something and push down and like put your foot on it. But I mean, take a piece of really thin cherry wood and just and bend it and bend it and bend it and cut and it not break. And then you turn it the other way and you'd think, nope, it's still there. Cherry wood is just amazing for stuff. One of the things that if I could get my shop going again is I wanted to build a clock out of wood, but use cherry wood because you can do some fine detail with it. So if I was making gears for a piece of clockwork, this cherry would be great. And I know I've got enough cherry wood that small enough pieces that I could make a clockworks. Yeah, and this wood really is beautiful. So I've made arms and legs and other puppet parts and things out of cherry wood. I've carved some other stuff. So, and I've got some logs. And quite frankly, I have been, whatever mood I've been in lately, um, just hot, just hot and muggy and not being able to get out. But I realize though that, that's been an excuse for, uh, but that I could have been sitting here carving something, instead of bitching about it being hot outside. Well, I used to sit here and carve things, and I haven't done that. And I've got cherry wood that's cut up in different places, but I haven't done that. So for myself, it's like, There are some things I used to do. I could watch a movie and carve at the same time. Now I just watch a movie or something because I'm bored. I can't think straight. I don't know what to do. Well, I could be like that, but at least be creative and carve something. Even if I didn't know what it was going to be that I was going to carve, I would get some wood and get out my whittling tools and carving stuff, and just let me figure it out as I was carving, and just do some whittling, see what comes out. But to the point though, um, what used to be normal for me in having that accident and those seizures, I want these things back because I thought about this, and it's like, so haven't you got enough stuff around here that you've already made or worked on or something? Why make anything new? And I think it boils down to that if we stop being creative, then we stop being people, you know? I mean, there are some folks who are confined to wheelchairs that I've met, but their minds are very active and they can get online and chat with people, and they participate if there's a sing along or something. And, I mean, just different things like that. So the idea that, old people can't do anything or participate or anything like that, having become an old person, I think this year kind of qualifies me for, being over the edge, where it seems to be there's a lot of folks that drop out about 66 or 67 ish, and the fact that I kind of made it over that hump means that maybe 72 won't be too hard of a goal to reach, which ain't but a couple of years. But I mean, some pops, dropped out at about 72 or ish. So, stay healthy, and 72 shouldn't be any problem, uh, reaching that age. But in the meantime, though, why create anything new? Should I just sit and be calm or whatever and just let time go by and, oh, well, I'm getting old. What good am I? And well, here's the thing. So for some of these things, you know, not that I think I'm famous, but somebody might like this carving when I'm gone. I set it up here and I realized that if anybody broke in on me and they wanted me to do something, all I had to do was sneak over there and grab his head off the thing, which just looks like a carving or something. But if I hit him on the hand, I could hit you hard enough, it would break a bone easily. Easy to swing, close comfort. Try to get at me, I'm going to hit you with this some bitch. You ain't getting me easy. But what is it? It's a head. I'm going to get ahead of this situation. Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Play that funky music right, boy. Hey, I wonder, is there really a way, Michelle, we have talked about playing it. There are times I swear to God, I've not ever heard your voice, so I don't know. But it seems like I can hear you singing in the background. And so I'm like, so how, with distance, can we do a Zoom and play a song? And, I wonder what the lag would be if it would sound like really crap, I know there have been some attempts to do it with some other groups and stuff with varying degrees of success, but it'd be very curious if there wasn't too much of a lag or a sag between, your channel, my channel, somebody else's, and how it goes through the Zoom and comes out as one video. You know what I mean? But it sure would be fun. I would love to get together and play music with y'all. Uh, I've played at the Holiday Inn and different places, and I've got a book upstairs with 150 songs in it. And those are the ones that I knew easier than some others. I know hundreds of songs over the years that I've played. And that's not bragging, it's fact, because in trying to sell my, playing music thing, which I made some money at, um, it fed me more than it made me money. Well, what does that mean? Well, people would invite me to a party that I might not necessarily have gotten invited to, and they feed me, wine me, dine me, send leftovers home, which sometimes would feed me for a week. So, did I get paid? Well, the old Mamas and Papas song, sing for your supper and you'll get breakfast. Songbirds are not dumb. They will find a crumb of bread. This is Mama Cass singing. Of bread, and it's said, so sing and you'll be fed. Do 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 do. Sing for your breakfast and you'll get supper, or something like that. But anyway, I'm a sinner. Okay, David. Yeah, I'm sitting here and it's 40 something. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and it's 4:08. It almost made 4:20 twice. Very really close this time, like 10 minutes. Wow, that's interesting. But anyway, yeah, would love to be able to play music with y'all. So if I had a bunch of money, people say, well, for example, people who want to do wizardry and magic and stuff because they want the power. And I keep asking, what power and why? What do you want power for? You already got all this stuff. You have videos. Oh, to hear your voice. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. See, I forget stuff. I am getting old. Hopefully I don't get that old timers thing, because I used to forget stuff when I was younger too. So I don't think it's that. But yeah, okay. Um, my dad was small. He played around like you did. Didn't make money really. He was a homeless musician. Loved it much too. Yep, I understand. I've been homeless at times, man. There were times though that folks, in within my own folks that knew me, they would like. I never tried to say, "Hey, hire me for your party," but they would ask me and call me up. They say, "What are you doing this weekend? We're having a party." And well, how about you bring your guitar and your harmonica and sit out in the back and play music just as fill in for people? But okay, you know. And so they feed me good and whatever. Back then I'd drink beer or whatever. And so folks would bring me, hey, what you want? I will go bring you a plate. And I'd be playing on the back deck or something. And, folks would treat me nice and bring me food and drink, and I'd have a good time. So, and sometimes, being able to be there, they knew me as being a carpenter and plumber and things and stuff. So there were times that somebody would say, "Hey, you still doing, home improvement things and stuff?" Yeah. Well, I got a thing. Will you come by and give me a quote? Yeah. So I picked up other work too, when I played for free, but I always got something out of the deal. There was very few times that somebody didn't send a bunch of really good leftover food home. That they just it ain't gonna fit in my refrigerator. Nobody else wants to take it, and I'm gonna throw it in the garbage if you don't take it home. And I'd be taking stuff home, and it filled my refrigerator that was sometimes very empty. So you've done 8 videos. Okay, Michelle. I have to go there and check that out. It's 3:11. It's 4:11 here. But yeah, and I really do. It's 4:22. It's 4 hours and 22 minutes. So I really am going to go this time, guys. I love you all. I like hanging out, and for me, it's being able to air out these stuff, and y'all can kind of slap me around and say, "Hey, have you picked up your guitar lately? Hey, have you played? Hey, have you practiced? Hey, have you got the puppets out?" And y'all can pick on me, and you should, because I kind of sort of made a promise to you and to me and to my friend Martha, that I need this. This was something that was important that I should do. not just it's not being selfish. So I do want to share this, and it needs to be shared. So y'all, poke me, neat, neat, neat. Say, Hawkeye, get off your ass and get us a puppet show. So that'll help motivate me. But there's some other good stuff happening around too that is being motivational too. I can't explain it, but it's all good. Maybe it's the equinox that we're going into the fall, and this is my time of the year. And when I really wake up and I really want to do stuff. Summer's been a bummer, and I want to get into the fall. Because man, oh man, I have fun, y'all. See that rhymed. I'm starting early. I'm sorry. Is that a 3 or a 9? I can't tell. I put my glasses on. But yeah, I watched a couple of videos. I've been having trouble. I disconnected my radio, I thought, from the truck, from the battery, and it was doing well. But the other day I was outside, and it was like it was spooky because the key wasn't in it, the truck wasn't on, but the radio was screaming and being like possessed. And so I was like, what the hell? So disconnected the battery. I tried to shut it off, and in the truck, no go. So, but I found out an easy way to just pull the plug on the back of the radio without taking the radio out and leaving a hole in the front of my truck. So, and that other folks have had radios that went funky on them, and that I was like, what? So it seems that uh, funky radios have whatever Ford Rangers or whatever. It's not like really common, but it's more common than nobody's ever heard about it. You know what I mean? It's like if there's a video of it on YouTube, then oh, okay, so I see. Had same issues, battery running down over a day or so. But anyway, so I'll practice what I know. Maybe we can come up with something. Oh, you mean far as music or whatever? I think it'd be great. I don't know if it could actually happen, but I think it would be fun just for the hell of it. Just if it's nothing but us getting together and we're playing a song and it's not in harmony, or it comes out, one's a little lagged in the other or something. The fact that we made the effort, the fact that we can laugh and go, that was fun. How'd that sound? And if it does sound good, well, then more power to us. If it sounds a little laggy, leechy, or whatever, we just say, well, we tried and it was fun. Ford Ranger, yeah, well, mine is Mazda, but it is a Ford Ranger base, sort of, but it's a Mazda. But you can't buy a Mazda book without having the word, without having Ford Ranger in there. Now I love my Mazda truck. I do. But there's some parts and things. But however, I've learned that there are some folks who've done some modifications that, like with the catalytic converter and stuff like that, and it's like, so my catalytic converter is gone. So, you're not supposed to drive around without one, but, if you straight pipe it, through a muffler, unless somebody gets under your car or truck and looks up under there and says, well, you ain't got no catalytic converter. You go, well, it's got about 8 holes in it anyway, and it sounds like a drag racer. So why not just go ahead and put a straight pipe and a muffler on it and be done with it? So, your noise is down, but nope, you don't have a catalytic converter. Nope. But you know what? There are folks who are saying, well, I was getting, about 25 miles to the gallon with this 4-cylinder with dual spark plugs on every cylinder, by the way. Fairly fuel efficient, 25, 26 miles to the gallon. But I've had 4 cylinders before, that didn't have a catalytic converter that got 35 miles to the gallon. So if I was to take the catalytic converter off and make it easier for my truck to breathe and down the headers and all that kind of good racing stuff, I could very well get 5 to 6 more miles per gallon, mileage. But it won't have a catalytic converter. It'll be, just simply muffler. Ooh. But technically, it's against the law. But for my age of truck and stuff, who's going to look underneath? I'm sorry. Am I going to is my truck really going to pollute that much? I mean, in the long run. But anyway, Flowmaster, vroom vroom. Yes, there you go, Tracy. Flowmaster. Yeah, I've over the years I've got quite a few vehicles and have worked on vehicles and carney rides and stuff, just and having put on mufflers and things and stuff over the years. Yeah, Flowmaster. Yeah, I arranged some music for a Christmas song, but changed to a song to the universe. Would like to let you hear it. Next time I'll play it. Okay. I had an old Black Ranger, favorite vehicle ever. Yeah, I'm looking on the internet, just kind of, there are a lot of people who are like, it's a 98 Mazda. So it's the Rangers and the Mazdas are the B2300 and mine's a 2500 B series. And so the engine, the pistons were just a little bit bigger, I think, but to the point, it's slightly different. And I've driven it all over the place. It's been to Arkansas twice. I've been to Tennessee and all up through the mountains so many times. I've, literally lost count over the years. Every year I was going to Tennessee at least 3 or 4 times doing puppet shows up there, plus trips to the mountains that I was making and to North Georgia and other places around and stuff, and just trips on my own. But, so that Mazda truck right out there with my camper shell that I had specifically made, it's higher and for my truck than others. I had a special built, but 273,000 or 276,000 anyway, and the speedometer broke. So it's been more than that. So, been around the world in that truck at least, you know what I mean? It's been in mountains, it's been in snow. Now, I have not been to the ocean much with it, but I have been everywhere else, which is, as I just stopped to think, I haven't I haven't, right on the 20 mark, huh? 420, everybody, and I lit it up. But I was finding out how there are folks who are like fixing up the older Rangers. Well, now they're like in the early 2000s, but how folks still like the old Rangers. They're a little small, but I got you. But my friend Rob was over here the other day. And his truck, when you put my truck next to his, and his is not a great big full size, but I look at it opposed to my little Ford Ranger, and I go, I mean, my Ford Ranger, my little Mazda, and I go, oh, holy crap, it really is dinky compared to his, oh, wow, and how much easier it would be to pull my trailer and stuff like that. But I haven't gotten anybody to, go with me camping anywhere. Now, here's the thing, and now I know y'all are a long way off, but I'll just say this to other folks. Now that fall's setting in and weather's going to get cooler, and the skeeters will quit being a bother, it's time to plan a camping trip. And so if anybody's, anywhere near this area, fall and even into winter down here, depending on the time, is most lovely on the river because you don't have to worry about skeeters and the heat and all that kind of stuff. So if anybody's around, Uh, right now, because of this rain we had the other day, the river went up like 3 feet. Um, in one day, it really went up, and it was already up, like at 7 or 8 feet. So when it rose 3 feet, it's up 12, 13 feet, and so which is a pretty good rise, especially for this time of year. And I'll get off of this in a minute, but um, and using the USGS water um, real time water sensors, you can go around the United States, pick your state, and go in and check what the water heights is on the rivers. And for every river down here in South Georgia, it says highest for this date ever on 3 different rivers, on the Little River, on the Withlacoochee River, and also on the Ochlockonee River, in 2 locations, but the river itself. So for this time of year, all 3 of these rivers have broken records for this time of year. Now, it doesn't mean that this is the highest it's ever been. It's the highest in records. So some of these bridges haven't had rain gauges on them for 100 years. You know what I mean? So some of them only go back so many years. But as far as the records go, every river at several locations, the rivers are higher than they've ever been at this time of year. And like everybody has said, they keep talking about it. Oh my God, the river's up. For this time of year, oh my God, the river's up. Have you seen the rivers? Oh my God, the rivers are. Everybody's talking about the rivers being up. And which is like really odd, right? So it's a good thing we've got water, but at the same time, it in a way, it's kind of creepy because folks are talking about it's like, we used to go down on the river even when it was low and do a little bit of fishing, but the water's so high now that, there's so much water that fishing really isn't that good, right? So it's like understood. So we go from not having enough water to too much water. I like the idea of having too much water at the moment. And here's my reason is because we've had all this chicken shit up here in South Georgia that they have spread on the land that's all over the millions of tons of chicken poo just in Colquitt County alone. And I think was having a big effect. So in my prayers to the universe, I said, if it rained really well for a while, that it would wash some of this stuff on downstream. Just flush it out. We need a good flushing, right? Because we haven't had any good rain over the last several years. We've been in these droughts. So I think the contaminants have been building up. And in some spots on the river in the summertime, where there wasn't much of a flow, the river would turn absolutely pea green. Smell, you wouldn't want to go near it. I mean, it was just horrible. This stuff that grew, yuck. And so, but this year, see, it's been flowing. There's been no pools of yuck and green and slime and nasty because the water's been up. So for me, I'm really happy. Why? Because of all the tonnage of chicken poo. Now, the chicken poo was taking the oxygen out of the water. So it wasn't so much of a contaminant, although there were certain nitrates and things. And the EPA has been monitoring these streams around here because I've known about this for years. So, but the idea that now they have even more chicken plant grower places. Some of these places have added another third. Added if they have 6 barns and they add 2 more, that's a pretty good increase in size of their farm, right? In production of chickens and also in poo. So, but it's been sitting. They've spread it. It's been it hasn't had a chance to wash out. So I think we've had all this rain this year. I'm hoping that Mother Earth is doing this on purpose to wash out and clean out some of the stuff that hasn't settled in because there's so much poo. And so what happens after this? I think the river is going to be a lot cleaner. In a lot of ways, it's going to be a lot cleaner because it's never had 6 months in a row of water, of river water flowing as high as it is. I mean, if 2 or 3 months high water, it's been 6, 8 months now, and the water's still up, and and it ain't coming down really time soon. So, um, to get back to 7 foot's going to take, at the current height, about 4 days. So, first of next week, maybe, if we don't get any more rain, or and how much water we've got upstream that hasn't made it downstream yet. But so maybe Monday or Tuesday, the water will be down low enough for me, I would say, that it isn't really like overly flooded. I could go down there now, but the water's so high, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's lost some of its charm somehow. But when it gets down about 7, 8 feet now, but at 9 and 11 feet, it's just a little too high. But I told Rob the other day, I said, he said, well, have you ever been on the river when it was this high? And I looked at him and I said, actually, no. So in a way, it would be kind of neat. I'm not so worried that, there's more water, but more water is spread out. So it doesn't mean it's flowing faster. It just means it's flooded more, right? It's just wider. So told him the other day, I said, to go down on the river right now with it high, there's not really a heavy duty chance of getting swamped over because it's not running any faster, but it is higher and wider. I would like to see what it looks like when some of these areas that we normally see when it's really low. What does it look like when the water's up? Where can you go? Because when the water comes up, it changes the whole landscape down there in the swamp. So it would be interesting. So, these next few days, I might just tinker on down to the river, and especially when I disconnect my radio. And now that I figured out how to do it, and it's not that hard, and I feel confident I can do it because I tried these other things. But anyway, one reason why I haven't driven my truck is because I'm driving down the road and the radio goes, yeah, you can't shut it off, and you can't drive. You got to pull over and disconnect the battery. So, but now that I disconnect the radio and I figured out how to do it, I feel brave. So going down to the river, which ain't that far, and me and Duggar, which we both need a good splashing in the water. Not that he will, but it'd be good to go down and go play in the water. So the water's up. Go visit some places we've never seen with the water up like this. So why not? Time for an adventure, right? And like I said, I know I keep talking about my birthday, but it's a good excuse to get on the water. Well, for my birthday, I want to go paddling. Well, okay. So I'm going to talk myself into it instead of talking myself out. But anyway, I love you all. I got to go to potty and put stuff up. And, and I've been sitting in this chair now for 5 hours. Actually more, because being on with Robert earlier. So I've had a good time. Thanks for putting up with me. Thank you, 420, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's 4:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here on, the Little Oclockney River Hermitage. Sitting here with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends, Michelle and Elderberry and Tracy. And did I miss somebody else? But anyway, I know there's some other folks back there, and you don't have to get on. But I do want to tell you, thank you for hanging out with me on late night radio or early morning radio, depending on how you look at it. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for your support and all things. And y'all keep up the good work. For every day, I know some folks might say, Dave just says that to get y'all's attention and all this kind of stuff. No, I really mean it. When I say I pray every day that each and every one of you, your friends and relatives, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. I really mean it, because so many people are struggling with stuff. And in my old age, I've realized that, like talking about angels and spirits, to wrap this, subject up after 5 hours. But when you stop arguing about which is which and who's got what and which angel is higher on the list than somebody else, or Stop it. Do you believe in angels? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, then that's it. But what about, it doesn't matter. But what about this? Doesn't matter. Do you believe in them? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, then we will talk about the angels. We're not going to talk about hierarchy. We're not going to argue about who's right or wrong about what angel's name is. Stop it. Just focus on angels. Yes or no? Yes. We need to, that's where we need to work. It's as simple as that. Now, if you want to believe, well, I believe this and this and this, and okay, but here's the thing, let's not argue about it. And for those folks who want to be fervent about their belief in angels, okie doke, and same thing like in the Catholic Church, and there's a saint for every disease and for every occasion, both male and female. So there's Saint Teresa, there's Saint this one, there's Saint Agnes of the Divine, there's a Saint, Saint Booby of the, never mind. But to the point though, in real life of things, we have our own ancestors who are our saints, who are the angels that came before us. And if they lived before us and have moved on, then maybe like, was it Harold or what's his name in the thing where he gets his wings? The bell rings and he gets his wings, right? Another angel gets his wings. So for us, we make it through this life and we get to the other side. So what's the deal? Do we get our wings or not? So have we earned the right to get pre-flight instructions or something, or whether we just got to go back and do it again because we missed something this time through. So in the idea of what is heaven, heaven to me would be like getting my wings if there's a reward to this, right? So it would be able to fly, not necessarily the wings themselves, but if that's part of the deal, okie dokie. But to be able to, to be able to get my wings. So whatever that means. So I've learned enough in this life, and I have, cleansed myself as much as possible. I I didn't really think bad thoughts before, but I realized I spent a lot of time with negative energy, and that people that made me feel a way, and I would spend energy in worrying about this thing and that thing. And in a way, it kind of was evil in that it was a lot of times I was looking always for the bad, and a lot of times there was bad there, but I handled it wrong. I handled it in a negative way, where now I look at some of the things that I handled in the past and went, had you known what you know now, those people would have still been bad folks, but you'd have got out a whole lot better. Or the incident, wisdom goes a long way in that respect. But, so we just try to do better in the future. So when I pray every day, every time I put my feet on the ground and me and Duggar go outside to take a pee, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will, and your family and friends and all the folks that you come in contact with, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe. And all we have to do is really believe it's out there. And this angel, spirit guide, whatever, understand that you have always been connected to the angels. When we were born and through life, in my old age, I realized that we have never really lost that connection to the universe. We still have that connection. And in the Catholic Church, they believed up until you were 7 years old, that's when, at the age of 7, is when you lost your connection to the angels. That you, until the age of 7, you were still, and the older, you closer you got to the age of 7, the less you were connected to the divine. And a lot of religions, a lot of folks, the age of 7, but see, here's the thing. So Did we ever lose it? What At 7 years, society changed us to where most of us lost our connections. But there are folks these days that are connected. I mean, they're just connected. And call them star children, whatever, but they're connected. So we never lost it. It just got buried in our subconscious. So to remember, what do we need to remember? We need to remember that we've always been connected. Our loss of connection to the universe was up to us. We're the ones that flipped the switch on or off, or disconnected ourselves, or thought that I can't believe this. This can't be as simple as this. Well, wait a minute. We've always been connected because we have a soul and a spirit. And because we have a soul and spirit, that spirit and soul is still connected. So it doesn't take a religion or whatever. We just look at these things practically and like, wait a minute. So if I was energy before, and now I became a person, well, my energy has got to still be part of the universe, right? Because when this body dies, I'm going to go back to that. Maybe my name was Fred in another life. Who knows? My grandpa's name was Fred. They called him Red because of his hair color, right? But they can call me old hippie as long as they want to, I guess, or the hermit from the hermit from the swamp, the swamp hermit, or there he goes, okay, that's all right. Give me a moniker. I'm great. Or the adventurer, it's hard for me to believe that in another life that I would stop being an adventurer, it just, but anyway, but some people are more, sedentary. For me, like to go and explore. Some people explore through books and the mind. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But, there are those crazy folks like me that go down in the swamp where very few people ever go. And some folks are like damn afraid to go, quite honestly. I just thought of something. I bet you right now with the water up, I could really make it between them two bridges. Or because the water would be high enough to go over a lot of them downed logs. Ooh, maybe I need to plan a trip to the river. If the water would be up to go, ooh, I could get through some places I ain't been able to get through before. Some of these trees are really huge and all the way across the river. And they're right at the right height where, unless the water's really up, you ain't getting by it. You just ain't unless you cut it. And there are those of us who are crazy enough who will cut a notch in the tree so we can get by. But there, over the years and storms and tornadoes and stuff, you get down around a bend and you go, well, I'm going to go, and you can't go any farther because there's this huge tree. And unless you get out, climb up on the back and tote all your stuff around, put it back in and pour it around it, which you can. But as I'm sitting here thinking about it, there's a couple of places that right now, this high water might be the time to go take that river. I mean, like, wow, yeah, it'd be high enough to go over a bunch of logs that otherwise I'd have to stop at certain locations. So, I have to rethink this. I'm sorry, I have gotten stoned this early in the morning. It's 4:40 a.m., my brothers and sisters. So that way, Michelle, Elderberry, and anybody else is hanging out in the background, thank you. And as I say, and this is my third time around, because that law of three is really, really, really important to me, that I do pray each and every day and each and every night too, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many gifts from the universe. And that you will continue to reject those things that aren't necessary. And honestly, the biggest thing is that, you got to have faith and believe. Do I have a spirit guide? Yes. Is it an angel? Probably. Do we need to know its name or what its rank is? No. But do you believe there's somebody up there? And probably it's a part of you that's talking to the rest of the gang that's up there, So if you believe your spirit's going to go someplace, it means it's already still attached to that someplace. Don't forget that, I mean, even in the Bible, it says, we are like God and blah, but our energy We never leave heaven. We forget about it. And as we get older, I can see that I remember as a kid and certain things. And now as I'm getting older, I look back and go, wow, now I'm this age. And, wow, I can see that this time span and the wisdom and the knowledge in between. And it's like, the connection is actually really simple and not that complicated. So thank you, ST. Have a good night and a good morning. Because I'm out of here too. I got to walk around. I got cramps. My feet swell up if I don't move around, and then it's painful. If you don't know how that is, well, as an old person, I'm learning this ain't fun, right? But anyway, so be safe. And, the universe is closer than a lot of people give it credit. And so people are making arguments, angels, spirits. Who cares? Do you believe in the afterlife? What was that song? He said, do you believe in the hereafter? And she says, yes. And he goes, then you know what I'm here after. If you remember, that was a bad, what you call it. But anyway, do you believe in the hereafter? Yeah. Well, then you know what I'm here after. But anyway, so I love you all. Be safe. And we'll get together soon. Okay. Wednesday night, going to talk about a white buffalo calf woman and some of the legends, lore, and stuff about it. And just kind of bring everybody up to date because it is an interesting subject. But and I will leave tonight with this morning. I'll make it 5 hours even. In that some of these legends and prophecies and by all folks, right? In certain ways, they're coming true. And I would absolutely agree with that. But there's certain stuff and I'm curious about this in that have enough of us woke up in general, not just in the Native American, but the people of the world have woke up enough to where what would have been the prophecy is it's going to be sort of like the prophecy. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, enough of us woke up that we slowed the train down that was fixing to crash into a brick wall. We slowed the train down enough to where it smacked the wall, but it didn't kill everybody on the train. It ended a few and a bunch, and people had to go to the hospital, damage the train. It ain't going to run again, but it didn't kill a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? So, or the train didn't derail and blow up and take out half a city. But in that though, I kind of wonder because there's so many people that are so much of aware of things that weren't just a couple of years ago. Some folks even just 1 year ago. So the progress that we've made with this awareness of just other stuff, and you don't really hear me cursing and pointing at other religions other than the Catholics, but I don't curse them. I just say, here's what they got, and here's what they've been hiding from us, and it boils down to the truth, right? So sometimes the truth hurts, but what do we do with this knowledge? We're always connected. We're connected to each other, and there's just comfort. Find comfort in that. Find the family there, tribe, okay, the league of like-minded being, okay, but that we all understand this. Wherever we are on the planet, we're connected to these basic thoughts, and that's a good thing. And I think we've made a difference. So in what they want to happen as far as our demise, or the Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, them folks are still want this shit to happen. Population reduction and this and that. They really want that to happen. So, but for us to have come alive with our spirits and our souls and our thoughts and our prayers, and even though there are bad people, we've stopped hating them. We still don't like them. We still don't trust them, but we don't hate them anymore. So We have not bowed down to their kind of energy. They can't suck the life out of us. We see their game, and we're not going to fall for it, for whatever it is. And simply by not giving them our energy, by not going along with the game and just saying, okay, y'all play your game, but I'm keeping an eye on you. But you ain't getting my energy no more. I'm not going to sit and call, bawl and cry and fume and get mad and throw things and, and throw tantrums because y'all pissed me off. Ain't going to happen no more. But I am going to keep my eye on you along with the rest of us. And there's a bunch of people who've changed their attitudes over the last 2 years. And in this awakening and understanding and seeing stuff, have we changed the future? And I would have to say yes, because where this train wreck was headed is not necessarily where it's at right now. They want to convince us that it's a train wreck. In certain ways, it is a train wreck, but not as bad as people want to portray it, right? Be careful. So that right there, we've changed the future. Why? How? Because we haven't followed the story they wanted us to follow. Now anti-vaxxers are getting picked on. You're an anti-vaxxer. You don't love your country. You ain't a patriot. Oh, fuck you. I am a patriot because I'm an American, and as an American, I have the right to choose. Don't forget that liberty. So you want to take my liberty away by forcing me to get a shot, whether I agree with it or not, has no point of the matter. It's that you're forcing me to take it and then calling me names if I don't. I don't call you names. You took it. I think you're crazy, but I just leave it at that. But you're going to call me names because I choose not to. And you say I'm un-American because I'm going to be a threat to the United States if I don't get vaccinated. Well, if I get it and I get sick, then it's up to me. And if I die, it's none of your fucking business, government or anybody else's. Have I affected somebody else? No, I'm the one that's dead. I'm the one that's going to pay for it, not anybody else. So stop this. I'm the one that's going to infect everybody. If I get it, I'm the one that's supposedly going to be the one that's dead. Who's at risk here? Me. Stop this business. I'm anti-American. I'm gonna be the carrier that's gonna wipe out the rest of the planet because I don't get a shot. Now I mean this for every person that feels this way, but this is just plumb stupid. But the people like in South Georgia who walked out of the hospitals, there are a lot of people who are saying, if you make it mandatory, we're out of here. And they think they're joking, and the folks are serious. They're not going to be pushed. They've been pushed too far too long, and this is one place where they have the choice, and they're willing to forego whatever the consequences are. They'll go find work someplace else where they ain't made. They have realized they're going to figure it out on their own, but ain't nobody going to tell them this is what you're going to do. So all around the place, the people are saying no. So and they're trying to make it like, now those are the bad folks. Now we have become the bad guys. So when we stand for liberty and freedom of choice, when the other side decides it's not, then somehow we become the enemy. It gets swapped around. So we have to be careful, but still stand our ground, right? Because you see, they're going to change the narrative. They already are. They're picking on those who refuse and so forth, calling us names. Think about it, So it's like, who are we going to infect? If we're going to get infected ourselves, then I'm going to be the one that's going to get sick and maybe die. But, but you might care. But if everybody else has been vaccinated, what the fuck are you worried about? If I get it, from who? If you all got the shot, then what are you worried about me for? I mean, see, none of this makes sense. So if 50% are vaccinated, well, then the rest of the 50, if 25% of us go, well, that's better than 75%. I'm just saying. But, if 50% of the population is vaccinated and there stops the being carriers of it, then the rest of us are just going to we still got a 50-50 chance, I guess, yes or no of getting sick. Now, there are people, it's interesting, there are people who said that they had died of COVID, but the family members later on say it wasn't on the death certificate. Well, but this person died of COVID, yep, but it ain't on the death certificate. But this person over here, this husband died of COVID, but it ain't on the death certificate. So there's a lot of discrepancies, and families are speaking up, going, wait, it ain't on the death certificate. I don't care what you say about what the hospital says. If the cause of death was COVID, it should say so on the death certificate. Not lung disorder, not respiratory, not, but COVID related. See, nah. If it was respiratory illness or a pulmonary issue or uh, um, an asthmatic or something that has an attack or something, a lung collapse or something, which is very common with people, especially with the drugs they give these folks. I have stopped. I had issues with my lungs and coughing and so forth, and I used to take all that stuff. I don't anymore. When I looked what was in it, albuterol and stuff like that, albutol, all butyl as in butyl rubber, as in butane, as in what? So I'm breathing this in to help my lungs, and I wasn't getting any better. So I quit it as one of the other things I quit years ago, and my lungs are much better. I'm still smoking about a half a pack of cigarettes a day, maybe two, some days three bowls of, wacky backy. And, sometimes it's just a bud and I put it in there and I smoke out on it for hours, a hit here, a hit there. I very rarely sit down and smoke a pipe. And, because, I'm really stoned right now because that's basically what I've done for the last 5 hours is hit this pipe off and on. But I was just in the hospital, no fuzz, just easy going. I had no diaper on. Thank you. Marx Brothers, Groucho. Yeah, that goes back a little bit about the, yeah. Do you believe in the hereafter? Yeah, Groucho Marx. Thank you, Barry. And then I said 30 minutes ago I was going to get off here, and I'm still yakking my mouth off. See, I got stoned. But I think of some of this stuff as I'm sitting here and go, we have to overcome this. But I still believe that people are learning to accept and reject the things that are necessary, and they're really having a heart-to-heart talk with family members and themselves and their neighbors and and professionals. It just ain't us old hippies and things. It's across the board. So but I'm in doing so, I believe that we've changed the timeline, slowed it, changed it. I think basically we put on the brakes where it was headed for this train on a train bound for nowhere. I was much too tired to sleep. Somewhere in the darkness. And he began to speak. He said, son, I made a life out of reading people's faces, knowing what the cause said by the way they held their eyes. And if you don't mind my saying, I can see your outer aces. If for a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. You got to know when to hold 'em and know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away and know when to run. You don't count your money while you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. So, but there's a lot of truth in that, right? That statement right there in that song. You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And but to the point though, in this day and age though, the folks that quit it, Phoebe Putney, has sent a message to other hospitals. Don't force this. Do you want to keep your staff? Don't force this. So other hospitals like, well, we strongly advise, okay. So like down in Thomasville, all right. Now Thomasville is just north of Tallahassee, I might add. So Tallahassee is in Florida, the capital, where them folks are like free to do whatever they want to do because they're not restricted. Now, 25 miles up the road, 30 miles up the road, I guess, from the city limits, but in Thomasville, Archibald Hospital is having this event. So around this, and they want everybody to feel comfortable. But guess what? You have to stay 6 feet apart from each other. You have to wear a mask. You have to do all this COVID shit. Now, after 2 years of this, here's the hospital, they are still scared shitless, but 25 miles when you cross the state line, you don't have none of that shit to deal with. You understand what I'm saying? So 25 miles from the Florida state line of freedom is these people who are going, we want you to come we invite you to come. We wish you would come to the event, but you got to stay 6 feet apart and you got to observe all the rules and you have to wear a mask. And if you don't, even if you have had your shots, you still have to wear. I mean, the restrictions are like it was 2 years ago right now. And I'm like, how many people are actually going to go to this? But they're promoting it as like the hospital is promoting it as this best thing for the citizens. And I'm like, you go 25 miles down the road into Florida and nobody's got a mask on. Everybody's like humming around and everything, but 25 miles up the road, everybody's got to stay 6 feet apart. So fucking stupid. Do you hear me? I mean, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time, I think about some of this stuff in my craziness and in the middle of the night with, sleepless nights and go, what the hell is going on with some of this stuff? Are people just that stupid that 25 miles away that there's all these free people and 25 miles up this way, they're all masked and distancing and scared to death of each other? Where do you want to go to that event? Oh, no, I'm going to Tallahassee. Do you hear me? And there are folks in Thomasville that are saying exactly that. Screw that. I'm going to Tallahassee. I don't have to wear no mask. I don't have to be 6 feet apart. I don't have to, I'm going to Tallahassee. And for me, I was watching the news, which I rarely watch the local news. And I'm going, oh my God. These people are in like full lockdown. You've got to stay away and you can't do this and everything is there. And I'm like, in Thomasville, are you people really serious? Oh my God. We went through Tennessee and Kentucky. Nobody wore masks. I mean, and now in Thomasville, quote, hometown, everybody's still in lockdown. Makes me want to move north, but, I'm kind of stuck here. But, the mentality of like, what? And Archibald's a big hospital conglomeration down here, but I have been injured by them people. They have done me wrong over the years, and other people. And I just got to say that there's some worms in there's some weird shit that goes on with the higher staff and with Senate and legislator. I mean, there's some crazy shit that goes on. And local folks and stuff, and there's a hospital. It's amazing how much power these folks have, and some of the folks that are involved in the higher echelon of the hospital itself, some of the doctors. Oh my God. I mean, it's like evil, scary kind of shit. I mean, throwing people like myself, they threw me in the nut ward because when I was signed in through a healthcare center that I went in for therapy, and I said, I simply wanted to be evaluated. So they didn't tell me this, but unbeknownst to me, they called for an ambulance and sent me to the hospital and had me locked in and tied down to a fucking bed because I said, well, I was feeling a little depressed. Well, have you heard anybody? Well, no, but I'm feeling rough and I really need some, whatever's going on. I need to be evaluated and I need to, have some help with this. Well, here's sign here. And when I did, they sent me, the Archibald Outreach sent me to the Archibald Hospital Connection, and who sent me then, after beating me up and tying me to the bed and withholding my meds and drink and water and food and being able to pee. I had to pee my pants because they wouldn't give me a urinal. I mean, that's just not right. And then they said it was because I was drunk, but I had given up drinking years before. So, because I was on, drugs. Well, the report was because I filed a complaint with the hospital, and the result was that it was because I was drunk. Hey, Alexander. And I had, like I said, I hadn't been drinking in years, but on the hospital records, it said I was drunk. There was no alcohol in me. They didn't do, if they did a blood test, there was no alcohol. So they falsified the documentation and they sent me, guess where, to Southwestern Hospital, the crazy loony bin, because through their system in the hospital, which they got money, guess who, because I'm on, Social Security, they would be able to get money out of Medicare, right? And so they were there. And as I went through the system and talked with other people, there was like, they did the same thing to me. And I was like, what? What about you? Yeah, I went in for this and I was being depressed. And next thing I know, they had me strapped down and I was sent out here. And I was like, what? You went to art? Yeah, they sent me out here to the crazy house for 3 days. And, I tried to convince them there wasn't nothing wrong with me. I was just having a bad day and apparently they misunderstood. So it's a racket down there for people in mental health. If you go to a particular outreach mental health, that if they so desire, because you signed on the line that you want them to help you, that if the therapist feels like, well, he's a little bit too much, they will call the damn ambulance, literally hauled me off to the hospital and threw me in a nut in a tie me to the bed thing. Took everything out of the room. There was not. They locked that room down. It was amazing. They had a place for everything. It was a special room where the cabinets locked and this and I was like, what the hell's going on here? Can I have some water? Not a word. Can I go pee? Not a word. Can I have something to eat? It's like 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, and I still haven't had anything to eat. And when you're going to send me some food? I mean, and all I got was, he's crazy. Don't mind him. He's in the crazy room. Because I'm in the crazy room, then nobody can. Um, um, anyway, I get off on the subject, but to this point of the people who seem to have the power and things that they've done, and these hospitals, and now they're scaring everybody to death still after 2 years. Oh, everybody in Thomas Building's dying. Well, there are people who've gotten sick and they claim it was the COVID, but it was respiratory illness. And I think some of these people got COVID from the test, but that's my humble opinion. You're sticking up something up my nose, we're going to have a problem here. I will swab the back of my throat, here, if you want to test this, but, you ain't sticking nothing up my nose. Sorry, but I've stuck enough stuff up my nose over the years, but you ain't doing it. But I love you all. Good morning. And I think this is, haven't got to check it that one. And the oxygen machine sometimes fishy too. Yes. Well, I mentioned this before a couple of weeks ago, and it has just been recently. But I have followed this gentleman on YouTube and other channels and stuff, Robert David Steele, right? And he's talked about Trump and this and that and the border and things in general. And he's known people in the armed services, and so he had YouTube, and he would tweet on other channels and stuff and a practical thinker. I didn't agree with everything, but a lot of it I did. Um, so I find out Robert David Steele, he had made these comments about ventilators and CPAP machines. I talked about this before, but I've got a CPAP machine. I tried it, and I had issues with that air coming through that tube, and it just didn't feel right going in and out of my lungs. And I was like, then I said, I can't do this. I gave up the albuterol. I gave up using the little puffers. I changed I started breathing on my own. I started doing some just breathing exercises, like I used to do. And I quit depending on all this medicine and all this stuff, and my lungs cleared up because albuterol, butane is like what you put in a butane lighter. What? Albuterol. So there are similarities in the chemical structure. And also that there was, I can't remember it now, but it's one of the things that ends up in some antifreezes. And it's like, what? So you're spraying the inside of your lungs with this all the time. And so it's no wonder you can't breathe, but they tell you it's for your good. But when you really look at the chemical components of what you're inhaling into your body, you go, and I'm perfect example. Had I stayed on that regimen of using albuterol and all that, I would be dead by now. So he was speaking out about that some of these respirators and some of these CPAP machines, because people, can't, some folks that are on the CPAP machine can't necessarily afford that cleaner that keeps them clean every day and all this stuff. And even then, I'm suspect of that just stuff gets in there and you're breathing through this tube, anything that wants to collect to it. Now, I've worked with air conditioning ducts and things like that, and people who have air conditioning who've never had their ducts cleaned. Oh my God, there's so much shit in those inside that has statically collected to the inside of your air conditioning ducts throughout the house. And you think, oh, we're getting all this fresh air. When if you stopped and looked inside them ducts, you'd go, oh my God, that ain't fresh air, but at all. You're getting all kinds of shit. But no, I gotta listen. It collects in them ductworks where mine are clean. Bullshit. Unless you clean them once a year, they're dirty. Period. That's all there is to say. Because I've worked in it and seen it, and But anyway, but to the point. So, but here you've got these masks on that you're breathing totally through to help you breathe and all that. And there are people who said it's helped them immensely. What helped me was to lose weight. What helped me was to stop these other habits that I had with the puffers and the other things. So the people that I know that have CPAP machines are also overweight, which is one of the first things that will clog yourself up and make you want to hesitate in breathing. The other thing is that you can do. I would sort of meditate, and what I used to do years ago, and you just do a breathing meditation. You just close your eyes and be calm, and you breathe in so many times. You hold it for a count of 2 or 3 or 4 or something, whatever. There's varying degrees, but usually you breathe into the count of 4 as much as you can without like trying to inflate. You hold it for the count of 6, count of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then release it to the count of 6. So you want to try to push more air out than you bring in. Now, it's not necessarily a hard count. So if you breathed in to 4, it's really difficult to breathe out to the count of 8. To the count of 6. I got 6 of those things. But anyway, but Robert David Steele made a statement about it. And he had gone on and said, there are hospitals with all these ventilators and people on ventilators. And is it the ventilators that are giving these people the virus? And because it's the tube and the thingy, is it actually giving the people these lung ailments? And I Now, I heard about this after he died of, guess what? Having gotten a respiratory ailment a week after he made this video. 3 days later, he was in the hospital. They had him on a ventilator and he died of the same thing he was talking about like 10 days earlier, that he was suspect, that, maybe this thing about the COVID and the lung and the thing, maybe respirators and the tubes and the thingy is helping to cause the issue. And he died of that same thing. And when I found out about it afterwards, I was like, he had done a lot of stuff. Yeah, hey, Ian, how are you? I said hi, Alex, didn't I? I got stoned. But to the point though, so here's this guy that's speaking out. Now he spoke out about a bunch of stuff. The crisis at the border with these folks, stuff about Trump, other folks, in elections, and most of this stuff, like I said, I agreed a lot with. And he knew people in politics and that and this and that and the other thing. But when he got to the respirators and talking about the mask and the COVID and stuff, and people were paying attention to him, they gave him a virus. He got a respiratory thing. They stuck a damn tube in his throat, and 24 hours after that, he was dead. Now, ain't that just such a coinky dink? So, if they want to take you out, they're going to get your ass. But when you talk about something, it's like for me, we small folks between small groups, we keep each other informed of some of these stuff. But those folks who have I don't want a million followers, because then I'll be a target. You know what I mean? I still am kind of, sort of, but I'd rather just have this conversation with y'all. It's been kicking off in Melbourne. Construction workers filling the streets again, attacking police cars. Now, see, I'm not for the attacking the police cars part, but I'm all for, get to the streets. Get to the streets. I've been in demonstrations back in the late 60s, back during the civil rights and all that, hippie times, and the blacks and whites and hippies and all that back in that turn from the late 60s into the 70s. And so in a lot of ways, there's some similarities with what's going on now, in that people's civil rights are being abused. And I mean, and not just here in America, but, in Australia as well. But the idea, though, that it's civil rights that had nothing to do with color, okay? Where in the 60s, here in America, it was all about the civil rights of the black population. Now it's civil rights of any of us, regardless of but it's now our civil rights because of a vaccination, or because of but it's still our civil rights, you know what I mean? Just different in what it's still, but it's still our life, liberty, and our pursuit of happiness kind of thing, right? So, and down in Australia, I'm sure you homelanders feel that way, where the government might look at you and go, I don't know what y'all people are thinking of, but I know you folks have a dedication to home and where you live, like many of us here in America. And I don't want to go, if I came to your country, I wouldn't walk in and around and go, hey, mates, I'm from America. Pay attention to me. I would not be the ugly American. If somebody said, where are you from? I'd just say, I'm from the States. I'm from Georgia. Really, yeah, but but am I that American tourist that everybody else would? Yeah, I'll have a camera, and yes, I may be looking around at the local stuff, but I just want to meet people and hang out at the bar kind of thing, even though I might not drink. I might try a local beer, something like that, but but there are people that, there are those Americans who would say, I'm from America. I need to be treated that. And back in the day, there was a book called The Ugly American. And it meant those kinds of people, versus me, who would just like to go to certain places. And yes, I would like to sightsee. Well, if you lived in the town, here's the thing. If you lived in the town and took a walk, it's just having a walk. If somebody from out of town walks the same street at the same time you do, they're sightseeing. You see what I'm saying? But if you live there, you're just having a walk, you know, you're window shopping or whatever. If you're not from there and you're walking down the same street, you're a tourist because you're not from there, right? You automatically, and now you are obviously sightseeing. So simply by being there and, oh, you're an American tourist now and you're sightseeing. Well, I'm walking the streets because I want to look around. Never been to your town. I would think it's looking. Well, but you're a tourist and you're sightseeing. Well, okay, then I guess I'm guilty. But see, there are folks who look at that now. Like for example, up in the mountains of Tennessee, around Gatlinburg, the folks who are from out of town but go to Gatlinburg and go to the hillbilly museums and Dolly Parton's and all this other stuff up there in the hills, all very good, and you walk the town and you do the thing, and so, but the people who live there can't wait for them snowbirds to go home, and they got their own local name for them, and and when I worked at Busch Gardens in Tampa down in Florida, it was always the snowbirds, and it was the New Yorkers and then folks from Jersey, and there was a bunch of folks from the state of Ohio, but man, the folks from New York, oh my God, the cars, because we'd count the tags from different states and go, how many did you get from California? Two. How'd you get from New York? 20. How many did you get from Jersey? 8. So when we were parking cars, boredom would set in. But seeing how many cars came from different states was kind of fun. But it was amazing, how many cars were like from New York. But anyway, so it isn't just here in America. There are folks in South America. There are folks in other countries. They want to pick on I've been trying to think of his name, but the governor of Florida, just down the road from me, right? And everybody living just fine down in Florida and Tampa, and you don't hear of all these huge numbers of COVID people, but down here they go, oh, 3 more people got infected, 2 more people got infected, and I'm thinking, well, there are 45, 50,000 of us around here, but out of 50,000 people, 2 more people were infected. Okay, all right, but here's that same thing. Are you sure? Well, they got a runny nose. I have a runny nose every day because of allergies. Well, they were coughing. I'm old and I cough. I smoke a cigarette once in a while. And of course, I smoke that devil weed, and so that might make me cough. But a lot of times, if I cough with a little bit of weed, I'm going to hack up a bunch of whatever's in my lungs. And it kind of comes out as a loogie, That was graphic, wasn't it? But anyway, this idea that, oh my God, it feels like they're going into lockdown again. I mean, down here in South Georgia. And it's like, maybe that's why I haven't been to Thomasville lately, because them people are like in the Stone Ages, Oh my God, it's 5:20. Holy crap. I'd spent another damn hour rapping and yapping my mouth off. It's all your fault, Michelle. TMI, there you go. Having had 3 operations through Archibald Hospital, 5 major tests at Archibald, several times in the emergency room for various reasons, and having lived at Archibald Hospital through my neck operations and through the testing and all that kind of stuff, so I got to know some of the staff well. I dated one woman that was actually, she worked in the office somewhere there at the hospital. I've known people who were in the theater group that were, some of them were doctors. And my friend Eric Lehman, he's a doctor, worked with Thomasville and also in Cairo. A wonderful man. We've had bunches of fun on stage. And nurses who were in intensive care, some of them who worked in kidney dialysis, some people, worked in ER, so I've had the really nice people, but I got to say that from those nice people, there were some evil people that worked there too. And I mean, if, evil, and I mean, this woman looked at me and said, "You will shut up and do as I say," as she poked me as they had tied me down and held me down against my will and shot me up with some kind of something, that whacked my ass out, and refusing me water and a place to pee and food and all that kind of stuff, and held me against my will, and then sent me out to Southwestern State Hospital for a mandatory 3-day evaluation when they could have asked me. I mean, it was just, but see, through the system and having talked with other patients, it was her MO. She was on the second shift, third shift kind of thing, and nobody questioned what she did. And people were brought in at the end of, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, which was my thing. And then her shift came in and she took over. And then she determined, well, this guy's crazy because they were sent from this place. And so, from the word of somebody at a window at a healthcare facility, mental health care vicinity, I was sent to the emergency room, which all the paperwork, all the money, all of that, and then to the, state mental hospital when nobody had a clue what's going on. But this woman had the power to do that to me and to other people. So who sent you here? No, Doctor such and such. Oh my God. You talk to somebody else in the ward or in your, and who got you in there? Doctor such and such. And then after a while, you start thinking, what's wrong with Doctor such and such? There are 7 people that I have met through the therapy and whatever who got sent to, the hospital and then sent to Southwestern. And the doctor that sent them was Dr. Such and such. Just me, I could still see her face right now, and I wish I could get rid of it. It's like, oh my God, honestly, Nurse Cratchit, and you're stuck and you're going, I got no way out of this because she's the one with the power. And when you find out there are lots of other patients just in Thomas County, in that one hospital alone, how many people have been funneled through the hospital, through the system, signed by her, that ended up in mental, in the state hospital, which they all got a kickback from, you know what I mean? But oh my God, talk about Nurse Cratchit, Dr. Cratchit, Dr. Death in a way, because some of the stuff she did, and she, she withheld my medicine. She screwed up all my doctor's appointments and everything. They confiscated my medication that I had just had filled. And when I got out of a mental hospital after 3 days, they refused to refill any of my medicines. So they took them, confiscated them, wouldn't give them back, and then left me for 3 weeks, almost a month, before I could have any of my medicines refilled. So that's enough to kill you. And then all this other stuff, oh my God. And people say, well, them medical professionals, some of them are professional killers. I'm just saying. So here was Robert David Steele and um, talking about ventilators and tubes and respirators and that kind of thing. He gets sick, they put him on a ventilator, and he dies the next day. Ironic, payback. He's pissed off some people in other areas, and I think that they just had enough of him and used what he talked about to put him down as proof to anybody else that wanted to do it. But along with Robert David Steele, there's some other folks who were kind of voiceful on YouTube, and they would at least put a notice up to say, hey, come to this platform. We got a video. Come over here. There are lots of people who used to be on YouTube that ain't, that I've tried to follow, that some of them have just like disappeared. I don't know where they went. Other folks have just gone kind of private and stayed away from any of the, some of these platforms. YouTube, I'm proud to be on YouTube. They've been okie dokie with me. I've only had one strike in all these years. But anyway, so for the platform, I welcome it. Thank you very much. I could probably use something else, but right now it's a little too confusing. So just going to stick with what I know at the moment. But as long as we have a way to communicate and hang out, I'm good with that. I seriously doubt they're making any money off of me. So this is just like a live radio program. There, I could be doing this on a different platform, but anyway. But to the all of this above, there are certain things they know about that, like for myself, in my own knowing what I know about inhalers and tubes and all that myself, and why I got away, what myself, So with my knowledge, I was like, when he was talking about it, I was like, right on, dude. He was sort of accusing them of putting people on respirators, and that's kind of sort of true. But I do think that respirators in and of themselves, help is harder for some people. I've watched my pop for 2 months and, in a deep coma on a respirator and tied to the thing. And, and other people, it's just, I realize that sometimes for the short term, it may be necessary. But at the same time, are they overdoing it with people? Oh, well, you need a respirator. Well, let's put him on a respirator. Well, he's not breathing well, so put him on a respirator. And, here's the thing. Are the pipes clean? Are the tubes clean? Are they really? Well, we got them out of a plastic bag, but are they really, honestly, sanitary? I mean, honestly, I don't mean anything rude. Well, we got them out of a plastic bag. Doesn't mean that how long they've been in the bag. Who put them in the bag? What was in the bag? What kind of air? What's been growing in there since they put them in the bag? Well, it was sanitized, but is this now? What kind of environment? Well, plastic bags have a tendency to breathe. What? Well, yeah, it's been in plastic. Yeah, but for how long? Well, we got to, and who made it and what kind of plastic? And, you've heard me talk about plastic. So if it's brand new plastic that you're breathing, then you're kind of like breathing a the gases from a freshly made, drink bottle or water bottle, What do you mean, Dave? Well, it's because the plastic in the pipes and tubes hasn't had a chance to off gas. So the first time they put that tube in your lungs, you're going to get all of the off gassing of the plastics into your lungs right away. Contaminants, right? Oh, well then it's not very much. That's not the point. The point is it's there. But none of this is considered. Well, it's minimal, and yeah, but this is minimal and that's minimal. What about dust particles? Well, we use a thing. Yeah, but what about maybe you got too much moisture? And, so in there, because when I was breathing through my CPAP machine, it would gurgle because there's water from condensation that gets in the tube. So now you set up a wet condition, which guess what? Mold and other kinds of things all on their own. So now you're adding to a situation that you're trying to correct. And I've been on these things. So it's like, I know what they're talking about. So, but this idea that, oh, they're perfectly safe. Seriously? When I gave up mine and gave up those therapies is when I started breathing better. Just saying, there are a lot of folks that I know who are on all these breathing apparatuses and they just seem to get worse. Now, if you're just breathing in oxygen with one of those tubes and a thingy, not so bad, right? But the big tubes, with the rings and the thingy, and hooked up to the machine, it's different. Oxygen is one straight coming down a tube. The small tubes. I've had those, wore those, and not bad. And a lot less chance because it's all coming one way. It's not some kind of breathing in and out. There's no air exchange. It's just oxygen coming down a tube. So, okie doke. So, but those, I'm not. It ain't. There are certain things that, and should you change those tubes every once in a while? More often than are being changed on some folks' machines. Okay, that's an issue. So it's because of the moisture and the setup and perfect place for a virus to grow. Guess what? Oh my God, the people on these machines and they're set up these perfect moisture conditions for a virus, and there's COVID. Dun, da, da, da. We created the spot and now it's growing, and we're going to pass it along because this is how we can show it. It's in, maybe I don't know what exactly he meant because they killed him before he could say anything more about it. But he was vocal enough about the respirators and that kind of thing that they killed him. Just keep that in mind. So, and I would agree with him just by my own personal usage of these machines years ago. Um, people got to do what they do, but if you trust yourself and exercise and do breathing exercises and make a commitment, no, I'm going to breathe better. Oh, well, your lungs are only certain capacity. Then do some exercises and increase your capacity. A friend that I know that's on oxygen, keep smoking cigarettes. And I'm like, I've got one here that I've been playing with for the last hour. Haven't lit it. And a lot of times they'll only take a couple of drags, and most of it ends up in the ashtray as just ash. But to the point, though, I'm not smoking as much. I'm actually smoking less. I've smoked more cigarettes, maybe, but I'm not smoking the whole thing down and puffing on it until it's dead. I mean, lighting one off the other like I used to do years ago. So our behavior, but so I'm smoking. Okay. But my lungs are more clear, than when I was on all these medications and machines. So I know I'm repeating myself. I'm stoned and it's early in the morning. But to that point, though, I do think that people are dying because of their situations. My friend Marcia, the reason she passed away and so forth was because of, now, part of the issue was that she was very overweight, very difficult with a very large person that's had any kind of surgery or anything to keep them turned and all that kind of stuff. But that being said, with medical, therapies and things and stuff these days, uh, there should be better services for people who are overweight, regardless of the reason. Okay. There are other people. She worked for nursing homes for 30 years, and she went into a nursing home that treated her very badly. And because of it, it made her more sick and so forth. So, you know, um, having worked in a facility and then get, not the same facility was she in, but, having worked for a facility to help people stay alive, she was in a nursing home for 2 months and was dead. So, but she did have other issues. But to the point, though, it was COVID was the reason. Now, she had respiratory issues before the COVID thing came out. She had puffers. She had been on a dialysis. She was taking medicine. She had issues with asthma and attacks. So she had prior issues. But to get her in the hospital out of the nursing home, but she got sick enough in the nursing home, they had to send her to the hospital where she died not long after that from a respiratory issue. So, did she get COVID? Or was it because of the machines and it and the conditions and her already previous condition? But to this point of, everybody's dying of it. Everybody's, it's like, but is that what's on her birth certificate? I don't know. I don't have the authority to check it out. But well, maybe I do in public record, right? Hmm. That'd be interesting to look for that. But anyway, but to the point though, there are lots of other people who are making claims that, hey, we got the body back and it was cremated, and we look at the death certificate and it says, respiratory failure or cardiac arrest, or, it doesn't say COVID on here, but everybody at the hospital said they died. But to the point. So there's a lot of stuff. And, God bless the Florida governor, 25, 30 miles away from Thomasville, making everybody stand up and be free. And 30 miles away to the north in Georgia, there's all these creepy weirdos that are still 6 feet away. It's amazing. I'm still overwhelmed by this, you see. I'm like, I can't believe it. Really? All these smart people are so fucking dumb, But anyway, so it's 5:37 in the AM time. I've been on here almost 6 hours, and I do feel like a late night radio jock talking to the talking to the vibes and the verbs and so forth in the universe. And 1 hour after another hour with similar but different topics. And but one of the things that, like I said about the angel thing, if you just believe that there's a higher something that can be there to help you, give you advice or whatever, help look out after you, help, warn you, remember that intuition is part of that spirit that's connected to the universe. If I had listened to my intuitions back in the day, I wouldn't have got busted. I wouldn't have done this. Certain other things wouldn't have happened. I mean, yeah, I love y'all. I do. Ian and Michelle, um, all y'all up there higher up in the chat. I'm really sleepy and stoned after these last couple of thingies. Uh, I'm having a good time anyway. Thank you all for hanging out. But this is Hermit Radio from South Georgia, and we love y'all at 5:39 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here on September the 21st. And it's one more day, 22nd. Tomorrow is the first day of fall, actually Thursday, but tomorrow's the equinox. So, and many of those of you who have ever tried to put an egg up on the day that, because it's the equinox, we tried this. And here was the thing. We found out that, people who tried to stand an egg up on the equinox had just as much chances of standing an egg up on end on any other day of the week, on any other day of the year, as they did on the day of the equinox. So, but it was fun to play around with. Tomorrow's equinox. Yep. Tomorrow's equinox. Yep. Wednesday. Energy shift. Yeah. I've been feeling for the last week. Actually, all the critters and everything have been feeling it since, because like I've said with the ants and the the snake that tried to get in the house, they're usually looking for warm places, and it's like, y'all are early. This is just mid-September, but the critters and all the signs have said that I don't know if we're going to get into an early freeze, but we're going to have an early fall. And lo and behold, Thursday night, Friday morning, it's going to be 59 down here. I love it. It's going to only be like 80 degrees the next day. I love it. Fall is here. So, I want to get out and play in the yard with temperatures like that, so which has kept me in the house because it's been so damn hot, right? But when the temperature is like 80, 82 degrees outside and the low humidity, oh my God, let's go play. I'm ready. So waiting, I am. So that's my birthday present that's coming in too. Yeah, and an energy shift, because it is that, the idea is that summertime we're leaned towards the sun, and wintertime we're leaned away from. But Australia and them folks down there in South America and South Africa, it becomes summertime down there. So we go into winter and it's their spring down there. So it's the earth that's not necessarily moving, it's our position to the sun. So because the Earth is tilted on the axis as it goes around the sun, at times we're this side is closer, and so we're going into fall. So it is an energy shift, although there isn't really a shift per se. It's not like we've moved, but we have moved from being, it's the equal, right? It's the equal day, equal night. It's the equinox. So then we shift from being equal or more light in night. Now we're going to shift more into the darkness until December, and then it turns back around and we start going in. So for the winter, the winter solstice then is the longest day. I mean, the longest night, the shortest day. So then after the solstice, then the days get longer, and so then the balance comes back again in at the spring equinox. But anyway, a little bit of thingy there, um, but I absolutely do agree with you, Alex, about the energy shift. Every year it comes this time of year. I know I talk about my birthday, but it's around this time that the shift feels for me. And I just, it's like new energy, whatever it is. I'm like, this is my time of year, and it just corresponds around my birthday. So anyway, haven't I don't know if it has anything to do with the day I was born. That I just think it's this time of year that um, I think I would like it if I was born in some other month. But to the point, it is what it is. But I just like this time of year. Always have. Does it have anything to do with my birth date? Who cares? It is a nice winky dink though. So I love you all. I got things to do. I have to go pee. I'm out of something to drink. I got cotton mouth. I'm out of weed. I want a cigarette. And things to do, and that it's going on 6 o'clock in the morning a.m. time here. Now remember, in about a month, y'all gonna have to move your clocks back. Mine will, or you know, my clock says it's 4:45, but Eastern Daylight Time it's 5:45. So in my house, I won't have to set my clocks. I won't have to fall back. Julianne, how are you? Um, Thank you for all of everything that you do as well. Hey Tracy, yeah, 4:44. And for those of you, if you just got on here, I've been here for it's 555. St. Angels are always around you. Thank you. I know that my spirit guide or angel, whatever it is, maybe one of each. And that's one of the things that I said earlier. Just believe you got one and trust that you got one. Whether it's Catholic or Hindu or Buddhist, doesn't matter. Do you believe you got somebody up yonder or out there that's on your side, or you're connected? Please, just believe in it and trust in it. And it's called your instinct. It's your inner self. There isn't any magic to it. The magic is remembering, because as a child, we came into this earth as, as little angels, and we stay connected to the universe, to the ether. I mean, Casey talked about it, and the age of 7, and Catholic Church knows about it. The Mormons know about it. At the age of 7, you lose that connection to the God source, right? But I think as we get older, um, many of us feel closer back to the God source, like we were kids again, our second childhood. So, which is a good thing. Um, but here, my point about all of this has been, do you remember? Is that one? Da 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 do da da. That one, Tracy? I was thinking September, November, and these few precious days I spent with you. These precious days I'll spend with you. Oh, the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you. Little trying to imitate little Willie Nelson there, you know. That all the days whittle down to a precious few. September. Anyway, but yeah, different songs in my head. But you know, help other people if they're having trouble with believing, and rather than throw religion at them, just throw common sense and say, look, you know, if you believe in the spirit at all, you still got it. You're still connected. And there's all these other people in the world, on this planet, who are waking up and have woken up, that we're still all connected, regardless of our religion, regardless of our creed. We don't need a pope. We don't need a priest. We don't need anyone to preach to us what is naturally in us always. And we're always there. We're always connected. And I continue to pray. I've said these prayers over the last couple of hours now, but I really do have to go. I got the butt cramp boogie. But SD and Julianne. Oh, by the way, I got a box of stuff that people sent me for my birthday. And SD, Tracy, Julianne, if any of you had anything to do with this, my thanks ahead of time, because I got the box and I told Teresa that I was going to open it in front of everybody, and I have been tempted to get my knife out and at least peek inside, but I won't do it. All the weed is love. Dun, 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 dun. All the weed is love, love. All the weed is love. Let's sing about it. All we need is weed. Weed is all we need. Pass the weed and that'll please. All we need is weed. Sing it together now. You know, I was, you know, I knew so many Beatles songs back in the day when it was like grew up in it, right? And some people like, you like the Beatles? And it was like, yeah, they were fun at least during times. But, you know, it was like the first time I heard, she came in through the bathroom window. What? She could steal, but she could not rob. Is it any wonder? You know, Sunday's been alone with Monday, and Monday's come along with me. Oh, yeah. You know, but then in the town where I was born lived a man who sailed the seas. Y'all sing along. And he told us of his life in the land of submarines. So we sailed up to the sun in the town, the sea of green, and we sailed above the waves in a yellow submarine. All together now. We all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. You know, insert noises and band sounds. And our friends are all aboard, and many more of them live next door. And the band begins to play. We all live in a yellow submarine. So, you know, there is that. All the weed is love, love. All the weed is love. Sing it, everybody. All the weed is love. Repeat it now. All the weed is love. I could hear it in my head playing. Dang it, Tracy. All the weed is love. And I hear it. Yeah, boy. All the weed is love. How if you listen to the music, how it fades out at the end of this song. All the weed is love. You know, here we go again. All the weed is love. Now I'm just tired and stoned, and really stoned at early morning, having fun. But anyway, it has been a real treat hanging out with y'all. And I honestly, if I had all the money in the world, I'd say, okay, how can we all get together in person and screw all the masks and everything, but let's play some music, let's have a party, let's have a bonfire, whether I come to your place, that we somehow we all get together and we just have a weekend of fun, But this weekend, because it's going to be cool and everything, and my neighbors, for those of you just come in, my neighbors have invited me over for on Saturday, which is the day after my birthday, but as a present because they work late and all. They wanted to do something. Called up today, Miss Sheila, and she's like, "I know, Mr. Dave." She goes, "We want to have a party. We want to do something for you Saturday night. Is that okay? You got anything doing?" I said, "Nope, ain't going. Ain't got nothing planned." "Well, we want you to come over. We're gonna cook something out. We're gonna make you some tater salad." Because I think in one of the videos that she had heard, I said, I just want something simple for my birthday. I don't want something extravagant. I just want some homemade tater salad and maybe some barbecue chicken or something, and some homemade cornbread or something, And I was making kind of some statement like that, like, to me, that's special, where other people say, well, that's just everyday stuff. But yeah, but that everyday stuff can be special too. But anyway, but to that point, but my neighbor had listened to one of my videos and it said, well, and tater salad. So I was like, okay, I ain't going to turn down somebody want to make me some tater salad, because I make it, I have to make too much. I can't just make a little bit. I got to make a bunch, right? And sometimes it's too much. So, but I'll help somebody else make some tater salad and eat some and bring a bowl home, But to make a big batch for me, I don't know, and I miss it. So, but it's you want tater salad? Okay, there's some other stuff I'd like too, but to have some really honest to God homemade Southern, tater salad, yep, okay, I'll be there. What time? I'll even bring some party favors, even though it's not necessarily a party. But I'm very blessed that after all these years, we have finally met and we've hitting it off, and I feel very blessed because, as I said 3 hours ago or four maybe, that I had not anticipated anybody doing anything for my birthday. It wasn't because I didn't think anybody cared or nothing. I just didn't expect it. I have a box of stuff from Teresa and other people, and I don't know what's in it. And it's been sent with love from all of you out there. And so I don't know whom yet. There's the box of stuff, but I will let you know in a couple of days. So, and I've threatened to open it, but my friends up in near Tifton, they want to come down and take me out to eat on my birthday on Friday. So I'm like, you don't have, but we want to. Okay, you want to drive here and pick me up and take me to town to go eat? I'm not going to tell you to stay home. Okay, I'll go, but you don't have to. But they want to, and that's different for me. It's like I have done that with other people, but I've not had this happen to me where, I'd say, come on, get your stuff together. Well, I'm coming. No, you're come on. I'm going to take you to dinner. Or we're going to go do something. We'll go to a movie. It's your birthday. Well, I don't, yeah, nah, come on, quit bitching, And I've done that to other people or for other people, right? So I've never expected anybody to come do that for me, though. You know what I'm saying? So it was easy for me to do for other folks because I'm kind of that heyoki, but I'm very happy. I'm humbled, a tear in my eye a time or two. Listen, let me tell you, but that, you all folks feel that way. And it's something a lot of us, for myself, I didn't feel um, worthy. Say, well, if somebody says, well, happy birthday, Dave, because it's my birthday. That's one thing. But for somebody to a week or two ahead of my birthday, plan on buying and sending and having these gifts here for me for my birthday ahead of time. Now that takes forward thinking. That's not just, oh, it's Dave's birthday. Happy birthday, Dave. It's a casual. And so the extra forethought and energy that's put into the gifts that are sitting right here beside me, I take as very special simply because of the energy and the forethought that was put into it beforehand. My neighbor's calling me up today and saying, "Hey, we want to do a little thing for you Saturday. Is that okay? Will you come up?" Okay. My friend's saying, "We want to come down and take you to dinner." Okay. I really don't have anything to do, but okay. But I never expected any of this, and I'm so blessed and so pleased. And it's very hard at times for me to take a compliment, and so this is a very special compliment. And in a lot of ways, I don't feel like I deserve it at all, but I have graciously accepted. One of the first things I was telling a friend of mine the other day, and then it came to me because, my buddy needed some money and I fronted him the money. And so today we squared up. He was over the hump. He was able to square up and everything's good. And he was like, thank you. I would feel like I owe you more. And I was like, no, what gives me the pleasure is I had something that I could lend to you long enough for you to get over this hump. You quit sweating, you quit, being awake all night, and now everything's groovy, and you can pay me back. I'm good with that. And I feel proud that I can help you with that. So I looked at him, and this was just 2 days ago, or yesterday actually. And I told him, I said, you when somebody offers you something, and I offer it with love because I do love you, my brother. You take it, accept it, and do what you need to do. And what I told him was, don't worry. And so today he was telling me when he came down the driveway, the box was there, and he says, Dave, you have to take, when somebody offers you a compliment or sends you a present, you have to accept it. Because he was telling me today what I had told him yesterday: accept the gift and understand, accept with love. And I was like, so today he was rattling right back to me what I told him yesterday. And I sat here and laughed, and I said, I just got done having this conversation with you yesterday, didn't I? And he goes, yeah. And I said, now here I am in a position where people have sent me these things as gifts and out with love and everything. And instead of being, well, I don't, I just need to accept them as they were given, which is difficult for me, right? But he was right, and I was right. He knew I was right because everything was fine today, and so for me having these unexpected gifts, I'm like, well, I have to accept them. I don't have to, but I mean, I do. But in the rather than saying I'm not worthy, I can't accept these, or to push them away, the idea is to be able to say, um, whatever person or persons sent these things, the gift of I know you all love me. That's my point. And it's so very special, and I never expected it. I never have asked any of you to like or share a video, never asked for any money, never solicited anything but your friendship. If I was to have solicited something, you're welcome here. Let's have a chat. We can be friends, and I think we have been. And but for y'all to react and send me that, it's just very, very, very special, and I'm very, very, very honored. Take this as I mean, as I'm trying to clean shit up in my house, I got a new box of stuff to unwrap and find a place to put in my house. Now you okay, but you all now laugh about that. I'm sure that whatever's in here is most welcome, but me. I've been trying to get rid of stuff. So, but I all joking aside, I honestly today when Teresa told me the other day that the box should be in, and then when I found out that it came in on Saturday and it was raining and I didn't make it to the mailbox, it'd been there the whole weekend. I was like, holy crap! But anyway, but it's here, and with love it was sent, with love it has been received, and I ain't gonna lie, I have spent a tear or two over the fact that you all are so kind, and the blessings that you all have been just by being here. Uh, it's sort of like, I do not compare myself to Howard Stern, but as my vision of me in my old age being a late night radio host, talk show jock thing. This kind of fulfills my dream, right? I was going to be on radio and I was going to be whoever wanted to listen and truckers or whatever. And so I'm here for you late night, early morning folk on different parts of the world. So, but to have folks participate and have you all participate between you, and then to send me gifts of love, just y'all being here and sending your love, just your energy. That's so amazing. So anyway, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will open them in a couple of days. I was thinking maybe Friday night, but Andromeda's got a show on Friday night, so I don't want to interfere with that. Maybe if I do it earlier, before the show, because it doesn't have to be a long show, but I do want to open it and show everybody what was sent, and I'm assuming by whom or whatever. So I haven't checked inside the box yet, so I only know what's on the outside. But anyway, to receive anything, for the many years that I spent isolated without anything but a couple of friends, my friend Marcia, who's passed, and one or two others. I mean, I didn't even know my neighbors, okay, who were just, a couple of 100 yards that away. And then this year, the older I get, without any, I haven't solicited. I know I've talked about my birthday, but it's not to solicit a present. It's for me to figure out, why does this birthday seem so much weirder than all the others? Is because I'm 69. Is it, what is it about this year that's different? That's been my primary. What the hell? There's something different about this one. And it ain't because I feel like I'm going to die or anything like that. It's just like, it's almost like it's time for a new adventure or something. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but I do know that by mentioning it, I just keep what's different this year. That ain't bad. I'm going to get cool weather. The weather's going to calm down. It's going to be nicer in the evenings. It's not going to rain for a couple of days. I might actually get some concrete work done, that I've been waiting on, a little cool weather. And, I might be able to finish the porch some more and, some other things. Ooh, wouldn't, waiting on these opportunities. So here I is. Yeah, a new beginning. Um, I think, I agree with you, Tracy, but it's more like, okay, you've made it another year, Hawkeye. This is your fresh start to whatever is around. Now, there are a lot of things I just need to finish. So where at the end of the summer, you're tired, it's hot, the skeeters, this is a fresh start for me to, okay, here we go. Take a deep breath. I know it means the same as new beginning, but it's kind of, I'm feeling like my old track days, because, you'd play track and football and you'd be doing exercises. And so new beginning, yes, but in a lot of ways, as I'm interpreting this, it's more like fresh start. It's the equinox, and it's a fresh start, cooler weather, different, different time of the year, Tracy, in a lot of ways, I do believe I am. Because of all the other things I've talked with other folks about, they just seem to be like lagging behind, and I'm like, but I'm 69 this year. I'm 5 years older than you guys, and you're like lagging, and got a cane and can't get around, and I'm like, so what's different about me? I honestly asked that because I don't know, So y'all are, well, is it your eating habit? Is it this you're on? Well, I know what I'm not on. I know what I do drink or don't drink, or, I don't do the plastic bottles, and I don't do these other things. And, my arthritis is good, and I use only, olive oil and peanut oil. And, I don't eat a lot of fried foods that have a lot of oil. So, I don't have, I used to have a lot of stomach issues, but I don't, oh, I love bacon, but even the fake bacon didn't taste right. And why would I eat cardboard when I could eat pork or, the real thing? So I very seldom eat bacon, and the grease and stuff that goes along with it. I eat very little pork. The other things that, here lately, there are certain sausages that I buy and that I just love to have. I just love, Italian sausage or a good sausage sandwich or chopped up and put in something. But, I usually eat red meat in stews or broil it in the toaster oven or cook it outside on the grill or something like that. I eat very little chicken anymore because of the chickens that are grown around here just won't eat them. Now they'll probably have fried chicken or grilled chicken when I go over to my neighbors. That's okay. But personally, I just don't do a lot of chicken. It's easier for me to buy steaks that they have on sale or something like that. And I have red meat. I know what kind of meat it actually is. It's not a maybe meat, it's a piece of steak. It's got blood, it's got a T-bone in it, whatever. I know it's the real deal. You know what I mean? So I can cut off the fat from that or use the grease or whatever to make my gravies with. But a lot of things, just like I try to add fruit. Eat dried pineapples and other dried fruits and things when I can't get fresh fruits, which is hard to do out here in the country. A lot of people say, well, but I eat canned fruits, fruit cocktail. You say, well, what do you mean? Well, but I get all these different things, and you can get them in a light juice and a whatever. And sometimes when I go camping, if I'm in the kayak, I can take a can with a pop top of, fruit cocktail. And for a snack on the river, I've got a can. I pop the top. It can go in the bottom of the kayak. I've got juice to drink off of it. And I toss the can back and I eat the fruit out of it. So I've got something to drink, something to eat. It's fruit. It gives me energy and I like it. So I can finish it off and, and lick the bottom of the can, right? But it's something easy that you can take along. It's nourishing. It's not hard on your stomach when you're paddling and want to make you sleepy, but it'll get you along. So, every time I go to the store, I buy a can or two of fruit cocktail, whether I eat them that week or not. So I've got several cans of fruit cocktail, several cans of tomatoes and stuff. But, one of the things that Robert and I wanted to talk about was prepping. And I've been eating out of cans for a long time. And, I can't get fresh tomatoes, but the tomatoes I get out of the can are fresh. I mean, it's just like, so where I've substituted things and where a lot of people are like, oh, well, canned goods, they don't last long. Look, I got some canned goods that are 10 years old and I have been monitoring them over the years, and I'll open one and use it in a stew. Ain't nothing wrong with them. So this thing about prepping, do you have to spend a lot of money on freeze-dried food and all this other stuff? No. Find some things that you know that you can eat. If you like green beans, then get some green beans. But me, I don't like green beans so much. So especially canned ones. But there are other things like canned sweet potatoes, and canned sweet potatoes are very good for you. You can get canned whole potatoes, white potatoes. There's a lot of things that you can get in cans. You can get sous vide, I think, made of chicken and dumplings in a can. That was excellent. Now I haven't had any in a couple of years, but so you can get a can, big tall can of chicken and dumplings that will last several years. And, and one of those cans would feed a single person 2 or 3 meals easy. But the big thing about prepping and meals and stuff, and as an older person, one of the things, and when I talked to Teresa today, my daughter's mom, we weren't officially married. So, wife, okay. But we both agreed that we eat less. So we eat what we need and when we're hungry, but we just don't eat the quantity that we used to. So in this prepping of, oh, there might be stuff left and we might be shortages. Okay, the first thing you can do is work. work on 2 meals a day. Drop 1 meal a day out. Because for those folks of us who have been down on the river and who do some serious, backwoods camping, grit of your teeth, you only take 2 or 3 cans of something. And one of them for me would be fruit cocktail, because I get the fruit, I get the juice, I get something to drink, quenches my thirst, and you can get them in a pop top lid. The other thing is not every time, but the other thing that's a staple is a good, for me, I like Bush's baked beans, right? So they sell them in a small can too. And so you take a can of baked beans, right? So, but baked beans will make you fart, and sometimes you get the runs. But so you're careful about the beans. But there are lots of other things that you can get that come in a can that are easy to open. You just stick them on the fire. Now, one of the things that they say not to do, and I can't agree or disagree, but that they use a spray kind of plastic. It's supposed to be corn-based, sugar-based plastic to the inside of the cans to keep any acidity from touching the inside of the can, that it would rot the can out or whatever. So, so they say don't put the can right on the fire. Pour whatever is in the can out. But for a bunch of years, we just popped the top with a can opener and put the can right at the edge of a campfire until you seen smoke coming out and it was warm enough. You didn't overcook it, because most of the times if it's in a can, it's already been pre-cooked anyway. So you just put it next to the fire and turn it around a little bit, so it warms up the can evenly. But if you don't turn the can into flames, you just heat what's in it. The idea that you're going to somehow get something from the can is like, it beats the hell out of starving or being hungry. You know what I mean? Now, you could take it out, but for me, a lot of times I just use the cans for the to eat out of. I don't take extra stuff. Now, this is sure enough, toss a couple of things in the kayak and let's go, right? So, but now if I'm going camping, it's different. But to the point though, I always think back on the pioneers who lived in the swamp in the old days that took a biscuit from last night and maybe a piece of bacon or some fat back or something, or maybe a piece of chicken if there was one left, or maybe an egg, but that held them all day till they got back to the house. They didn't stop and have a big lunch and do all this stuff. No, them pioneers, man, they take a piece of jerky during the day. So people can live off a whole lot less than what Americans are told. Well, you have to have this many calories and you have to have that. I don't fit that bill on many days. So technically, I should be starving, but I haven't really lost any weight. I'm about the same. So I maintain my weight. I eat what I want. I eat when I want, but I don't overeat at any time. This 3 meals a day bullshit. I tried it when I was off on vacation. I was so full. And I think that was one of the reasons why I had stomach issues. I have lived down here for years and haven't had stomach issues. The last couple of days up in the mountains, whatever we ate gave me the full-fledged runs. And I'm here to tell you, it was a cubby of quail, And so, and the idea that, we tried to eat when everybody else eat, but I would say, no, I'm good. But to the point though, I ate way more while I was gone, just being sociable with everybody else at the meals, to where I would have only ate half that much. And I told him, I said, I've eaten more today than I have in 3 days back at the house, which sometimes was true. So, but this idea that we have to have 3 meals and all this, but this is part of the preparation. So, but it's also part of your spiritual preparation. It's a prep in general, because you realize, you know, I'm I don't have to overeat. I don't have to have 3 meals a day. Well, I didn't have breakfast today, so I did. Oh, you might lose a couple of ounces for God's sakes. Yeah, fat, overweight, sweating hog. some of these people I hear, well, I didn't get breakfast, and you could miss lunch and supper. Wouldn't hurt you a bit, chum. But oh, I'm so hungry. Okay, well, if you slow what you eat down and you understand that in a tight stretch of a situation, and there are folks that have brought this up really hard again. So down here, we got stuff on the shelves. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but we got stuff at the small stores. Dollar General, but there's stuff on the shelves. So that could change, obviously, as it did last year and before. But right now everything's good. But so what I tell people is buy a couple of extra cans of something. You know, oh, but everybody says, oh, buy some, have some beans and rice. Well, but beans will make you fart, and beans will sometimes ain't, well, but how about lentils? How about something else? How about some peas? Not just beans, but there are dried other things too. And so it's like, and yes, it's easy. And yes, it's easy to cook. And yes, but here's the thing you also need to remember is to have something to flavor it. Well, you might not have meat, you might not have this, but there are cans of pork. They brought my friends, they get free food from a food bank or something, and they bring me some stuff. And one of the cans was some canned pork. I've had canned chicken, there's canned beef, there's all kinds of stuff that it's just cooked meat in a can, and you can eat it right out of the can because it's already pre-cooked. So, but you can cook it some more or whatever. But to the point though, you want to add something to the rice. Well, if you had even a can of tuna, or you can buy chicken in a can that's small. So it's almost like, cat food. But so if you had one of those tins of chicken with a pot of rice and spread out with a little bit of herbs and whatever, that's going to make the meal. So where you're just eating plain old rice and some beans or something like that. But so you can have one tin of chicken or one tin of something else, and if tuna is one of them, you can do that too. But so there are ways that, so a can a day of something, not counting rice, but so for every person, one can at least a day. That if it was a can of baked beans, if it was a can of corn, if it was a thing. So it might be for like me in the winter times, I will use a can of corn and tomatoes and a thing. I'll add 3 or 4 cans, but I'll make a stew that'll last me 3 or 4 days. So you make a hobo stew and a little bit of, here's the other thing, macaroni, different sizes of macaroni, the little macaronis, the butterfly ones, the rigatoni. You get different kinds of pastas because you can take you could take a squirrel if you had to, right? Strip it down, boil it down, and add it with, with if you had a can of tomatoes or a little can of, even a squirt of ketchup, for goodness sake. So add it in with a little of this to give it a little texture and a little bit of salt and some herb. And you'd say, you feed 2 or 3 people easy. And, on one little squirrel and some thingies and that. But so how you would survive. So, and it could be fish, it could be something else. It doesn't have, but if you were to survive and you had your own canned goods and stuff. So there are things that you can do that you can survive with. But the biggest thing I would warn people, if you honestly see or think that things are going to get so lean in your area, one of the first things I would do is reconsider how many meals you think you need. Because I'm here to tell you, one good meal a day will suffice on a pinch. So a lot of countries, a lot of places, one good meal a day. In the old time, they didn't stop for breakfast and shit. They grabbed a biscuit from the night before and hit the trail and had a piece of beef jerky for lunch and came home to the house. And then they had whatever they had and biscuits and gravy and all that for supper. But that this 3 meals a day stuff has only been since, the 50s that it did. After World War II, it started in with the nutrition and all this kind of stuff, but there were issues of malnutrition. There's still poor people in the South, but it was really back after the war. and through the 30s that never really got, there's still a lot of 1 hour in seawater for 1, 2, 3 months will heal anything. It will damn sure help. Seawater, chlorine dioxide, chromium. Yes, I believe in chromium. I take that as a supplement. And all the rest in seawater is healing everything and also makes you younger, clear all the toxins. Right. And one thing too is like, and I have several bags of it, but is, magnesium. Was it? Oh, crap. You mix it in with water and stir it up, the thingy. Peanut butter jelly is good too. Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about peanut butter, and well, I like both peanut butter and jelly, is that depending on the situation, because there's no refrigeration, if it gets to that point, that the jelly will kind of go bad once you open it if you don't eat it right away. So, in a month's time, there's going to be mold growing in your jelly if your situation is too much heat or humidity or whatever. So, but peanut butter will be okay. And I have done tests with this myself with a jar of peanut butter that's still on the shelf in there that had been there for years, but I opened it and it said, I really don't know if I would eat that, but okie doke. Another thing is honey, where if you don't have any sugar, if you run out of sugar, which we say, well, that's really easy to get, but it ran out at the stores for like a week. There wasn't any sugar at all. So I'm like, well, okay, I still had some, but I knew that I was running low and it was time for me to get another bag. But I have syrup. I've bought bottles of different flavors of syrup because if you run out of something that's sweet for your coffee or for your tea, and you just got to have that little something like I do, then I've got honey, little bottles stuck all over the place, and bigger thingies. But, so as a sweetener in my coffee, it'll do. But at the same time, if in my tea, I love it. It's great. So, birch tree sap. But so anyway, depending on where you are and what you have and all those kind of nifty stuff, it's like down here I went out and picked some of my big muscadine grapes off the grapevine out there in the yard today. Yum yum. Tomorrow I'll be out there again eating some more. I wish they'd put out some more, but the grapes that I got off of the vine this year were absolutely wonderful. Not enough to really make any wine or jelly or anything, but I ate them and they was good, so I'm happy for that. So, but anyway, I'm thirsty and I'm out of stuff. And I said 30 minutes ago I was going to leave. But Okie, it's good to see you. Tracy B, always. But here's the understanding with prepping. Prepping starts with the brain. Prepping starts with conditioning. I might have to tighten my belt. Okay, and with an affirmative, as we Mr. Smiley, Stuart Smiley, right? Smalley, Smiley, Smeely, Smoofsby. Anyway, we say, well, at first you're going to go, how am I going to live on just one can of something a day? Well, if there's two or three of you, that means you can put them together and make a stew. But like I said earlier, but with planning, you can get it. So, but the basic idea is that I know if I had to, I could live off with some rice and stuff. I mean, one solid can of something, not any flour or, I mean, just one can with, it could be potatoes, it could be supplements, it could be greens out of the yard. But to my point, if you think about, I need one can per day. So for a month, I need 30 cans of whatever's, right? 30 cans of something, one can per day for one person. So, but see, that's doable. But if you know how to supplement with rice and thing, that one can of something could actually last for 2 days. So, but the preparation is always with your head. I'm going to the river, so I'm going to take minimal stuff. I'm going to take some dried fruit. I'm going to take a little of this. I'm going to take some, a can of fruit cocktail, and I got a little thing, and I got me some coffee over here. And but it's very minimal. I'm going to the river just overnight, and then some paddle and come back. I'll eat really big when I get back. You make a sandwich ahead of time and have it in a little cooler, and you do this ahead of time. And so maybe if there's any fresh fruit like an orange or something, it's sitting in. I got a little cooler, that fits just right in the back of the kayak. Um, and I used to sit in front of me, but now the dog does. But the idea, though, so you take a little bit of something, and I always use those freezer packs to pack in around my stuff. And I've got one of those foldable packs, that is that you put ice and stuff in. Works really great in a kayak because you can kind of stuff it. If you take a couple of drinks, take a little of this, put some water back there, whatever, in your little freezer packs. And for a day's run or whatever, that's all you need. But anyway, as far as preparing and living, if things really got tough, I'd be outside scurrying around for some more food and stuff. I would be more active in my garden. Right now, I've just kind of said poof on the garden. It's too hot. I got enough food. There's enough food on the shelves. So, but that could change, right? So, no, but now that the weather is cooling off, I want to get out there, and it's time to plant collards and greens and stuff like that. It's that time of year, so I'm ready. And it's this time of year when the weeds are dying, and so I'm better off than trying. You know what I mean? So I'm ready to go back to the garden again. Now that's this time of year, so I will supplement if I can. I'll add some greens. I'll plant some this. I'll do whatever I can, right? So for those of us who can, and a lot of people, they could plant stuff around their house. They can start little beds around their plants. I mean, there's a lot of places people could plant some food, you know, around a building or something, or in an area, or next to a park that nobody would know. I mean, there's lots of places you could do. You could plant stuff, depending on where you live too, mind you, but that you could plant stuff sort of on the sly. And if somebody walked by and said, wow, there's squash growing over here on the edge of the park. Wow, ain't that something? You know? So somebody says, ooh, is that a squash plant? Really? Yeah, well, And there was somebody, I can't remember, I watched it yesterday or the day before, and they were talking about squash. Oh, they were talking about pumpkins. And they said that butternut squash and the acorn squash, but the butternut that grow long and kind of crooked and are tan colored, will keep up to a year. And you can slice it up and cook it. You can put it in stews. You could, you can make whipped, you can boil it, cook it, but butternut squash. And so to plant it, and it grows easy on a vine, but it is so hardy. Bugs don't try to eat it unless it's sitting on the ground, and that's easy to fix. But as far as keeping times, and you don't really need a basement or heavy duty, you can just put them on a shelf or put them up. And these, the butternut squash will last a year. So if you grow a few for the summertime and you got just a couple, or maybe you could grow some indoors in a window, and they vine and hang down, and they make a great indoor plant, right? So but the thing is that after it grows, it'll keep. It won't rot right away. It'll keep. That's important, So you add some squash in with some rice and a little bit of this and a something, and you got a really good meal, and it's healthy too. So you use rice for a day or two, and then for me, I every time I go to the store, I buy a couple of boxes of noodles. Do I eat them every time? No. Buy some spaghetti. You can crunch it up and make it in, and so it doesn't have to be spaghetti sauce. You can fry the spaghetti. You can do different things. You can do like chow mein or stir fry. I mean, there's so many things. But if you're using rice all the time, you can add beans and other things to a pasta, and cook it with something, So lots of stuff. But it's easy that, pasta will keep if you. I use my old Folgers containers, but I have some big plastic containers, and I've bought pickles in the big jars, and once the pickles are gone, empty them out. And then I put dried goods in them, and then seal them. And as long as nothing gets in them, that pasta, I've got one thing that I've got pasta in that's been there at least 5 or 6 years. And I've gotten some out and cooked it up, and hey, wasn't nothing wrong with it. So all this stuff, well, you have to buy freeze dried and you have to do this and that. I'm here to tell you, there's stuff that you can buy at the local store with a little bit of forethought and a little bit of something. And if you have to survive, there are ways to do it without, you know, if if it's $1 a can, that's $30 for 30 days. Okay, $1 a can of something. So if it's $2 a can, or some of it's $1 a can and some of it's two. So you're talking about $60 for a month's supply of bare necessity food. Now, add some money in, couple of bucks for the so for $100, you can buy plenty of food that will last you easily through a month. Okay. And you can store it. I've stored rice. I've got rice I've stored for several years now, pasta that I've stored for several years, some rice and other things that I've stored for several years. I can send you seeds from Israel. That would be interesting. Yeah, send me something. I'll try it. But, down here, and one thing I haven't seen this year, which is interesting, and I didn't take to it early enough, but okra. I love me some okra. Fresh okra this long, pick it right off the thing and eat it. It don't even get to the house. It's chomped on and eaten fresh, just right. Oh, they're delicious. But I haven't seen any okra this year, which is interesting. So, I want to get me some okra seeds because down here in the South, okra is one thing because it grows like weed. So, it's one thing that will grow without a lot of help. And it came from Africa with the slaves all them years ago. So, the folks in Africa was eating okra before we was. But anyway, and of course, Cajuns love okra, and okra is good for you. And it's not really that hard to grow, and it's pretty hardy. You want some okra seeds too? Yep. Now the leaves, if you plant it too close together, the most times you have to wear a long sleeve shirt if you're going down the rows because the leaves will irritate your arms. They got little stickly things. They don't really stick you, but you'll feel them. And if you're going down the rows, everybody I know always puts on a long sleeve shirt before they go to okra patch. And once a day, they'd go out and cut okra. And you take a little pail with you and go down the rows. And okra goes for like $25 a bushel for the number ones or twos. I mean, the little pieces, they're hard to get a bushel of them. It's no wonder it's worth 20, 25, $30 for a bushel. But especially fresh okra. But anyway, but the seeds are hardy too if you keep them dry. And in the right conditions, okra will grow in a lot of conditions. So if it'll grow in this hard South Georgia clay, it'll grow anywhere, just about. Yeah, okra is amazing. Now, here's something else. And I want to do another show on this, but, Robert wanted to do a show with Milky Way and about prepper, and he's going to have this guy from Alaska talk about it. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with somebody from Alaska talking about it, but Alaska ain't the rest of us. I don't mean to belittle the subject, but I'm like, I'm glad you're going to get a prepper from Alaska, but that is so different up there compared to the rest of us down here. So, but I'm sure he has good ideas. I'm sure that but I was thinking, where are you going to forage up there? You could, if you lived along the coast, you could maybe eat bear or, other animals or salmon or, but, if you don't have the food and haven't bought it, toted it with you to Alaska, you got to live off the land and it's freaking tough up there. But it's totally different than what you would have to do the same down here, without the stores or everything, but, to the point. So, I would love to listen to it, but I was like, I shouldn't say this, but the way he was inferring that he wanted somebody that everybody could like get something from. But a prepper from Alaska, we all live mostly, a lot further south and in different climates. I was like, I'd love to listen to him, but is that really necessarily appropriate for what you said you wanted to do? You wanted somebody about prepping, to help out, but you pick Alaska. I just, I love Robert, I do, but there are times when I just scratch my head and go, huh? Okay, I would still love to listen to the guy. Don't get me wrong, and not that he doesn't have any. I don't know him, but it was just like prepping for Alaska and prepping for Missouri ain't going to be the same. It's just. But yeah, we still have to prep. But holy mackerel, there's going to be a difference there. But I get it, and I love my friend Robert. I do. But I was just like Alaska. It just sounded weird. But anyway, I hope everybody will be there and so forth. I missed another 20. Are you serious? I'm still here. Tell me to shut up and get up here. I've said this prayer many times through the evening, through this shift. And just remember, if you're prepping for something, if you're thinking about starving, just consider, but there are some of these MREs that are $6, $7, $10 for one meal, and $10 a meal is too expensive when I can make a meal with a can of some stuff, some canned potatoes even, and make peas or corn or whatever, and make a little stew for $3 or $4 and feed more than just myself. Is it freeze dried? No, but it's canned. What about the rice? Well, the rice is in sealed containers. So, but this idea that all this it has to be, look, I tried it. And something has always happened to the freeze dried something in the long run. The package got pierced. Okay. A pinhole will screw up your MRE. Okay. But there are things that, and I've got some stashed away. But the thing is that, it was like, I want to pull one out and taste it. Because if I get into a pinch and it's no freaking good, then here I am depending on this $6 or $7 bag for a meal, when I might open it later on and go, but it's no good. It's ruins. It's really not that good. I hate it. I don't like the taste. And but a can of cream corn, I know what it tastes like every time. You know what I mean? I know what, canned peas taste like. I know what black-eyed peas taste like. I know what this tastes like. So black-eyed peas and a little bit of something and some rice. Oh my God, but black-eyed peas is not going to make you fart like beans will. So people are like, get some navy beans and get some kidney beans and get some chili beans. And it's like, all those beans will make you fart. And if you're in a situation where maybe the electricity or your water ain't working, you don't want something that's going to go through you and give you gas. You're off to bed. Me too. I love you, Michelle, and everybody else here. So, but stay safe and just know there are different ways to do things than, that other people might make complicated. So think about it. Depend upon your higher self. Listen to your spirit guides and your angel self, and you'll get by. You'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And of all the things that I can think of in life, every time I've gotten into a scrape, I've had to just stop and not be panicked and go, okay, now how do I get out of this one? And so if I don't panic and just stop and think, even when you have to panic, you still have to stay cool. And you realize that there's help out there that'll help give you strength, courage, whatever it is. So, but if you don't believe it, if you don't have faith, then it might not be there for you. So, but I believe for a long time, along with some other folks. So remember, we love you. Thank you, Bob, for the last almost 7 hours. Thank you, Michelle, and other people that have been here. Tracy B, it's good to see you. ST Okie, it's good to see you. And anybody else that's out there that hasn't, logged in. You don't have to. I love you. I do have to go to bed. And I'm going to repeat one more time, as I've said many times earlier. I continue to pray for each and every one of you and your friends and your family and all you may come in contact with, that you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Please don't panic, but use your brain. If you want to be prepared, then use your head. What meal could I make for $3? What combination of things can I make for $3? Because if you buy an MRE or something like that, it's going to cost you more than $3. But I'm here to tell you, with a little bit of tweaking, you can $3 a day, which is $90 for a month. So between cans and dried peas, don't go. Oh, I got dried beans. You're going to be so sick of dried beans and rice. Oh, but get that. Everybody, rice and beans, screw it. No, get some pasta, get some other things, get peas, get lentils, get some other stuff for God's sakes. But all I hear from some of these preppers, rice and beans, rice and beans. You're going to be so sick of that at the end of a few days. You're going to wish to God that something will happen that you could have a change of meals. So will it keep you alive? Yeah, but you're going to be, So, but for the same price, you can get pastas, you can get other things, and still, be able to maintain. And it still doesn't cost a lot. Yeah, get some grits. Now, see, yeah, cheers. Me too. 7 hours. Yeah, ain't that nuts? I don't like grits, but oatmeal, it packs release and can keep dry. So oatmeal. You can get a big container and just pack it full of oatmeal or several small ones, and vacuum pack them and just keep. I've got one that stays on the shelf. Um, it's a little limp after 4 years, but you boil it up and add a little bit of honey or a dash of syrup and a piece of butter, and it tastes like oatmeal. So it's like, but it is a few years old, but on purpose. I wanted to see what's this going to be like in 4 years. If it was sitting on a shelf and I had to eat it, what would it was texture? Could I really eat it? You know what I mean? And the answer is yep. But I think for me, living poor after all these years, there's so many ways that I've been able to, you know, eat and be full, but for just a couple bucks a day, versus, the kind of sort of the rule of thumb in poor people is $5 a day. Can you live off of $5 a day eating or whatever? Now I can, but the dog can't. The animals I feed and stuff. Now it don't cost me $5 a day for them, but to the point though, they add a lot to my feed bill every year, every month. But I share meals. I'll share a steak. I'll share bones. I had somebody gave me some patties. I cooked two for me and one for him, so he gets as much to eat as I do for his size. So I take care of my Duggar. Cinnamon and nutmeg is good in oatmeal. Absolutely. Dandelion, there's a lot of stuff, absolutely, that you can add. Yay, weeds need love too. Absolutely. Well, there are things like my neighbor we was talking about that say, people around, we old timers and country folks know what poke salad is, and they know how to cook it and what to do. And there are these other things like, have all these palmetto bushes in the back. And folks down in the South and the Seminoles and all, they know what swamp cabbage is, and it's the heart of a palmetto bush. And you got to chop the damn thing up and kill it just about. But you cut the sides off sort of like a pineapple, and there's this big core on the inside. Tastes a little funky, but you slice it up and eat it, bake it, put it in a stew or something. It's better than freaking starving. And in the swamps, we'd go and pull the hearts out of and munch on them when we was kids. So is it there? Can it help you out? Is it horrible to taste? No. Is it the best thing? No. But if you're starving to death, there's swamp cabbage. And we've got a lot of palmetto bushes down here in the swamp. But how many people would know to go down to the swamp and what they would, how they would get the swamp cabbage and how they would cook it, eat it, and would they, and how they, and I mean, a lot of folks just don't know about it. So me and a machete and a trip to the river, I could get a couple of palmetto bushes and, in no time flat, with a good sharp machete and have them, cut up and, shuck down to the cores and, and I got what I need. So it's not something hard to get, but it's readily available around here. So, but swamp people, we know those kinds of things. Other people, you know, it's not like tofu, but it's sort of like tofu in a way, in the consistency of the inside of the swamp cabbage thing. But you can put it in stews, and I mean, you can eat it raw if you're really hungry and don't want to build a fire or something like that. But and is nutritional and all that kind of thing. But could you? The natives survived on it for a long time as a supplemental to other things, and fish and frog legs and crawdads. I mean, then anything could go in a stew, like like the Creole do, like them Cajuns do down in Louisiana. But there are swamp folks in a lot of other places too that'll catch a little bit of shrimp along the bank, or some bait fish maybe, and it goes in the pot for food. And thank you and sorry for the plants and animals, so they feel they make a sacrifice for good for us to eat to survive. Absolutely, fermented food will grow gut bacteria, and we will need to eat less. Yeah. One of the things too is, for example, we were talking about it tonight, was sauerkraut. And there are ways to cook sauerkraut and stuff. There some people, we grew up with German and some other influences, and there was fried sauerkraut, which is different. But the thing is that I would agree with you on that. And here's something else. Now I don't have much teeth left, so I'm gumming a lot of stuff. Hopefully I can get this fixed soon. But anyway, I love pickles. I love sweet pickles. So how do I get pickles that I can't chew, because of my teeth issue? So I buy sweet relish, and I put sweet relish on all kinds of stuff. So I'm getting my pickles, but in the form of a relish. And it can go on a hot dog, it can go on a hamburger. I have smeared it on just a regular sandwich with a couple of pieces of cheese. So, I'm getting cucumbers, which you can't eat a whole cucumber, but I can get cucumbers in the form of sweet relish. And the sweet relish will last for a long time on the shelf before you open it. And if conditions ain't bad after you open, if you don't have a refrigerator, it'll last for a while, So, but there's pickles. So, and there's olives that are really healthy for you. So there's bottles of olives that you can buy for $1, and as supplemental as to eat for the vitamins and the things that olives have. They're dried, for all of its joking around. Dried prunes are plums. So you say, well, I'm going to eat some prunes. Well, but prunes are dried plums, and I love plums. So if they've taken the seed out, prunes are dried plums. Is it good for your getting poo and all that kind of, maybe. But here's the major thing, is that in a good package and the right conditions, a bag of dried prunes will last a while. So for me, I have been buying up dried fruits because I can't get fresh, right? So, but I can get a close to fresh with, I've got dried apricots and dried cherries and dried pineapple and dried, I can't really, there's one more, but I can't chew on the dried bananas, but the banana chips, I can suck on them and soften them and get them down that way. Yeah, you got less teeth too. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. It really is. It's a pain in the mouth. But to the point though, so, but pastas, for example, things that don't have, things that are soft that I can chew, that I can gum, but also, I mean, it's nutritious and it fills you up, and so And if you're in an area where you can grow potatoes, buy 50 pounds of potatoes and put 40 pounds of them in the ground, or you get a container and put some pine straw on them or whatever. And what the old timers, they call it that they banked them. They put them in the earth, but they dug a hole, lined it with leaves, mostly with uh, um, pine needles where you could get them. And then they put the taters in, all kinds of taters, and sometimes squash, different kinds. And they would cover it over with pine straw and then a small layer of dirt. And so if you needed a potato, it was it was like a root cellar, but not. And because the pine needles separated it from the dirt, they didn't quite try to grow all the time. So, but anyway, so you could take some stuff and make a berm in your yard somewhere and line it like that and put some potatoes or carrots or root crops like that in it. And, and if things go bad, it's like, well, you go. And the thing is, they're close to the ground. You could just throw some in the ground and grow some more potatoes or whatever, So, but the idea, so there's a lot of different ways to prepare. There's a lot of different ways to survive. For those of us that grew up poor, it's not really going to be that tough on us. For other folks who are always used to 3 full meals and all this kind of stuff, I will pray for them. I honestly will, because they're the ones that are going to suffer. And I hate that. But anyway, so I love you all wherever you live. Remember, take what you can, store what you can, and by all means, cut down on what you're eating. Let your stomach shrink, and you'll realize that, you don't, for me, I don't, I'm not always, I'm not over full because I never eat too much. My stomach has gotten, I guess, shrunk, but to the point where I used to eat 2 hamburgers, one will fill me up with a few potato chips and some baked beans or some tater salad. I'm full. Where before I'd eat 2 hamburgers, 2 or 3 helpings of tater salad in one meal. And I just can't do that anymore. So, and there are a lot of people who still can. So the biggest thing is we just need to be happy with, a good hamburger or whatever, or some of this and tater salad, but whatever, and be satisfied with that. Oh, but I'm still hungry. Yeah, but you ain't starving. Well, but I feel hungry. Okay, well, stop thinking about it. But I'm still so hungry. Okay, we love you. So until next time, be safe. 7 hours and 5 minutes. Okay, don't know if it's a record, but it's pushing it. I love you all. So think before you act, and ta ta for now. Peace, everybody. Cheers. We love you all. Be safe and have a good rest of the week. Well, I'll be on Robert's show on Wednesday night about talking about white buffalo calf woman and some of the stuff about it. So it hopefully it will be interesting. So we'll see you then. If we don't see you then, we'll see you later. And by the end of the week, I'm going to open this box and see what I got for my birthday. Thank you all. I love you. Thank you for your prayers and your participation. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. St. Oki, Tracy. I know Michelle's already gone to bed, and Barry fell asleep, and other folks. But I love you all. Thank you for hanging out. Please be safe. And remember, Spirit's always around you all the time. Just believe it. Till next time, ta ta for now, and cheers.